on Ingram, loops with the F12, making the spray.
A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, live here from Katowice, Poland, as we are at now a milestone here at the PMPL. All of our 20 teams have played an even amount of games, which means we've been able to size up exactly who is standing atop the pack so far. Now, marks the point where we are moving on into a certain situation where all of these teams now will assess that and then look forwards into the future. My name's Kyle Harris. I am your host here through the PMPL Americas to bring you all of the PUBG mobile action. And joining me to my left-hand side to get things going, as always, I have Seven and I have Glitter. How are you guys doing? Seven, it's been about 24 hours. How are you doing?
Been great, man. I missed you, even though it's only been about 24 hours.
Yeah, it's it's up in the air. It took me a while to get here, so I've been driving. How about yourself, Lauren? How about yourself, Glitter? You doing good?
I'm feeling great. Honestly, I had a blast yesterday as my first day working with you guys, and I'm excited to get into some more of it.
I'm seeing a lot of floral going on right now, guys. This is,
yeah, you didn't get the memo?
I guess I am slightly out of touch with all of this. I'm so sorry. I'll try better next time. Let's take a look at how the format does shape up here, of course, for the PMPL Americas. And there is actually a slight change relative to our past broadcasts. Now, not necessarily something that you will feel right here, right now, but of course, we've got the 20 teams, we've got our 5 groups all separated up. One thing that is interesting is that our groups have been shuffled, which means that certain teams weren't in the same groups as they were before. We'll get to look at that as we look in depth at those groups later on. But what's also important to note now is that, of course, prior, 6 teams were moving on to World League, but now 8 teams from Americas are going to be moving on into World League 7. That's exciting, a great prospect for a lot of these teams, especially if they were kind of middling in terms of the pack here and weren't necessarily all the way to the top. There's extra spots to fight for, a lot of extra money to fight for as well.
Yeah, and with that news, that teams like Team Trem Carreta Furacao and Creme Real Betis, they're going to be qualifying. If for some reason it was to end today. So it's good to see that more teams are going to have another option to just go ahead and be able to move on to the World League. And also, I wonder how teams are going to go ahead and change their strats now, because keep in mind, Creme Real Betis, they have gotten a win, I believe 2 wins. But they've been also playing super passive. So are teams going to be changing some of their strats? Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. Let's take a look back at how things have gone down here throughout the last day, especially as we have plenty of highlights to show. Starting things off, we always kept seeing Pittsburgh Knights going over towards this eastern bridge to try and get a few extra kills here and there at the start of games, Glitter, and that paid dividends for them. And in fact, in this game in particular, Pittsburgh Knights eventually had the road north of Milta, swang on round, and I thought they had it in the bag, but this was a little bit of a spoiler for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lazarus, Lolo just came in and completely wiped them off the map while they were focusing on fights going on the other side of them. And Pittsburgh was having some really decent gameplay up until that point, so it was just super unfortunate that they got pushed up on by Lolo.
Yeah, definitely so. Moving on to Miramar now to take a little bit of a look at how things shaped up here. And I do believe Omen Lee got a few cheeky kills here and there to start things off, Seven. But as the game proceeded on, we got an insane Impala ending, which was actually one of my highlights of the entire tournament so far.
And I have to agree with you. I think that was one of the most nail-biting endings that I've seen out there. I know Twitch chat was going crazy trying to figure out who was going to win. Nice. And us in the back, we're pretty excited trying to figure out who was going to win as well. One of the teams that was that's currently sitting at the top, B4, but was kind of relatively quiet for me in a way, is B4. I want to go ahead and see more out of them today. And actually, quick little note that I want to go ahead and make about the Erangel 1v4 between Lazarus and Pittsburgh Knights. Jagger actually told me that they didn't even notice that the Lazarus player was there. That they were so distracted with the shots coming from the top that they didn't even realize that he was right there.
Makes a lot of sense. Moving on to Vikendi here, and we had this crazy northern circle, which we've seen not too much of. We've often seen these southwest circles, and a lot of teams got caught up in Cosmodrome, and then when it shifted north up from Cosmodrome, Glitter, it was very difficult for those teams to escape that kind of situation.
Yeah, so many teams, and this is the fight between PK and Kultu, but they were just teams that were coming out of here, and Ace was able to gatekeep them as they tried to push out. Kultu tried to hold on for as long as they possibly could coming out of Cosmodrome, but just really did not work out in their favor, and it just ended up being a slugfest after that.
And another second place for Loops. The chicken dinner still eludes them. We're going to get it eventually, I swear. Maybe. Moving on to our last game of Erangel of the day as well here. Really a very cool game to watch watch from Tremcoretta Furacao, of course. I feel like yesterday was just full of fantastic highlights. You had the ridiculous Impala ending 7, and then you had Tremcoretta Furacao just monster moding the entire west side of this circle to then eventually take the winning position.
Yeah, and I think they finally turned on their aggressive switch, and they were able to go ahead and showcase that perfectly here when they went and push. I believe it was wildcard right there, and pretty much just being able to hold off Tempo Storm and getting that win. That push, I know we mentioned it before, it was such an immense push, and that's pretty much what ended up getting them the win. I wonder if they're gonna go ahead and continue that aggressiveness play, because during that win, that was their first win, and on top of that, they also got 14 kills. So love seeing teams do that, just get kills, and on top of that, get the win.
Yeah, what did you think about it, Glisser? It was a great game to watch from their perspective.
It really was, and honestly, I feel like it was almost long overdue. They had also had that super aggressive push on Krem earlier in the game, and everything that they were doing was super decisive. Like, they were very confident in the choices they were making, the rotations they were making, and I think that that's going to bode well for them if they continue to do the same carrying on through today.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very clear that they knew when to take the fights, especially going up against Wildcard towards the end. That was fantastic. Let's take a look at the point distribution, of course, as to how all of these teams are going to gain some points here in the PMPL. Because first place is 20 big old smackaroonies for them up towards the top if you do get that chicken dinner. Then 11th through 16th will just get themselves 1 cheeky point each. But even if you do get 2nd or 3rd, that's still a lot of 0.7 to be able to accrue. And if you got a few kills in the bag as well, we've seen teams get 2nd or 3rd, but frag out and then overtake that #1 spot because, you know, that's just how they've played.
And one of the teams taking full advantage of that, even though they haven't gotten a chicken dinner, Loops Esports. They're currently the team with the most kills with 102 kills. And even though they're not being able to get the chicken dinner, with the follow, I think yesterday they ended up with 2 second place finishes. That is huge for them. That is very consistent, and love seeing that. I think the worst finish yesterday was 16th place and 14th place. But as long as they're able to go ahead and be consistent with high placing and high kills, they'll be able to go ahead and just contest for the #1 spot.
Prize pool 50k for first place. MVP of the tournament will be decided later on via statistical analysis, and then we have the bonus total as well. Now that is for basically every single week when you're playing. If you're finishing high, then you get yourselves a larger portion of that bonus pool. So there's a lot to play for, not only in terms of the whole season overall at the PMPL, but also every single week. Try and do your best out there, guys. Now, of course, at the same time, I think one thing that is very exciting, again, is this 8 spots now, Glitter, for World League. We've seen how, you know, World League is going to be structured now. There's going to be the East World League, there's going to be the West World League, and for Americas now to have 8 teams inside that is very exciting indeed.
It's incredibly exciting, especially for those teams that were currently hovering kind of right on the cusp of those qualifying slots, like Seven was saying earlier. Trem, Coretta, and Creme Royale may be some of those teams if we were to look at the standings currently. And so for the people that think that they might not have had a chance, they now have a significantly better shot at getting into those worlds. Yeah,
definitely so. And then, you know, that is a completely different lot. Admittedly, you know, you've got Coquina up there, you've got a lot of really good teams up there, SNT waiting for you in the West as well. So a lot of good teams are going to be in that lobby, but it's a different lobby, and sometimes that shakes things up a little bit for you, potentially in an advantageous situation. Let's take a look at the rosters, of course, here for the groups. Now, do remember, the groups have been shuffled, which means that we have a little bit of a difference when it comes to the groups. Today, we're going to be playing A, B, C, D, and we have B4, Team Queso, Alpha 7, and Grunto here in this group. For me, B4, the absolute name that does stand out here, 7, but there's still a lot of power elsewhere.
There is, and yesterday B4 was not able to even finish in the top 3, so that was very surprising for me. And I think the most kills they ended up getting in a match yesterday was 6 kills. So I want to see them go ahead and step it up a little bit more, because if you go ahead and continue those finishes, some other teams are going to pass you. Teams like Loops Esports, teams like Wildcard, teams like XQ Gaming that are probably going to be playing today. So you need to be a little bit more consistent with the finishes and also the kills.
Yeah, definitely. Let's move on to Group B and have a look at see how that does shape up as well, because plenty more teams to be looking at here. We've got a wild group. Wild Card Gaming, we've got Tribe Gaming, Omen Elite, and Cool 2 in Group B here. Glitter, what do you make of this one?
I mean, I'm definitely excited to be able to get to see Tribe coming in because we weren't able to see them play yesterday. But obviously, looking at Wildcard, they had an amazing showing yesterday. They were very, very aggressive, and they were able to take down a win as well. So, I mean, hopefully they can carry through that momentum into today.
Yeah, Tribe has been exciting in the days that we obviously have got to see them play in, and people like Sega in particular. I like him with this little Uzi. I like the Uzi a lot. Let's take a look at Group C and see how that shapes up too, because we have a lot to get through. I didn't even mean that. We have Loops, Tremcoretta, Furacao, Cloud9, and Mazexis. Again, a lot of eyes are going to be on Loops, of course. We do talk about them quite a lot. But Cloud9 seemed to be back on the rails yesterday, and Tremcoretta Furacao was a beast of a steam train yesterday. So plenty to look forward to here, Seven.
Yeah, and I'm glad you actually mentioned Cloud9. I was actually having a conversation yesterday with Aniven and Adder, and I was just asking them, listen, guys, what's going on? It's time for you to wake up, all right? I want to go ahead and see you guys do your best. And they said things are starting to fall in place now. Yesterday, finally getting their most kills of the player league so far, which was, I believe, was 12 kills in Big Candy. So it seems like some of those players, some of the fraggers that they need, like Adder, like Aniven, they're finally starting to wake up. So I wouldn't be surprised if today we see some more of that, and I feel like they need it. I know it's very early in the game, but I feel like they need to go ahead and start waking up, because you cannot keep falling down that hole and then try to play catch up at the end.
Yeah, I feel like if you've had a little bit of a rough time in the first 20 or so games, now's a great time to wake up. You know, you're kind of 1/3 into the proceedings of things. For your team in particular, maybe this will be the kind of kick in the right direction for you. Let's take a look now at our next group, Group D, as well. This will be the final group that is playing today, and then, of course, we'll take a brief look at Group E to see how things do shape up at XQ, Creme Real Betis, Ace1, and Enshame. As much as Creme Real Betis got themselves a win yesterday, it was a quiet win from them, but I think a lot of eyes, Glitter, are going to be on XQ and how they're going to shape up here today.
They definitely are, and we didn't get a chance to see XQ play yesterday either, so there might be some shakeups based off of similar drops on certain maps, but one of the teams that I really want to pay attention to, or at least I'm excited to watch today, is Ace. Now, Ace, I feel like they keep getting themselves into these positions, and they have these opportunities to close out some games, and they just can't quite get themselves there. We even saw them on Sandhawk, I believe Blank pointed it out, like the zone was pulling completely in their favor. It was on their drop. They should have had the upper hand on everybody, and that was the game where we saw Wildcard come out and just take the high ground on them and completely wipe them off the map. So they just they're just right there, and I want to see if they can kind of like finish that off.
It feels like yesterday was one of their better days as well in terms of even the damage output that we saw from them, Seven. Every single time we looked at the lobby, they were constantly up there in like 1,000 or even higher when it comes to their impact on the lobby. So it feels like they are, you know, on the road to victory eventually.
Yeah, yesterday was their best day by far. Out of all the games that was played yesterday, I think they ended up with 4th place, 4th place, 4th place, and 5th place, and then one outlier in Erangel with the 10th place.
Yeah.
So it's great to see them start picking it up, and I totally agree with Glitter. This is something that I've been mentioning about. They're starting to get more confident. They're taking on big fights with big names too, with teams that are at the top, and they're not scared. They're also winning those fights. The more they win those fights, the confident they're going to get. So I wouldn't be surprised if today they're one of those teams that are going to go ahead and continue that aggressiveness play as well, and maybe get a chicken dinner.
All right, let's breeze through Group E as well. Of course, they're not playing today, but we'll take a quick look and see how they've stacked up after the shuffle, as we have 4 teams remaining, and it will be Tempo Storm, Pittsburgh Knights, Lazarus, and Team Solid. So there is definitely some big names in there, Seven, that will not be playing today, that I'm sure a lot of people are going to be appreciating that they're avoiding for a day at least.
Yeah, I think I know exactly who you're talking about. Tempo Storm, Pittsburgh Knights. Lazarus have been, as we seen yesterday, they can be spoilers to certain things, as they got a 1v4 against Pittsburgh Knights. So I'm interested to see how that's going to happen. And keep in mind, Carnage didn't get a chance to play yesterday because he wanted to let his other player, his other teammate play. So I wonder what's going to be going on there. And another little inside story about Pittsburgh Knights, when they were talking to me, they were saying that they brought in Carnage pretty much for the frag out power. And I was like, well, hey, you got lucky then, because it's currently working for you. Carnage is being able to go ahead and put up some kills on the board. Yeah,
it definitely is. Let's take a look at the schedule then, because we have 5 games coming out here. And guess where we start and end? We're bookending it, that's right. It's Erangel. And then we have Miramar, Sandhawk, and Vikendi in the middle. So 5 games to come. And as always, I do love the variety. And even like when we're going towards Erangel, of course, here for our first game, it does feel like we've had a very diverse set of circles to actually greet us here to get things going. I was particularly interested, Glitter, with how our first circle ended yesterday. Tempo Storm had an amazing position at the top of that hill, but they couldn't quite make it work for them throughout the game.
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes that happens, but it's all about those decisions and those rotations. I think in this game particularly, they maybe just didn't make the best call when they were at the top of that hill. So moving forward, they have opportunity to kind of reassess how that went, and if they're in a similar position, hopefully change those decisions and make the gameplay work out in their favor. Yeah,
I feel like when you're in those kinds of spots, you're totally right. It is very difficult to make the right choices in the heat of the moment, but when you're in those situations, Seven, I feel like the absolute go-to play is try your very best to clear out one side, because then as soon as you've done that in a very aggressive manner, you then have natural cover from every other side when it's a hill like that, of course. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, and that's when I feel like all communications have to be on point with your team, because you guys have to shift your focus. All of you guys have to be focused on just one target. You can't be having 2 people fight somebody else and 2 people fight somebody else, especially towards the end of a match. You need to go ahead and move on together, move forward together, take on squads together, so it wouldn't be surprised. And another thing, Tempo Storm's not playing today. Erangel is the first match. Is anybody gonna go ahead and drop on Pochinki? I was telling in the previous groups, nobody dropped Pochinki whenever Tempo Storm wasn't playing, so I'm looking forward to see what's the team, which one's gonna be that drops Pochinki.
You know, we need a Pochinki count for 7 whenever Tempo Storm's not playing, because every single time you're going to point this out, but it's a very good point. It's very, very important because it's such a good drop spot here for rotations on Erangel especially. You guys at home can get involved as well with the hashtag team name and then PMPL. So go and do that. Tweet at us. Tell us who you think is going to be winning here. Tell us who you think is going to be doing good. And if you're watching in-game, you can get yourself some nice little goodies as well. So make sure that you're doing that. But you should be watching us on Twitch. You should be watching us on YouTube. You should be watching us everywhere. But in-game, you get yourself some great rewards. Seven, are you giving away anything? I'm going to ask you every single time.
Listen, it's okay. Yesterday, I didn't actually get a chance to pick somebody from YouTube. So today, on YouTube, right at the start, I'm going to be picking somebody towards the end of the Erangel match, all right? So if you're watching on YouTube, get ready to just spam your player ID, because I'll be picking somebody with 600 UC.
I hope you remember this time. I hope you remember.
I will. I was at home yesterday.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. I'll see you at the end of the match as we will discuss things throughout the game as well. And I bring on our commentating team. I haven't actually seen them today, so I'm wondering what they're wearing. Are they wearing referee shirts? No, wait, are you guys all floral as well? Please.
Yeah. That's pretty much how it's going.
Yeah. I've screwed up, guys. I'm not fitting the theme at all. I'm depressed.
Look, you're a flower yourself, man. It's a pleasure to be around you. You know what I mean? So you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
I'll take this compliment. That's fine. How are you doing, John? You good?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm ready to see the reseeded lobby take place. Obviously, it's going to change things up in terms of the total number of teams that are going to play together, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely so. I'm getting word that we're actually just remaking the game, so we can chat for a little bit longer. You know, that's fine. We'll go to Tesco and get some. No, never mind. Throwback.
Go get some good analysis points. Yeah, I got you.
Oof, damn, wow. Calling them out.
I'm from me, not the analysis. They're fine. I'm joking.
Oh, backpedaling now. I see. That's fine.
Yeah, fast. Oh my lord, I've got my Lycra on. I'm going so quick. Jim.
Yeah, I see. So Xander, let's talk Erangel here for a moment. When you look at yesterday's Erangels, what are your takeaways? Because we did have slightly different circles, and we've had them every single day, which has been great to see because it really tests these teams' adaptability. But what about yourself? What do you think?
I think that really what it feels like to me is that we're going into day 5, right? So we've just finished week 1. It feels like all the teams getting way more comfortable. So it's actually interesting to hear Seven talk about Uneven and Ada both say, you know what, we're feeling like we're getting to the groove of it, because I feel like at this point, third of the way in, yeah, you should be definitely into the groove of it. And most of the teams where towards day 1, day 2, I was feeling, what's going on with this team? They're feeling a little bit off. It's not how I'm used to. Now I'm seeing them like, okay, that's the fully fleshed out team that I was watching last year. So for instance, like Cloud9, seeing Uneven actually popping off, sidestepping those vehicles, really, really cool to see. But it feels like I'm watching him again when he was in global finals in Georgia Pole up by crate side, rattling down 2 vehicles as they flew past. So yeah, it's nice. It's really, really nice. I think both our angles are just showing that comfortable vibe from all the teams.
We can actually look at sorry, 1 second, John. We can look at the overall standings. I'll get you in a moment. Don't you worry.
Stop it.
Back to your corner. We will get those overall standings on to see who is doing well so far. We have B4 up towards the top, Wildcard Gaming, and Loops without any chicken dinners. We keep repeating it, but it is very important to know. John, what were you going to say? Tell me.
Well, I've actually kind of forgotten, to be honest.
Damn it.
You were so focused on Loops not having any victories. I remembered now. No, it was the fact that in general, what I am wanting to see is a little bit more aggression from a lot of these teams. It doesn't feel like we've got a team that is the team that just rolls up and wins the fight every time, right? There's no one who is that brutal bowling ball that does sort of wind up and just go straight in. So that's what we're going to be looking out for moving towards the second half. Maybe a little bit more confidence from someone wanting to step up. We haven't really, well, certainly not in my mind.
Have you forgotten about XQuest, John?
To be fair, a little bit. In the same vein, it's
away.
Not like they are actually going super aggressive all the time, like in those situations.
Let's take a look at 11th through 20th as well whilst we continue talking about things. I feel like Loops was kind of there for the first couple of days of their campaign. Yeah. What do you think?
Well, for Loops yesterday, 2 second places yesterday. Let's put that out there really quickly. Feel really sorry for them, to be honest with you, because it feels like they are getting so far. But like there's some tough rotations for them. I think they had one of the best chances on Miramar yesterday. Really interesting position they took on the foothills, right? So looking down in towards Impala, so they had a really good route to leave the circle if it went down there. So they weren't committing to the city too early, unlike Tempo with just overwhelming firepower, just taking both of the free stories. That's a really dangerous play. That's risky, right? So that's a brilliant move from me. Like, it's a tricky one to make work, but they make it happen. Instead, you've got Loops who take a slightly safer approach, not able to get the first place because they don't have the brilliant positioning at the end. I want to see them do well today. I really do. I think we keep banging on about them though. So another team that is coming back into the fold today is Team Queso. 7 was definitely talking about how this team needs to be a bit more aggressive, and I personally think that their rotations are fine, that they get into the circles, they get good positioning, and they're able to find their way finagling into really crazy positions. I'm like, oh, you shouldn't be able to get there, but they do anyway. But they need to bring through that firepower, stop losing so many members early on, and then forcing themselves into a situation where one guy is like Metal Gear Soliding it all the way to the end of the game.
Yeah, well, I feel like Team Queso is keeping the art of the wide rotation alive here in some of these lobbies. Compared to some of the other teams, John, who are, if you've got a hard shift going on, you see the clump in the center shift, and that's it. But instead, Queso is actually keeping the art alive, and it can be very, very rewarding sometimes, that wide rotate.
And another team as well that's kind of using that clump to their advantage is B4, right? They are a team that commonly just sits on the opposite side of the circle to where everybody else is. And they're just like, cool. You guys have fun there. We're going to do our thing, and we're going to come top of the leaderboard time and time again. I was talking about this with Blank actually, and he sort of raised a good point, saying it's good that they've managed to do it for 20 games. Are they going to be able to do it for the rest of these lobbies?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the head-to-heads that we have here throughout our teams, as well as let's take a look at B4 and Wildcard, 2 of the leaders of the packs so far, and how they've shaped up here throughout the tournament so far. Very similar damage numbers been done out by both of these teams, but as you can see, B4, they had Blank, not the easiest of starts for their first day, but ever since then, they've made that first day look like it was years ago compared to their current performances.
Oh, 100%. And I think Wildcard versus B4 is just a great little combo to set up here, because there was that fight between them on day 4 on Miramar where you saw the 2 distinct playstyles from the teams. And I think although both teams are very, very good in terms of firefights. They play them very differently. I think Wildcard is very much a team that they go in like a little unit of hoplites all together in one unit and just like fly in. And they have a great success with it. They're very, very good with it. Whereas, you know, I would say that B4 are a bit more they're a bit more tactical, right? Because they in their fight there, they had a 2-2 split. And although they lost that fight on Miramar to Wildcard, they committed to that 2-2 split. Whereas you would otherwise see some teams panic, maybe break formation and move out. They're like, look, we're committing to this. If we lose this fight, we lose this fight, but this is how we play. So it's really interesting to see how those two play styles match up. And they're both doing really well for it. So I'm excited to see a bit more of that today.
Xander with the historical reference. Hoplite, have you been to the Royal Armouries lately? Have you been... This is some more northern stuff. I'm sorry, John. Well, no, you must know the Royal Armouries, surely.
He must do, yeah. It's a good place.
I used to work at Hampton Court Palace. I've got a lot of military knowledge.
Wait, really? Oh, that's cool. Amazing. The more you know.
The Warden.
What was that thing in the north that we did before? I can't remember. John was...
Having a king.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. You know, get him out.
Something like that. All right, well, we're just waiting a few more moments before we actually get into this game, guys. Obviously, with ABCD playing today, I do need to remind you all at home that the groups have been shuffled. The groups from last week are not necessarily the groups going into this week's worth of games. And John, it does create some different interactions. It's not as impactful as I might like to think. Personally, I wouldn't have minded if they'd have kept the same group, so you can kind of learn from your first day against the same lobby and try and bring that into today, but this is going to keep that the teams on their toes that little bit extra, just in case something's slightly ajar.
Yeah, they've reshuffled the groups so that they are completely reseeded, and they're based on the seeding as the tables stand at the beginning of today. So it's the top team, the middle two teams, and the bottom team in Group A, and then you sort of sandwich inwards from both of those as you get closer and closer. So technically, every group should average at a middle standing in terms of the points that they get each game. So I think that I'll have to double check on if they're going to reshuffle again, but we'll have to wait and see. At the moment, though, I think we're in a good place with it. It's going to breathe a little bit of fresh air, but I think you're right. Learning those long scale metas are to an extent more interesting from an analytical point of view.
Yeah, especially for myself, I'm like, I don't get to look at, comparing it completely from the first day to this, this sixth day, but that's fine. I can adapt too. That's okay. And one thing as well that I want to talk to you guys about before we actually get into this game is World League coming up. Obviously, now 8 teams, Xander, compared to 6 teams coming from Americas. There's already some great talent in the West qualified into World League. How do you feel America stacks up against some of the other regions in the West?
I think the Americas, they're still finding their groove right now. But for me, at the start of this tournament, I said it then, I think you said it as well, Claris, is that you can't really see a clear victor from all of these teams. Like, for me right now, I still think anyone can take it, anyone can catch up. I think we're starting to see some people break away from the peloton now and go towards the sprint line, towards the finish. But really, there is still so much room for people to catch up and breathe down the necks of these top teams. So I'm really excited going forward, and I think on the point that you made there, how I think they stack up against the other Western teams, I think America should have a good running when we do find our top teams that will be going through to World League. I'm really excited for it. I think that with all the more games we have as well, you'll see the Americas will be much more fresh when we get to World League, right? Because they'll be coming off the back, I believe, 28th of June, and then we're starting around the beginning of July, right? Yeah, so they'll have a small break, consolidate themselves, and go, what can we do differently? Coming straight into World League, they'll just still be hot on their feet. So I'm really excited for that in particular.
And I feel like the separation from east to west, for me at least, if I was in the west, I'd breathe a sigh of relief that right now I don't have to go up against Biggie Tron, people like Araki. These guys, John, there's some big teams over in the east that have traditionally taken a lot of the money.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even regions like Southeast Asia have been so dominant in the last PMCO, and China as well in the spring season of 2019 PMCO. It just had so much. They had so much power, and no one was really able to step up to them from the West. Regions like South Asia as well. I mean, the so famous Team Seoul, who you see in the chat every single time you see a PUBG Mobile broadcast. It's so difficult to sort of go into that once you have only just found your feet, like we were talking about the Americas kind of coming into now, to be able to take that sort of power on.
And then eventually, when the global situation is quelled and subsided, we'll get it again and we'll see how everybody stacks up. But for now, we're going into our first game. Thank you very much for your patience. I'm gone. I'll leave it in these gentlemen's very capable hands.
All right, thank you very much for the ad hoc analyst desk from me and Blank. There we go. We are going to be heading into game number 1 here of week 2. Reshuffled groups, reshuffled teams, and we'll see who's going to be able to claim the chicken dinners. Loops are still yet to win, despite sat so close towards the top of the tables.
Let's see what they can do today. We're getting the playing path coming straight down from shooting range to Primordial, so a little bit more of an interesting playing path to start our day off. So this one's going to really open up things towards the west side, but from statistics alone, we've pretty much seen most of the circles on our angle go over towards the east, towards Shelter, Mansion, Prison side. Now this is going to favor a couple of the teams. I'm not sure if Omen are in today. I don't believe that they are. So Milta Power is going to be opened up. So is Pachinki from Tempo Storm not being in here. Are they playing today? Okay, well, I can't currently see them on my screen, so I could be definitely wrong here. But they'll be trying to get down to Milta Power as soon as possible. Pachinki being open, let's see who exactly tries to take this one, or if it's just going to be left completely alone. That would also make sense to me. I think Tempo Storm are just beginning to understand how to play their Pachinki role right now, because there are so many teams around them who just kind of put them in a claustrophobic situation.
It has been pretty tricky for them. We'll see if they can get it done on the next game. They obviously playing in Group E, so they're not going to be here today. First circle nearly coming in as everyone is sailing out wide. It looks like, hang on a minute, is that Ace 1 dropping in Pachinki? Oh, okay. All right. Got a new contest.
Ah, okay. I understand why I was mistaken here. The colours have changed for the teams as well as. So don't worry about that, guys. I'm sure you'll also catch up as fast as I will, which is not very fast. But yeah, Ace 1, they are in Pachinki. I love this team. I love the way they're playing. They're taking all the advantages they can. They're like, okay, if no one else wants it, we'll have it. You know what else we've got here? A western circle. So we're changing things up once again, much more towards the field side. So it's going to be a lot more open, a lot more gunfights you can expect to come your way. I'm so interested on this one. It also provides a very nice rotational route for a specific team, and that is Cloud9, who were starting to find their footing yesterday. So hopefully they can have a good day today.
Yeah, although they are pretty close with Loops there over in South George. You see they're both looting Loops in crates and Cloud9 in the South George sort of urban area, I suppose you want to call it, with the buildings, and they'll be able to get plenty of loot there. But you're right, the fact that they don't have to go east is actually going to play massively to their benefit now, because they can go along that western coast, maybe take some of Gatka Hills just north of Quarry and see what they can do from there.
I think most of the games that we've watched Cloud9 play, we've seen this thing happen where they're trapped outside the circle, and then they have to just send it in and find a location to stay. Cool. We've got B4 on the screen, dual wheeling it. I'm okay with it. Stylish.
Suit on.
Yeah, it's cool, it's cool. Don't ever let a chicken drive your vehicle. Let's just put it that way. But so much of the fields are open, and you can expect that to happen, especially...
Oh, he's crossed the road. Blank. The chicken crossed the road.
The chicken crossed the road. There, you have your answers, guys. We don't need to ask that question ever again. Just refer back to day, I believe this is 6 now, of the PMPL, just so you know exactly what happened in terms of the chicken crossing the road. Because he did cross it, and crossed safely.
You managed to get away with it despite a little stumble before the road, but B4, they're going to be rotating out towards the east of Sosnovka Military Island, and they will probably be looting around Nova, around those buildings, and maybe pushing over that bridge. We'll have to wait and see, but there is another team there, Tremkareta Furacao. You can see they are currently looting around C Block, around the rest of the main military base. They've got some vehicles, so they'll be able to scram pretty quickly out of there too, so they should be just fine.
Let's talk about Ace 1 for a second here, though, because there is an interesting point to bring up here. Because, like I said before, Tempo Storm, they were struggling towards day 1 and day 2 in Pachinki. They were finding it difficult to rotate out. So Ace 1, first time coming here in the PMPL. I'm sure they've done it many other times, but let's see how well they can escape Pachinki, because it is a death trap once you move your way into there. Some teams will already know where you're hiding. Tribe currently just driving out. I think there's quite a few players in that one vehicle, but Kinabalu from Ace 1 has already made his way out towards fields, towards Gatka side where Loops are residing. So there's going to be a lot of action coming down soon. XQ Gaming as well, they're towards the southern fields, just where Grunto are also hiding, just split looting up. They will have to pull themselves together, stretch back into position at some point. They don't want to get caught off guard now, as there are so many teams just rotating straight in towards Gatka.
Omen landed ruins, and they're going to move down south as well. Ace 1 sent out that scout towards Gatka, but it's currently occupied, as you say. Loops moving south very early from George Pole crates. And they'll be able to take a really strong spot. Cloud9 will be slow behind them, and Ace may be looking to challenge, but for now they have the building.
Yeah, once you get Gatka early, though, it provides a whole suite of problems to anyone who wants to come in, because there are so many interesting little areas where you can hold within Gatka. You can hold on top of the buildings. You can see here, there's a lot of hidey holes. So if you're Ace 1 and you move into Gatka, whilst Loops are here, Loops can catch you off guard pretty easily because there are so many sight lines for you to use in this little location, this compound. Again, though, let's take a look at the other teams. Team Queso, pretty normal spot for them down in Primorsk. They're going to go for that wide rotate that Kalaris mentioned on the desk over here, keeping that art of war alive in PUBG Mobile. So exciting to see. Cult2, BG currently up in Zaki, but they've got a very, very safe little rotation pass down to Georgia Pole Bridge, into Hospital, scout over the top of Everest, and then go from there.
Two teams in Yasnaya as well still need to make that rotation. Mazexus and you're right, I haven't clocked the numbers. I think that's Alpha 7 actually over in Yasnaya as well. Both Mazexus and Alpha 7.
Yeah, Lukatas.
Still to rotate in. One of the chopsticks is completely occupied now by Ace 1 as they rotated west out of Pachinki. They've escaped it and they haven't taken any deaths just yet. Neither has anyone else in the lobby.
Yeah, it seems really casual at the moment, to be honest with you. Not casual in the sense that it's not competitive, but casual because we're expected. We're so expectant of a lot of aggression coming through towards the beginning of the games, and we're in a field area. It's very open. The compounds are all very available to anyone. We're such a linear plane at the moment in terms of the playing field. Like, you can see directly across, so it's not hard to spot out the other players. We are starting to see that clump come through. Team Queso just about spot Beowulf, who does move back. Marco, though, M4 and AKM in hand, so he's got a lot of firepower in terms of assault rifles to unleash.
Uneven's waiting in the wings to try and echo back into the fight. Instead, okay, no, they are going to pull up. They know that Team Queso is there now. They've isolated that position, and they have got someone out wide as well. They've got to be worried about Loops on the backstab, who probably won't want to leave Gatka, but might be able to see something. Team Queso repositioning, they're spreading out just a little bit, they're creating their base of fire.
This is so different, isn't it, John? I mean, Team Queso, this is very far in the circle for them.
Absolutely, they've managed to get in pretty central on the western side. They're playing with the clump. They're playing with that clump.
Yeah, rather than the edge, which is what we usually see from them. So maybe they're taking a bit of Seven's advice from the desk, knowing that, look, we've got to start picking the pace up a little bit here, get some kill points. And look, Team Queso, they've shown us a few times out the Pro League right now that they actually have the chops on them to make those firefights happen. I mean, Marco's pretty incredible 3v1 versus XQuest Gaming on day 1, I believe it was fairly remarkable. And let's be honest, XQuest Gaming, they're not a team to rule out in terms of firefights. They're probably one of the best in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently, as well, another one of the best on the lobby, B4, rotating away from Sosnovka military base. They're moving up north. And Xiaomei did have control of the other side of the bridge, but they left in favor of getting position. The rest of their team are on the headland, just between the two bridges on the main island, and they opted to regroup, didn't want to go for that 2 versus 4. So B4 once again playing edge of the circle. We'll see what they're able to do from the east, and quite frankly, this is exactly what we've seen from them so many times. It's just playing on the opposite side of the circle to the clump, and they're going to continue to use that to their advantage.
Now, what I was saying about this is that, look, I think that the Circle Gods have been pretty happy with them. We see the next Circle come in here. Like you said, they're all the way on the other side on the Eastern. I think the Circle Gods have been somewhat kind to them, but I think it takes a special type of team to really bunker down and be really calm in these scenarios and choose to play on this side and be like, okay, we can take whatever the other teams intend to throw at us, and then we'll just roll with the punches. So I don't think it's a case of, like, sure, I think there's a little bit of luck involved, but I think being able to fully take advantage of that luck is something that only the best teams can do. So right now, I think that, like I was saying to you, John, if B4 can continue this kind of approach, continue this kind of success, yeah, they're going to be on the top of my list, absolutely.
You keep rolling 20s on a dice, I mean, it's going to go your way.
It's either weighted or you're really good at rolling that dice.
Exactly, right? Like, it's pretty impressive coming out from B4. There's only so much you can sort of claim it's luck, right? If you end up, if you're playing against someone in a game of dice and they keep rolling, 20s in a row, you're like, hang on a minute, is something else going on here? And that's exactly what's happening for B4, right? They are doing very, very well with what they're given.
They breathe on the dice beforehand. It's magical breath that they have. But let's see what happens going forward. And Xiaomi Gaming, I don't mind the position. I've always said this about Xiaomi Gaming. I really like the positions that they take. They're interesting. They hold them down. They are just a little bit, they're quite loose on these positions though, because they have them taken away from them quite easily. And it's a little bit upsetting to see, but they have started to come into their own fold recently, being far better. Wow, okay. Zero is really good on that bike, wow.
Evil Knievel, mate. Let's go.
I know, that actually made me really happy. I was like, yes, I'm in a driving game now.
There's nothing more satisfying than doing a jump and landing directly on the downslope and just like smoothly going into it. That's exactly what happens, man. Oh, nothing better, nothing better. Perfect. Rotation you can see in the background from Cool2. Just moving a little bit more central into this circle. Currently, there's quite a few teams grouped up around the coast. I mean,
right,
whilst there isn't a majority of the circle that is water, the fact that the water starts about 30% into the circle means that the entirety of the landmass on the opposite side is basically counted as water in my mind.
Yeah, that's dead zone. You'd be mad to go down there. So let's see when B4 goes down. We'll see. But yeah, no, I'm interested right now to see what happens next, because like I said, we're about just hitting the 12-minute mark. 64 players alive, 16 teams still up. So I'm interested to know what's happening today. We've got a bit of a gentleman's agreement going on. Everyone shook. I want to say shook hands, but everyone just elbow bumped. Can't be shaking hands in this day and age. Before the game was like, look, we just won't fight one another. Okay. Next circle had to come in.
I think it's called
we'll see where it goes.
I think it's called a MAV, Blank. It's mutually assured vibing.
Mutually assured vibing. Maybe that's why Marvy is so good, because he is vibing all the time. And Xiaomi Gaming still on the coastline, as well as the B4. See, B4, this is a nice position for them. And like I said, it'd be mad to go down onto the other side, but look where this circle goes. This circle is ridiculous, like 100%. And now Trumcursor for a cow immediately thought, you know what? Let's just do the crazy thing here. Get on the bridge as soon as possible. There's going to be a lot of eyes on us, but there's a slight amount of cover over on this side. And we can also hide on the beachfront, which is fine. But look at all these teams now flooding inwards. That's 64 players, John, into this tiny little area. If someone doesn't go down, then yes, everyone has had a cup of tea beforehand and said, let's make Erangel one of the most interesting matches anyone's ever seen.
They're trying to emulate the Impala finish from yesterday.
I know, they're like, that was fun, let's do it again.
let's go again, why not? I mean, you see Grunto currently right on top of Tribe, and Tribe actually get first knock there. And they will be able to finish that one out. King A claims the kill for himself. I think players are going to start to go down now. It's just too dense of a situation to be getting on with. Tribe, yeah, they want to occupy this entire hillside, and I think they might just be in with luck of controlling it. This is a really strong divot for them, and they've already displaced Grunto from it. Chrome Ray Betis already on the eastern side, taking punishment as another player falls at Sixless, going down to Sam. Team Queso are chiming in too, and it's pretty much curtains for Grunto.
Yeah, this is Tribe at their finest, and they had a day off yesterday, so you can feel how hungry they are coming in today, already finding first blood. It's lovely to see. The rest of Grunto hiding in this compound, but you expect this to be taken away from them pretty sharpish. Tribe do have to run over pretty open ground to get here, so it could be a bit of a shooting gallery. There's Wildcard coming in onto Cream Real Betis. That's already all the way on the eastern side. They're currently in a very, very tight fight between these two teams. B4 are also watching on towards this one. You see them off in the distance, just observing this battleground.
Brain runs himself over. That's unfortunate for Wildcard as they go for the push on to Creme Real Betis. They spot one. The Mike Cruzy's there. Oh no, Unico Edu doing so much work. Will get the flush as well. And then Pinson, Spring getting knocked out was so unfortunate. And Slicky now left standing for Wildcard. They're going very, very low around the edge. He's trying to take the fight, but comes in from the backside. Slicky will be able to take it down, but really the worst for the wear. And they're down the bottom of the cliffs too.
Yeah, there you just saw Unico just kind of try and take on a Goliath. I think he thought he could take out the entirety of Wildcard, but it was not meant to be. Slicky will just move on down, but it is an awful situation for Wildcard right now. Finding their way past this cave, this side of the cliff side is going to be really, really difficult. God. Oh, okay. I got really surprised because, I mean, we've just had the map pop on our screen a little bit earlier. Cloud9, however, versus Alpha 7.
Goodness me, Alpha 7 do go down. Cloud9 are able to do it, but the circle blank. You said they were crazy, but B4 didn't take the plunge, and they might just pay for it here. Trem Carreta for the cow have control of the choke point. Getting across now is all anybody is thinking of.
You know, I was saying to Kalaris that Erangels have been fairly comfortable. This is not comfortable whatsoever. This is like squeezing 4 people into the back of a 3-seated car. It is unenjoyable, to say the least, and someone's going to have their shoulders dislocated forward. But man, the circle just did not agree with me. It said, oh, you think I'm crazy about going down onto the south side? Well, I'll show you what. And now it's down here after all. Now B4 and Shami, Wildcard, all making the big swim. This is wild.
Goodness me. Trem Carreta for the cow having that bridge control was so important for them moving forwards. Look at them. They can spread out that baseline. Loops have already made it through as well. B4 currently making the swim. Wildcard and Charme all doing the same. Everyone on the northwestern side, though, they're going to really struggle. There's not really that many boats to go around. And even if you do, they're just going to get blown up straight away.
Yeah, I think you have to commit to the swim now because the boats are so loud. Anyone who's already made it across in terms of Trem Carreta for a cow who got the early opening because they were already on the bridge, they're going to take a really good compound, but Loops are here to say something otherwise about it.
Get a first nade in as well, nicely over the wall. We'll find a second. That's going to be at least one going down. A lovely explosion on that vehicle, doing a lot of damage up the hill. Will be forced to hit the deck. Doesn't get the knock, but out of the fight for just a moment. Loops continue to keep that pressure on the ridge side, but they have to be worried on their back. The teams are starting to swim on in. The Sharks are swarming. They do not have a lot of time to get this push done. This looks like they're going to flank out wide. Dardin wants to make an impact here. I think he might just come in lucky.
Yeah, Dardin just creeping his way up. This is a great position from him. He knew they have a player down, so he can afford to go out wide. Finds the first pick. Like I said, the other teams, if you can see on the map right now, just to the north side of these teams, there is about 6 of them all swimming in. So yes, 100%. Loops have to finish this quick. Now you're just starting to see all those players flood over the beach side. Could be a good nade coming through from Matos.
Unfortunately, he's going to go down before it does anything, and they just keep swinging. It's Loops. They're going aggressive this time. They had that baseline. They got the early picks, and now is their time to roll through this compound to take control. They spot him out time and time again. Just Swagwin left now for Trem Carreta for a cow. Carijo to take face. Will go down. Hits the deck. Swagwin not quite able to do more than that. And it's Loops to eliminate Trem Carreta for a cow, but there's so many more teams looking to take their place too.
Oh yeah, it's not over yet. The onslaught is still about to come because this is pretty much the only compound within the circle. So many eyes are going to be on this one. Tribe just waiting a little bit longer. I don't mind their approach here. They're on the other side of the bridge. They've got 4 members. B4 are now eliminated on the other side of the map, eastern side. They were really trying to get back in. And honestly, John, if you are any team that goes out during this game, I don't think you can feel too bad about it. This is an insane circle to have to play with.
This is a wild card game, right? And not the team, but the actual concept. It's just such a mental scramble that I think you're right. It's It's going to be pretty tricky. Next circle just about to pop. Can it be any crueler than it was before? I think a northeastern shift would be the most cruel towards the bridge, but no, it goes straight onto Loops. Is this going to be through the chaos? Are they going to rise and finally get that chicken dinner?
They've had so many calculated actions in the previous games, only getting second, and now everything goes awry, and the circle's like, look, I'll give you this one. I'll give you this one as a freebie, okay? Loops have a really good position here. All 4 members, pretty much everyone else swimming through the water is going to lose 2 or 1 members. That is without a doubt here, John. So Loops, they're in the best position. They, in my opinion, if they don't win this game, it's a big throwaway for them.
They have a lot of ground to cover, but they're aided by the fact that there's just dribs and drabs of teams coming through because they've been so slowed down by this river crossing. Right out on the flank, you've got Cool2 and you've got Wildcard as well with their last remaining player. Trying to sneak around. They've made it to the land now. They just have to try and hunker down, wait for everyone else to fall over.
Team Queso, they've got their fair share of experience with swimming a lot. They've done it on Sandhawk, they've done it on Erangel, these wide rotations. They've made it to the beach side. Team Queso takes down Bucky, and right now Team Queso having a fantastic time, but now Mazexis starting to shoot through. Is that Nico from beneath?
Goodness me. Okay, he does go down. They should be able to get that res
Marco
off.
even takes the flush away from them.
Oh no. Grunto are going to be eliminated. So are Inshame. We're down to 9 teams now blank. Team Queso make it all the way across, and they're 3 players strong. They're on that coastline, they're healing up. They've spotted out Cool2 as well. 2 players standing for Cool2. So if he goes down, they're going to be Lone Ranger yet again, but Ranger's not quite there. They have a couple of ridgelines to play around. They spotted out Tribe. Will go for the spray down. Opener eliminated in the meantime. And a knock comes through. Marco able to land the spray under the UAZ, and they'll be okay for now.
Man, the Cheesy Boys becoming lethal boys right now. They're absolutely tearing everyone apart on the map. I really like Tribe's approach to this one, though. They were on the other side of the bridge. They waited for as long as possible before going through, knowing that so many people would have to die, and they could make a quick sprint across the bridge with the vehicles they still had in hand. Now, it's Sam trying to take some shots with the SLR here. Won't hit any. Mazexis still control the cliffside for the time being, but the circle, it's about to move in.
Goodness me, Mazexis have had so many free shots, but Team Queso are just time and time again just denying them. Cool2 get eliminated on the north side. That leaves just Slicky as the snake for Wildcard on the opposite side of the circle to everybody else. This is a really good spot for them as everyone's scrambling up the beaches trying to push onto Loops' position right now. Spray's coming through and Team Queso just do not stop. Ace get eliminated. Mazexis and Tribe now facing off on the outside as Cloud9 get eliminated. Ada does fall finally. Tribe going very, very low. Marco Ayala just will not stop.
I'm a huge fan of this team. I have been since the beginning of the tournament. I mean, they had such intelligent rotations, and you saw the glimmers of the killers that are in them. And now they're starting to bare their fangs a little bit in this game. They will have to move as the circle does switch down to Loops once again. All I'm saying is that Loops, they're kind of the lions within this circle right now. They're not only do they hold the lion's share, but they're also in a really good position to start hunting down the other players within their savannah.
But they're letting Team Queso get so many points as well. I mean, they've got 6 kills
right?
for themselves, but Team Queso are really starting to rack up everything that
They just want the chicken dinner, John.
I've been looking for. Loops are just, we need it. We need those 20 placement points. We need it to happen, right? Marco just spray down towards Mazexis. Oh, Ayala gets knocked from Tribe. That's from their southeastern side. Tribe, okay, they want to push through. Ayala gets flushed out. 2 players left standing now. 4 Team Queso versus 3 for Tribe as they push on through. You can see they're low on meds. They haven't healed all the way up, and they will have divvied them across. First goes down. Marco able to do it. Dips out into the blue. Will take a little tick of damage, but is absolutely worth it. Continues to go for those sprays. Oh my goodness me, the AKM taking 2 players so low. Seagut is going to fall. Alucard gets naded out. Loops are able to claim it. Mazexis are taking punishment from Loops as well. Tribe, oh, they're getting eliminated. Wildcard, by the way, still in it.
Slicky managed to find himself into the zone. This guy was right at the back. I'd almost counted him out, but he's made his way in. Mazexis pretty much eliminated by Team Queso at 12 kills right now. Marco desperately trying to make his way up to the rock, but it's not to be. And Loops, like we said before, they smelt the chicken dinner cooking, and they're just ready to pull this one out the oven when it is available to them. But they have so much utility. You just cannot see this team losing. But Slicky, he could definitely be quite literally the wild card in the background.
if Loops take an unfavorable fight, if players go down like that, Exil lands the shot. He's the last standing player for Team Queso. Will spot another. Goodness me, he's out in the blue, has to go up and hit the deck again. Alucard so low, will not have any meds. He cannot pop up. As soon as he gets spotted, that's going to be it. King A, oh, he's going to go up as well. Loops are going to get stabbed from the side. Wildcard, it's Slicky. He's starting to come in as well. Loops are getting dethroned, but he's getting rolled on towards Darden. Wants to take that fight up close and personal. Exil crawling his way on his belly. He jumps up, takes the risk, and will move on forwards.
I am so surprised by this. Kingy goes down, that's Tribe out. Team Queso made their way to third. So has Slicky. 2 lone members. Loops with 3. Unless they work together, still, Loops 11 kills total. It has been not a bad game for them whatsoever. There is the Molotov. Just about clips Axial, but he's able to get his feet out of the flames just in time. Wildcard and Team Queso, they pretty much have to work together here, but you know that neither of these teams want to. Both of these teams gunning for second spot. Second spot would absolutely be awesome. Team Queso, with 14 points off the second place, would be at a whopping 24 at the end of this. They'd be so fantastically pleased.
But the circle blankets moved away from Loops for the first time. Team Queso now Exil up to bat. Will go for the spray. Not going to be able to land it. Loops wipe them out. Their dreams will end here. 12 kills now for Loops. 3 players versus 1. They know where Slicky is. Is this the game that Loops take home through all of the chaos, the heavy southern shifts? On a really unlikely circle, they managed to get across early, and it's really coming back to pay. They're up to so many points right now. Will they be able to convert? Slicky's just hiding in this fog.
He's like, look, I know I'm probably going to have second, but I'm going to make you work for it, okay? And now Darden, he's launched himself in the vehicle. This is how most from the end, he's going to go for the run over. In comes the smoke. Slicky, you're in a dangerous spot, son.
He's pushing out wide. Darden now pushing out towards the smoked area. Nade is there, a little bit of damage. Pushes out wide, spots the player. Will go for the spray, but it's Loops finally able to claim their chicken dinner. And after 6 hard days of games, they'll be able to do it. Goodness me, what a chaotic way to get it done. But nonetheless, that is a huge game for them.
It's a whopping 33-pointer there. I mean, I said it to I think 15 minutes. If Loops didn't win that game, I was watching something crazy. They'd almost been gifted that. I think the major turning point for them, though, was waiting for so long. They knew that other teams were going to tear each other apart. They'd already found enough kill points for themselves. But that kill onto, I believe it was Trem Coretta for a cow, who'd made their way down the bridge side, being able to win that fight so convincingly was just it was so important for them to win that game.
Absolutely, and I think that we've got James to reappear to somehow break down some of this madness, because that was absolutely chaotic.
That's right. Loops is a long time coming, guys. They get themselves the chicken dinner, and there's so many little things that I love about that, John. I was very hyped to see them committing down towards the south, but one thing that hyped me even more was that they took 2 boats to limit the potential of the other teams around them here. I mean, it was like almost a knock-on effect, really. So that's cool, because then everybody has to swim. There's less boats for people to go over with. I really like these small details.
Yeah, not only that, but it means that a boat rotating all in the same boat is an even worse version of rotating in the same vehicle, right? Because that boat explodes, you're all dead. You're dead. You can't get out. That's it. You're gone. So splitting up, probably a little bit wise to spread that fire. So you're hedging your bets just a little bit. But exactly, it's a double-edged sword.
All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. I'll get you back for the next game as we head over to the analysis, guys, as well. And even the small delay on the second duo going over meant that there was the potential that if they had to turn around and go up towards the north in case it shifted up there, they had the possibility to do so. 7, Glitter joining me here. Glitter, this is an absolute long time coming, right, Lauren? This is just, it's great to see Loops Esports finally have themselves a chicken dinner.
We've been waiting for it, and this was so well deserved. They saw what was going to happen before every other team did it, and they made the moves to ensure that they were in the right position for when that zone shifted. It worked out perfectly for them.
That being said, they didn't make it easy on themselves when they were in the North 7. I expected them to go all guns blazing straight to that compound and then secure it and be fine. But Trem Coretta got there before them, so they had to fight them out.
Trem Caretta getting there was definitely a surprise for them, but luckily for them, they did have a little bit of a terrain change between the compound and where they were at, so they could actually use their TPP to their advantage. And Dadinho did a great play. We're going to be breaking this down, by the way, in a little bit.
Sure.
But Dadinho was able to play so great because he got an angle on some of the other teams from Team Caretta and was able to just finish them off, or at least start that process. But do Brazil, I'm pretty sure they're so happy they finally got that win, man.
Oh yeah, they're going to be pushing themselves up the rankings as well, and that is going to be fantastic for them. Let's take a look at the points coming in here throughout this game, as we do have that big old 33 points for Loops up towards the top. Team Queso, though, 22 points for them. Wildcard Gaming getting themselves 19 on the board as well. 12 kills for Team Queso here, Glitter. That is a big performance, to say the least.
It honestly, I'm really, really happy with that. I didn't even get a chance to really see too much of their gameplay because I was so sucked into what was going on with Loops and Trem Caretta. So Queso just really kind of snuck in there to make sure that they were able to get some points down. The one thing that I did see them do, though, is that I believe it was around zone 6, maybe? They were on the edge of the water of the military island waiting for those few stragglers that were trying to make their way in, and they were clearing those last few players out. I believe that was the final player on Ace, the final player on Cloud9, and so that's where some of those kills were able to be picked up.
Yeah,
and you're absolutely right in regards to that, Glitter. They were just pretty, sorry, Kyle, I just want to go ahead and point that out that they were pretty much just picking people apart from all over the place, and not only any people that were just coming straight at them from the water, they were picking people off that were trying to rotate on the water by West Bridge. I saw XQ Gaming getting knocked over there. I saw a lot of players getting knocked over there. So just great awareness from Team Queso, and that's why they were able to get so many kills.
I feel bad a little bit for Trem Caretta Furacao because getting themselves only 3 points off the back of this game when 7, they had a great bridge position to be able to potentially go either north or south if the circle had shifted away. They had bridge control. I think they even had lighthouse control up towards there for a little bit of time. So that was an awesome spot. It just so happens to be that you run into Loops in the one compound that was in the circle towards the end.
Yeah, and it's so unlucky. Imagine if Trem would have actually won the fight between them and Loops. We probably would have been just saying "Do Brazil" to congratulations to Trem Caretta Furacao, because I'm pretty sure with that pretty much the placing that they had, everything that they had going on there with that new circle, them rotating early, them being able to go ahead and pick people apart, they probably would have ended up with the win. So yeah, it's disappointing for them that after everything that they did, they ended up losing to Loops, and nothing happened from the great game they were having.
Yeah, it was a game-winning compound, and we saw that play out very early on in the match. Let's take a look at the team stats coming in for Loops. Let's see how much damage that they were able to do here from their vantage point up on high for their compound, and it's only 1,500 damage coming in. I say only in inverted commas, still a lot. 13 kills, 7 knocks. They were able to steal quite a little bit here from this game, Glitter, and I suppose that's kind of symptomatic of the situation for the circle as a whole, right? There's so many people coming in from the beach that there's just kind of fighting going on everywhere. You've got a lot of things to shoot at.
Oh, 100%. And part of that is that not only Loops was shooting at that, you know, like there were so many teams that had to collapse on such a small area in a very short amount of time that there was just a point where it was just all guns blazing for all the teams, and it was just kind of hoping that somebody came out on top. Loops was lucky enough that they had the most available cover in that scenario to kind of allow everybody else on the outside to slowly pick each other off and hold down that center of the zone.
Yeah, and to that point, actually, I think it was very important that Loops finished the fight with Trem Caretta Furacao quickly, and actually Blank identified this whilst the cast was going on here, 7, because it was one of the only good spots from circle 3 or 4 onwards. It was one of the only good spots, and you knew that eventually, once people had come up from the beach, it was like D-Day. Everybody was going to be rushing that compound to try and secure this spot, surely.
Yeah, they definitely had to secure that. If they would have not secured that in time, if they wouldn't, all the other teams, Miss Nexus, Team Queso, they would have been just easy pickings because they had no cover on their back. They maybe had a couple trees here and there, but that wasn't going to go ahead and help them out. But another player that I do actually want to go ahead and give a shout out to is Wildcard Slicky. securing that second place for him, and he was up there by himself. I know we made a joke while we were watching it. We were wondering how long he was going to stay back there, but it worked out for him, and it worked out perfect by being able to secure a second place finish there for his team.
Well, it goes to show, we were actually talking about it early on with Team Queso, right, and the power of wider rotations. Wildcard was over towards the east side of all of the happenings going on during this game, Glitter, and then being able to slightly wrap around whilst there was a lot of focus on the west, a lot of focus on the west swimmers. There wasn't that much going on in the east, so I feel like Wildcard really benefited from that. Is that fair to say?
They definitely did that. I think they ended up only having to take one fight with Creme Real Betis, and that was it. So, like, it was definitely a safer spot just because the west side was so team heavy, but I don't even know how Slicky got in that the one rock in the middle of the field that he just hid behind the entire. I didn't even see him get there, and it was actually incredibly impressive because he secured a significant amount more of placement points than his team would have had.
Sneaky for sure here. And you can take a look at how Loops has been able to take some of these fights. Some great DP sprays coming out here, Seven. And you know, when you're prone, that DP, you know, doesn't really kick too much, but it does a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, as long as you got that bipod going prone, and then on top of that, you got a nice scope, a 4-time or a 6-time, you're gonna be doing some more because that thing is an absolute laser, especially if you're prone.
Yeah, definitely. And that was the Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments here for game number 1. Some great stuff. Actually, what a great opener I feel for this first day, which is kind of the reset in inverted commas day for all of these groups to try and get things going. Loop starts out with a lot done here for them. Let's take a look at the overall damage throughout this lobby, of course, to see how the 16 teams do stack up against one another. And I think it's going to be pretty evenly spread aside from Loops. Actually, holy queso. Jeez Louise. Okay. That is a lot more damage than I expected, Seven, from Team Queso.
Yeah, and honestly, it's no surprise because they were just gunning at everybody. Once they got to Military Island, they were taking fights with anybody that they could see, and as we saw Axel with that DP, he was spraying people from Tribe. They were also getting people that were just rotating Ace, everybody. So no surprise there, 12 kills, man. That's a lot too. And I think it just goes to show some of the kills that maybe Loops Esports was stealing from might have been Queso's.
Yeah, maybe. As we can see here, just kind of a pretty decent spread. XQ not having the best of showings to get things going for this first game with only 187, but that's going to be by the by. Anything else stand out to you, Glitter, whilst we take a look at this, or not too much?
I mean, if you're looking at the damage and kills, like, check out Ace. They have nothing. A big goose egg, which is super unfortunate because there was a point, I think it was at Zone 3. Ace was one of the only squads and one of the first squads that was at the very southern edge of the
mainland.
The mainland side, right on the water. And they had the bridge right next to them and no one was going for it, and they had an ideal position had they made a move sooner, or just, I don't know what went wrong there, but they didn't do it quick enough. That's when Tremcaretta was able to just get across the bridge, and things just kind of went to shambles from there.
Yeah, unfortunate. We'll see them bounce back, I'm sure, though, here. I think we can take a look at some of the highlights that you've been able to choose as well throughout all of this, or maybe it's not. It's the team stats. Top players, that's the one. I'm getting conflicting information, but it's fine.
We'll get there.
We have Team Queso and Loops standing out here. 888 damage. Ooh, very lucky indeed from Axel coming out. Team Queso, man, I'm deeply impressed at how much damage they were able to put out throughout this game 7, and it's kind of caught me by surprise a little bit.
Yeah, and if they maybe would have been able to get a little bit of a better zone in their favor, I think they would have been able to run with this map, because Axel was just on a roll, man. He was an absolute laser with that DP, with that AK too, and having the support team that they have. And I remember, I believe it was a couple days back, we were talking about how Mystic was the only player that was actually doing anything there. So good to see that more players are finally starting to wake up. And you know what? I'll just go ahead and jump into this right here as we're seeing the Loops rotation. That was just so huge. Just look at Loops rotating with two boats, as we were mentioning there, and getting to that island first. But the thing is, they needed to go ahead and get to the compound first, and there was one team that was going to be challenging them, and it was going to be none other than Tremcaretta for Acao, which was able to get there first. But as I was mentioning, there is a bit of a terrain change here, between the little compound and Loops, and they were able to use that to their advantage. As you're gonna see, the Dino starting to push a little bit to the left, and just a lot of players. Just look at what Loops is being able to do here. Getting different angles, giving them different places to go ahead and look at, and just waiting for that first knock, making sure they're patient. And once they got that first knock, then they were able to go ahead and push up, or at least once they have them on the fence. And right here, look at the push by Loops. That just goes to show the teamwork that they have, all pushing together, all pushing in a way that if somebody has to reload, the other person is gonna go ahead and step in and take on those fights. And I love seeing that, and the reason why I love seeing that is because I've seen it from top teams before. I saw it in Berlin with XQF, and I saw it in Malaysia with Bigatron. So seeing plays like this, especially from American players, oh man, it makes me so happy seeing this kind of level.
Yeah, very nice stuff coming out by them, and I think that I was a little bit scared they were going to take the fight slow there, Glitter, but they didn't really. They converged pretty nicely once they got 1 or 2 knocks there, and that was very necessary to make sure that third parties weren't going to occur during that.
It definitely was, and I think that's something we've all kind of been hoping would happen. I think everybody's looking for teams to start be more aggressive in those scenarios, and Loops couldn't have played that push on Tremcaretta any better.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Let's take a look at the overall standings then. Will Loops be number 1? We're about to find out if it does shape up for them. Oh, it has. They are up at the top and actually 12 points clear right now with that one chicken dinner on their side. And, you know, after having 0 and being in second, third places here, etc., 7, it does feel like this first place has been very well deserved by them so far. What are your thoughts?
It is, man. My face right now, it's I'm scared for all the other teams, because now that Loops has that win, now that they got that out of their system, their confidence is just going to be through the roof. And I wouldn't be surprised if today we see a couple more wins. Keep in mind, we're also going to have another Erangel. And could they maybe do what B4 did on their first day when they start to get hot, win all the Erangel matches? That'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, strong decision making from them. Let's take a look at our 11th through 20th as well here and see if there's been any shifts. Normally will move themselves up a place, and Anshame also moves up 2 places, in fact, with Lazarus and Solid moving on down just a little bit. But of course, Anshame tied in terms of points against Lazarus. It's just thanks to the fact that they have quite a few more kills than them that they have been able to take that and seize that 15th place for now. One thing I do want to kind of go back to here, whilst there's so much to talk about from this last Erangel game, seriously, because and there's so many little things that Loops has to try and do to actually get themselves in the spot. We'll actually look at the schedule, and then I'll start talking about this in a second, because we finished in Erangel, we're going to be going to Miramar next, then we've got Sandhawk, then Vikendi, and then Erangel to boot. But Glitter, Loops, taking the southern position there whilst we're looking at Miramar here was so important for them as well, and it's kind of a gamble, right? Because they knew that so many teams were up in the north, and the entire west boundary is held off by all of those other teams. So for them to say, all right, we're going to go down to the south and see how that's going to play out for us, it takes some steel, some nerve.
Yeah, it definitely does, and I think they kind of tried to temper that a little bit by splitting their team up and giving them the opportunity to retreat if they needed to.
Anchor, yeah.
But it was also incredibly important to be the first team that made that decision, that scout, because they needed to. Once they're there, there's so few buildings. They've got those 4 tiny buildings in that little compound, and that's it. So you know that if you take that risk, it could pay off in dividends. And they've been coming so close repeatedly that if I were them, I probably would have done the same thing, because, like, what do you have to lose at that point?
Yeah. Already up in the standings, already doing well for themselves. If you make that gamble and it works out, then it is great. Let's talk about Miramar, though, here, 7, as we come off the back of what we had yesterday, of course. Anything that is standing out to you coming into our Miramar for today throughout this group?
Something that did stood out to me was some of the damage that one of the teams did, and that was Cloud9. Cloud9 ended up with just 3 kills, but they did 1,200 damage, which leads me to believe players like Uneven, players like Adder are starting to wake up. It's just a matter of time until they're able to get that win. And coming into this day, they were averaging about 2.65 kills per game. That's something that I'm not used to seeing from Cloud9, so I wouldn't be surprised if right here going into Miramar, they're going to try to be a little bit more aggressive, get those kills, and they need to get at least one win under their belt to be able to wake up and start that momentum going their way.
And Miramar is a map that we've seen XQ actually do pretty well for themselves, Glitter. So maybe after the previous games, you know, meh performance, maybe this is an opportunity for them to get back on the horse and start riding through the sandstorm, right?
Yeah, they're just getting warmed up. It was just the first game of the day. They were off the day before. You just got to cut them a little bit of slack. They'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll see. We shall see. We shall see indeed. So, of course, I will banish you for now, and I'll bring on our commentators here for our next game. Miramar is going to be the battleground for game number 2 here between A, B, C, and D. John, what are you thinking for Miramar? Xander, why are you so ready? Why are you a ninja?
I'm about to fight off these wild circles because I don't want them going back on Miramar, dude.
Oh, I do.
I got your back, man.
No.
Don't worry. We're
I
going into battle.
I forgot that Galaris is a sadist.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me Los Eagles, give me Prison, give me Oasis. I want all of these spots. How about yourself, John? What are you up to?
Well, I'm just hoping for another urban finish, to be honest. I think that was incredibly exciting. So we'll see. We'll see what we get. Will Loops be able to drop the training weights again? We'll see.
All right. Well, time for me to disappear and leave you in their hands. Bye-bye.
We're going to be sending over the skies of Miramar once again in the reshuffled group today. Loops finally claimed their chicken dinner last time around, but there's still plenty more games to go, and we'll see if they're able to repeat that performance. Sat currently at the top of the tables. Will anybody be able to take that away?
Yeah, that's the real question here, John. I mean, for Loops, though, coming on the back of a win on the map 1, that's really big for them. Really, really big, because it feels like once they start getting the pedaling going, maybe they get around 60 RPM, then they start to rank it all the way to 80 RPM, and then they really start moving. So I think off the tempo they've got from Erangel, maybe they bring that one forward. I think definitely from yesterday, I don't think Loops did a bad job throughout most of the Miramars we've actually seen throughout the day. So, you know, I expect more big things from them today. But yeah, what of a team that I just, you know, Ace won. What? They're such a pleasant team to watch, you know?
It's a nice chill day.
It's a good day. It's a good day today, you know?
Let's take a look at this, though. Tremcareta for a Cal. They've dropped out very early and have actually gone and dropped on Prison. The plane path did start there, so they're going to be able to loot up very, very... To be fair, remember yesterday they dropped in Ruins and the circle finished in Impala. So
yeah.
They're just like, we're getting to the floor, we're getting loot, and we're sorting it out, okay?
We're sorting it out early. Yeah, they're in Ruins, right? And they came out and they had a motorcycle helmet between the 4 of them. So yeah, they were in a really bad position. They had to chop that thing into quarters and then like wear it like a half chopped up watermelon on the head. This time though, they're kind of in the circle, right? They're down towards the bottom island towards Los Higos. The circle pops on our screens, and most people are pretty comfortable in here. Cream Real Betis, they've got a little bit of a wander ahead of them. They're on towards Cruz de Valle, up towards the north side of the map, just to the west side of Campo Militar. So it's a small bit of a run, but the major point of contention for me, John, is Wildcard, Cloud9, you got XQuest Gaming as well, Ace1 and Team Queso all around water treatment. Now that's not a comfortable rotation if you're going directly south because it's through a valley. Ace1 and XQuest Gaming, I'm imagining they're going to get set up towards the top of Picado, on top of the hillsides, as well as Ace1 on the other side of the valley. So if I'm Ace1, if I'm Wildcard, if I'm Cloud9, if I am Team Queso, I maybe want to go for a wide rotation down to Impala and insert myself towards Los Leones. That would probably make the most sense to me here.
We saw it last game. Pachinki did get dropped on, and this time around Picado getting dropped as well. Tempo Storms, not really fear, really, because they weren't having that much of an impact from these locations.
Whoa!
The presence being felt of Tempo Storm is starting to wane, it seems. You have 2 teams dropping around Picado. I can't remember exactly. I'd have to watch back to see which team actually dropped in Pachinki last game, so we'll see what happens there. Los Leones is not dropped on at all as well. I mean, the plane path wasn't great for it, and Kultu actually making a late break out to the east.
Yeah, it is Ace1 last game.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I was happy with them, man. Come on. You knew this. It is in your big brains. I'm somewhere. I'm sure.
It's such a big brain. I got lost.
I know. It's like a labyrinth in there, isn't it? Really.
Absolutely. There's so many
Loops-
wrinkles.
Yeah. They're like valleys in there, so you just once you're in there, there's no getting out.
It's like the Miramar terrain, mate. That's it's like trying to cross it on a motorbike. It's just so difficult.
It's true. Talking about the Miramar terrain, Loops are just going to fly over the flat terrain just south of Picardo, get out of there as soon as possible, move off towards Minas del Valle. So I'm not a fan of this at all. I mean, you clear that really awkward spot early on where most teams are going to start rotating through and you get caught out. I just wonder how easily Loops are going to be able to hold in the situation with Inshami Gaming, B4, Omen Elite, as well as Grunto and Tribe all around them. Now, some of these teams are very hard hitters, but Loops, in a similar vein, are definitely some hard hitters of their own.
They're playing with a little bit of an off-road party bus there. They're having a little bit of a scuffle between them all as well. We'll see.
You gotta have fun in the games.
Get to the location. To be fair, if you're not under pressure, you know you're going to be fine. But also, in the same vein, if that party bus bounces too much, if it hits the wrong thing, slows down, if someone's watching that rotate, they're spraying you down immediately.
Oh, yeah, 100%. John, $850,000 for the World League.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. I think.
What would you do with $850,000? You can't invest it. You can't do anything sensible. You've got to splash.
What? I've got to just splash it. You know, for some reason recently I've been like looking at yachts that I can't afford. I don't know why. I've been like, and I've got into my head as well. I'm like, yeah, you know, I don't really like this yacht for such and such reason. I prefer this one. I'm like, wait, I'm never going to buy this anyway. But yeah, if I had that kind of money, I'd probably go ahead and buy one of those yachts.
No. Hear me out.
Okay.
Rent it for 2 weeks. Have a quarantine boat party.
Yo, yes. All right, that's what's happening. Look, all I'm saying, all the teams going to World League, if you just donate your money to me, I will do the quarantine boat party. You will all be invited. But yeah, man, it's crazy. So that is, I believe, the highest prize pool so far of all the PUBG Mobile tournaments. So yeah, PUBG Mobile definitely still kicking and alive, massively so. We keep it trucking over here. Who else keeps it trucking? It's Team Queso, who are now on the move, as well as Team Queso. Marco just razzing it down these roads in his little buggy.
They did so much damage last game. Like they had the beach side, and everybody was like trying to get past them, and they were like, "Oh, some more damage. Oh, another kill. Thank you very much. I'll just take that." It's like they're playing a buffet, right? That's what they do.
Yeah. I think once you put a DP in Axial's hands, it's terrifying. Like there are one thing that I would really be afraid of would be Axial with a DP. So yeah, but definitely if you start hearing that classic rattle of the DP and you see it's where Team Queso is residing, yes, move out as soon as possible. Evict yourself if needs be.
Delocate yourself.
Yes, immediately. Locatant.
Locatant. I love that one. That's all right, well, Sixless has been spotted out by Tribe and vice versa as well. Loops will hear these shots going off, so pretty long-range fight right now, and this really won't amount to too much. You might find a knock, find a little bit of armor, but it's really not going to be too much. And actually, Tribe are taking a fight with Loops on the other side. They've got a full surround.
Yeah, no, and really, Loops need to hold on to this one for a little bit longer. They look quite in close proximity on the map here, but obviously Miramar being such a huge map indeed, you know, it's a little bit difficult to kind of gauge these things. But right now, Loops have a pretty decent position. It's on high ground as well, looking towards the roadside beneath them. So in my opinion, great spot. This is the perfect place to be. You also have this little ridge side on the top where you can hold. This is pretty much a classic spot for a lot of teams in this type of circle. Now, I think a lot will change when the next circle comes through, but currently towards the northern side, really the only teams occupying that area is Wildcard, Cream Rail Betis, and Mazexis, but most of these teams are already making their way down to the southern side of the map. Trumcreator for account, on the other hand, has still yet to move their way out of Los Higos. And Xiaomi Gaming currently watching the Eastern Bridge. So, you know, it might get a little bit of firefights as they try and make this crossing. B4, on the other hand, they're doing something marvelous again, and then just going down towards Los Higos, hiding on the side. Oh, dear.
Goodness me. There we go. It was the party bus before. It's the Golden Mirado this time around. That's Team Kaiser for you. They just keep
That's
on
Team
trucking,
Kaiser?
as you say.
Well, they've got a cheesy car for the cheesy boys, you know?
Absolutely. Tribe did take down Federal, by the way, in the midst of all of that. Loops actually, so down to 3 now, the first player going down. They do have that strong position, but you're right, it is unfortunate. Perhaps going over-aggressive on that scout. We'll have to watch that back to make sure exactly where he did go down, but it means that Tribe are going to be more secure in that central spot. Next circle just about to pop.
Well, I mean, it's even more unfortunate that Federal goes down there when they're in a long-range fight, because I think he's their long-range specialist. We've seen him rattle off some insane sniper shots throughout the day, so Loops may be feeling a little bit worse for wear for that one. Next circle comes on a screen towards Los Leones. So, guys, all I'm saying is you might be getting that urban finish that you did so request for before Tremcoats of Hurricane making their way up from the southern side, and Criminal Betis, you still got a long way to go. Wildcard, on the other hand, they've got a very comfortable rotation coming in through Picardo. Imagine they just like dart from compound to compound over that pretty barren fields right on the northern side of Los Leones.
Circle moving out slightly to the east. So this central band of players, right, is going to be the difficulty to cross. So anyone south is going to find it hard to move north. Anyone north is going to find it hard to move south. And that's going to favor the teams on the north, right? Unless the teams at the top of that band start moving up towards Picardo, which I find unlikely. Teams like Wildcard, teams like Mazexas, they're going to be a little bit more secure.
I mean, if you're Omen Elite, you're in the worst spot of all time, because you are pushing into a band from a horizontal perspective, right? So you're just constantly coming up against teams. So it's going to be very, very difficult if this circle goes to the east again, if you're Omen Elite or Mazexas, who are now just making their way to the circle. Ace One, on the other hand, I think have the best position here because they have a lot of potential to move towards the northern or the southern side of the map here in Los Leones. X-Quest Gaming, the gamers from X-Quest Gaming, they're chilling out fairly split, and did this last game. It didn't really work out for them. Again, I would call Erangel last game a bit more of an outlier because I don't think anyone saw that kind of circle coming. So yeah, I feel like you can kind of call that a write-off for some teams. Some teams are like, well, that's just PUBG Mobile for you, you know. That's giving my game show. That's my game show now.
That's just PUBG
That's
Mobile.
just PUBG Mobile.
I feel like that's a sitcom more than a game show.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
That's PUBG Mobile.
That's what I'm going to make. It's going to be like 5-second skits of just bad things happening in game. And then just cuts to my face. That's PUBG Mobile.
That's all, folks. That's something like that. Fair enough. B4 have found themselves on the edge of the circle, not anywhere near all of this central clump yet again. So once more, they'll be okay with that. After that wacky rotation we saw all the way through in Sharma Gaming, once again not blocking it, by the way. They did the same thing on the eastern bridge from Military Island in the previous game, and they'll do it again from Prison Island from Los Higos. And B4 are allowed to just move through these locations, and it's in Sharma Gaming really allowing them to make that rotation.
Criminal Betis all the way on the west side. They're coming down to past Chumacera. It's really, really difficult terrain to cross towards Minas del Valle because it's also rocky. So getting your vehicles across there is going to be difficult. People are going to turn around and look at you as you come across there. And pretty much towards the bottom of Chumacera, you've got Sharma Gaming, you've got Alpha 7, you've got C9. It's going to be tough. Omen tunnel visioning on Sharma Gaming right now. I don't know if they know that Loops are directly behind them. And if I'm Loops, I'm just keeping a close eye on this fight.
Paris Boy does go down for Sharma Gaming. Juicy gets returned. That's Alpha 7 actually coming into it. They're on the southwest side of this fight. Further out than Loops and Omen Elite and Sharma Gaming, all wanting to try and push on forwards. Juicy getting knocked means that Nico has to mount up, try and rotate in to get that resurrection, get that revive, and get him back up into the fight.
Wow, instant pop for you guys. Heads over towards the general clump of all the teams. Tribe, a good spot here. Towards Chumacera, they have a nice location. We saw them earlier on. This is a really good compound on the top of a hill. Now, that's really important because Tribe, you know what, they've got King of the Hill on the team. This team absolutely thrives from a really, really high location, able to play Overwatch onto all the other teams. I think that's somewhat praise towards their scouting ability as well as just general gun skill. So you know what, I'm putting a lot of if I'm not a gambling man, but I would put 50p on Tribe definitely coming up on tops here.
See if your 50p is going to be safe or if it's gone to the wind. Loops still holding down this angle pretty nicely. You talked about how strong their position is right now, or it was before and still is now. And it seems like that's coming back to pay dividends, especially with the zone moving to them again.
You know, I don't know. I feel like Omen take too many fights where they're just not favored. Like, did you see where they were holding? They were so split. They're on open ground. All they have is vehicles to protect them, and ideally you want to hold onto those vehicles for as long as possible so you can actually rotate in the circle. They were just sitting ducks, and I've seen them do this time and time again, especially on Miramar, get themselves into an awkward spot and then just choke the fight. And now they're in an awful scenario where they're down on utility. They're going to have to move. Loops are starting to blast in on a third partying there. Nico is taken down, and Omen are in a terrible spot.
Not great for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, only angry alive. I don't know why they took that fight, but onto Enshami Gaming, they took it for far too long as well, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not the best. They will pay the price for it, the iron price indeed. But they're still in it, and we saw what Wildcard could do with one. We'll see if and Elite are able to do the same. And Loops will continue to hold dominance in the center of this circle. B4 pushing in from the southeast have got Ace 1 at their back. We'll see if they're able to clock that.
Yeah, it's just such a classic position from Loops. It's almost textbook, to be honest with you. So I'm impressed with this. I like this. Team Queso made their way to the northeastern side of the map, just above Wildcard. So these two guys, their teams are third and second from last game. Team Queso obviously a little bit saddened by the fact they went out in third after having such a wonderful performance. But with all the noise that they made, I think they could kind of expect going out in third, and they kind of made up for that in terms of the amount of kill points they got. I think they got 11 total towards the end there. Criminal Betis already losing a player out in the blue zone, and I talked about this before purely because it is so difficult to rotate over that terrain, and now they're paying the price for that.
Have to fall back. Next circle coming in just a moment, and we'll see where that zone takes us yet again. A lot of teams out onto the east, just on the outskirts of Los Leones. They're going to find it tricky to leave here if it does go away from them. And it goes towards Loops again. They're going to be pretty happy with that. Alpha 7 as well, with a little shout and angry, doesn't have to move. So Omen Elite, whilst they might be happy for now, a lot of teams are going to be moving their way.
Well, I mean, you say they, but it's just angry alive.
That is true.
Yeah, angry going to be safe for now, but I mean, like you said, a lot of other teams are going to be looking to take residence up towards those locations. Tribe, I'm a bit worried for them. I think they've got a great position for the time being, but they're dead center in all the rotational points, so a lot of teams will be starting to move over and finding them, so they're going to have to start doing a lot of damage. Ace 1 here, hitting it up onto B4. Remember, B4 doing fantastically well, and Ace 1 just take fights where they can. They're kind of the terriers of the lobby, and I love it.
Going past, not too many people suffering a lot of damage, because this is the big rotation. This is where people are going to get those positions for the late game. Cool2, though, they're hitting those defilés, they're hitting those bumps, and Tremcareta for a cow are just going to capitalize. The spray down is there, it's pretty easy, and he'll bleed out. There's no way they go back for him.
No.
That's unfortunate for them, as Cool2 are going to lose a player.
Yeah, B4 should be able to finish up front here. Levi dropping out some smokes to provide a bit of cover. Pedrog will hit off towards the side. I think that's Pedro rather than Pedrog. I kind of like how Pedrog sounds though, but I'm not going to be cruel. I will call him Pedro from now on. So sorry. Pyro though, coming into his own. Takes down a few players from Mazexis. Uneven starting to chime in too, so that could be a quick wipe onto Mazexis here.
They're down pretty low. I think with that they are one player left standing as Vega does get flushed on out. C9, they're going on to Alpha 7 as well. Okay. They are fighting on all fronts and winning it out time and time again. Another player from Alpha 7 goes down into the fight. Ace 1 have found themselves a little bit of a dip to hide behind, and they'll be able to hold down the southeastern side for now against Tremcareta Furacao. But Cloud9, this is good for them right now. They've managed to take Mazexis down to 1. They've taken Alpha 7 down to 1. And we'll see what more they can do. They are all 4 still left standing.
And that's Mazexis very close to being out now, just Darius being alive. So C9, like you said, I think 7 mentioned that, getting into the groove now, and absolutely are. I can see the groove. The groove is good. I love it. Put it on a dance floor, I do extremely well. Tremcareta Furacao, Mufasa and Co have a pretty decent spot. But all the action is going to happen towards where Loops is holding because there were so many teams on the eastern side who've had to rotate in. X-Twist Gaming have lost a player. They're currently fighting against Wildcard Gaming, who are a little bit split, but X-Twist Gaming, they're in a tricky situation. And now, Cloud9 versus Team Queso. Team Queso just rocked up. There is one member from Alpha 7 here ready to play spoiler.
Uneven, close in the compound. Isolated from the rest of his team. If he goes down, it's going to be a very tricky spot for them to try and pick him back up. Trempereto for a cow as well. They have the bead onto Ace1. He spotted a leg, he spotted players. There's the spray, but they chime in kind. XQ got eliminated in the midst of that as well, and it's 1-for-1 between Trempereto for a cow and Ace1 as well, but the zone just about to finish pushing in is going to make sure that they have to consider where they're going to go next. It pops out to the west, and a lot of teams are going to have to move here.
Nice nade there. We'll chip them away. If I'm Ace1 and I know how much damage I've done, I'm definitely pushing that one, but Nunes just can't be certain that he's actually hit a couple of players. Darius does go down. Circle moves across. Luch will finally have to leave their position. It goes over towards Chimacera. C9 have a really good shout into this one.
The nades over the top from Ace1 are going to continue to suppress the movement from Trempereto Furacao. Everyone's going to have to move out to the west. They've only got 17 seconds before this blue will push. Everyone's going to have to make it in. Cloud9 currently with a central position. They've sent their scouting duo up ahead. They've left that fight, and they're going to send the next two in to follow to try and hold down that ground.
Yeah, and they will be butting heads with Criminal Betis. Chowski does go down, so Luke's not having the best shout of it getting out of this compound for the time being. Dadden left behind. We'll have to drop some smokes down sooner or later. Correct me if I'm wrong, John, but I think it was C9 yesterday on Vikendi who almost got that second place, but Loops, one of their players, able to jump out at the very last moment, take down two, forcing the second. So Cloud9 definitely looking for a win here today. I mean, it would boost morale and really give effect to all the good work that they've been doing so far between yesterday and today. I think it would be that reward that they're looking for, a bit of a boost.
Oh no. Blicky just doing so much work against Loops. He was there at the end of the last game. He's still there into this one, and Loops are taking heavy punishment. Down to one player now, just Carijo left standing for them. They'll be unhappy about that. Cremrail Betis as well. They're taking a lot of fire as Trempereto Furacao moving in. The southeastern side are really popping off, and this is where B4 can start to prove themselves, Blank. We knew that we haven't seen them in this sort of spot a lot before. We'll see where they come.
Wildcard Acer, some terrifying grenades coming through. It's Tribe rocking up on that building that Team Queso was holding. Cloud9 got themselves out very early from there, and it seemed like a good idea, but Team Queso, they've got to contend against Tribe Gaming, one of our fiercer teams in the lobby.
Oh, a nice spray down coming through. 2 knocks found already, and just one player left standing for B4. Ace1 make short work of that, and again B4 go down early. This is not been a good day for them so far. They'll have to pick up their feet moving forwards. They do have a little bit of a buffer to play with, but you can't let it slip for too long. Team Queso still going on into the fight as well. They are going to continue to frag out over on the north.
One player is down. It's Sam. Nice little Molotov comes through, I believe. No, it's Marco with the barrel, just rattling down Kingy. And our Team Queso seem that like they've got the upper hand here. Tribe's caught in a barrel.
They're both cooking nades, but there's the blue zone. It's not going to play well for really either of them. Axial able to lob one into there. Both players left standing for Team Queso are outside, and don't think this is going to go very well for them right now. They're trapped out. It's going to be real tricky for Tribe to push in.
Oh yeah, both teams playing hot potato with one another. Seems that Team Queso come out top, but again, Sam is brought back up from the depths. Kingy crawling across. Team Queso really need to take the initiative and just push this fight right now. Whilst they had that drop on them with the knockout, and now they're in a tricky situation because the blue will begin to push them. They currently have the high ground controlled, so maybe they are waiting for the blue to push Tribe out. Yes, that would make a lot of sense. Kingy currently on the floor just trying to gather some information. They don't really have time to go for it. Smokes come through and Sam slips through the gap. Nades come through over the top. Axial has to move out the way.
Marco is still there on the outside, so they have one side of the building covered. They're on the slow side of the circle, which means they don't have to go super fast. But if they go, Seeker goes down, another one falls. Axil, absolutely brutal there. Will take down 2 of those players as they push on in. Team Queso still alive, still with 2 players, and there's just one standing. It's Alucard left in the wings. That's the 180. Will land the shot. Needs to find another 180, but it won't be so easy. And now Marco has to have his work cut out. They're dropping the meds over. They want to give him as much pressure as he can into these next zones, and he is the last player standing for Team Queso.
Yeah, Marco might just have enough time to bring up Axil. Damn, Axiling drives Fate there. Fantastic work from him. The 2v1-2 coming through. Whilst that's happened though, so many teams have dropped down. Team Queso already making it up to top 3 once again. Remember, they're in this situation last game, so they put on the pressure. They're putting on the heat right now. It's good to see, but C9, 4 members alive. Pyra currently knocked out on the floor, but with this split, they control so much of the circle. If one of them goes down though, it gives opportunity for these players on the other teams to start doing some work. But remember, Cream, Nitsu, arguably one of their better players, is still alive, but he's a solo. Team Queso of only 2. This is going to be a tough fight going forward onto C9.
They've got all 4 players standing though. I'll be a little bit stronger there. Pyra quite low. I think he might be taken away. I think he's downed actually there.
Yeah, he is down, so I don't know if they're just leaving him out. If they can get that kill, oh my lord, I don't even think that they knew that they were hitting him. Nice shots from Uneven. You expect that from this guy.
Absolutely, and he's going to be able to land a few more. Exil will fall pretty soon, and Pyra will get confirmed as well. Grim Real Betis are going to get eliminated now. It's just Team Queso. 1 player left standing. Cloud9 able to seal the deal, and they claim that chicken dinner. Miramar will go their way.
A long time coming for this team. Great split towards the end there. Magnificently handled from them. I know that might just be the morale boost they need. That's a really good game too. It's not a weak source game. They got a total of 11 kills in that, so that's a 31-pointer. That's going to be instrumental at lobbing them up the rankings in terms of the ladder.
Absolutely, it's momentum that we've been looking for them to regain. I mean, we said, you know, we're a third of the way, pretty much around a third of the way through these games that all of these teams are going to play. So now is the time that you really do need to start switching it on. You've had that time available to come in and gain that momentum. Now's where you need to start hitting the highway. So we'll see what they're able to continue to do.
All right, Kalaris, enter. I don't know if it's worked. Yes, it's worked.
We're good. Yes. We're back. Of course, yeah. Cloud9 getting themselves the victory here. And Xander, you were talking about that you liked the split from them. I think what was very important was obviously Ada and Pyra were down in the south. Ada actually moving up to the west, knowing that they could control a huge swath of the circle by doing that. And then they effectively had 75% of the circles towards the end. It was a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, it's too many sightlines for Team Queso to even deal with. I think Nitsu was kind of an issue in the background, but yeah. I don't know if it was C9 who threw that smoke. If it was C9 who threw the smoke up there, it's really well handled because there's nowhere Nitsu can go from there because he can't see out, so he just dies the place off. And if he pokes out, he falls down the hill and dies anyway. So they had a really good angle onto where Team Queso are coming from. Obviously, all the fighting between Tribe and Team Queso, it's pretty obvious where they are. So C9, I think, handled that perfectly towards the end.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen, as we now head over to the analysis. Bye-bye. And of course, we will have Seven and Glitter coming in now to get things going. I was a little bit critical of maybe going for a 2-2 split there, Seven, but it felt quite clear, I guess, that Pyro was kind of left back to deal with Nitsu. They knew that they hadn't killed off the entirety of Cremerel Betis during all of that. So to just leave someone there to kind of almost babysit that situation and that angle, I feel was probably quite prominent in C9's decision-making. What do you think?
Yeah, for me, it's actually scary when I see those kind of splits, that 1-1-2, especially if they kind of got blessed in a way, right? They didn't really have to go against any other teams that had all their 4 players. I think if they would have maybe ran into a squad that had all their 4 players, that would have definitely caused them issues. But they took advantage of the situation, and that's one team, Cloud9, is one team that I've been talking about it today. They needed to go ahead and get a win. They needed to most of the players to wake up, and they're doing just that. They're carrying that momentum, and I love seeing my boy Beowulf, the IGL, starting to frag out as well, because that's good to see. And I believe this is the first map, obviously they got to win, but it's the first map they actually have all their 4 players in a top 5 situation, which goes to show if they have all their squad in a top 5, they're a team to be reckoned with.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the points and how they do stack up here for this game. Cloud9 will be taking the lion's share up towards the top here with the 31 points, 11 kill points coming in. And as you previously mentioning here, Seven, and Glitter, I'll talk to you about this, is that they were fragging out. They were getting some long-range kills up towards the end of those circles against teams that were far on the east in the blue, towards the blue even, I should say, where, you know, ultimately Cloud9 had such a good advantage sightline-wise.
They honestly, they really did. And we were watching them make those rotations too when we were watching the game together, you know, in the back end. And it was super early on. I want to say that it was like the fifth zone. They had already started sending people up on that western edge to kind of secure where the zone was moving to as it went into zone 6. And it's that forethought that allowed them to, like you said, hold the majority of that entire zone, because at that point it was so small that really their only competition was Team Queso on the north end of that circle. And you can see that reflected in the fact that Team Queso also did well pulling down that second place finish. Yeah,
and even if Nitsu had been live and Pyro had actually gone up towards them to have like a 2-2, for example, whilst we look at our 9 through 16 here as well. Unfortunate for actually XQ, only 1 point getting a spot there. Seven, even if they'd have left Nitsu and Pyro would have joined someone like Ada for a 2-2, they actually had a pretty decent bit of topography to deal with Team Queso, and then they were using UAZs, cars, and things like that to kind of block them from the south side. So they were creating some decent artificial cover to then give them peace of mind throughout the final circles.
Yeah, at that stage, they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew exactly how they wanted to go ahead and play out that last circle, because they were aware where Team Queso was going to be pushing for, and I believe they were aware where the Kremer Albetis player was going to be pushing from. So overall, it worked out perfect, and as you mentioned, map awareness is huge, and one of the things that I know I said earlier, I love them having their whole players towards the end. Beowulf being alive in that situation, it's a good thing for him to be alive in that situation, because as the IGL, he's able to go ahead and command them in a different way than if he was dead and just expectating. So just love to see it, man. I can't be happy. And I'm pretty sure everybody on Twitter and on YouTube are going to be spamming their Cloud9 emotes in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, whilst we take a look at the team stats here for Cloud9, that is something that is almost, I suppose, underappreciated when you've got the IGL still left alive, because with the 1,700 damage coming in here, Glitter, you as the IGL, if you're still alive, you can instantly look somewhere and give somebody information, as opposed to saying, hey, to one of your teammates if you're down, hey, what was that over on your right-hand side? Can you look, say, at 230 degrees and have a see how things are playing out over that way, and then give the command. So you're able to have those snap decisions to be able to snap relay any kind of information to your team, which is very important.
Yeah, and I think that was illustrated very, very well in this game, because we've seen C9 in other scenarios where they only have 2 players up, none of which are their IGL, and while they do well in like the immediate gunfights, or if they're sneaking up behind people, they won, you know, that 2v4 yesterday. Like you said, having the IGL with you, making those calls in the moment makes a huge difference, especially when you have your entire squad up. Yeah,
and a lot of the other squads coming into those final circles had taken a lot of collateral damage from the third parties. Very edge-focused, actually, these circles towards the end 7, where we see a lot of people trying to get towards the central positions. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moment. It's never going to stop. I'm going to say it forever. It just rhymes, so I'm like, yeah, you know, well, kind of half rhymes. So, Seven, what have you got from me, and what do you think about the amount of edge play that we had towards the end as well?
Yeah, and for me, one of the teams that I actually want to go ahead and keep an eye on is Omen. Omen, I don't know what's going on from them. It seems like after they got that first win of the PMPL Americas, we really haven't heard much from them, and it's so unlike them. So I hope they start picking it up. But right here, Ace, one of the teams that has surprised me a lot. they were trying to fight Trem Coretta for a while, and in one instances where Trem Coretta was trying to get a different angle on them, it was a huge play by Ace because they were able to go ahead and stop that angle. And right here, Ace pushing onto B4, getting those knocks was beautiful to see. One of the players from Ace did scare me though by pushing in with the buggy. I thought he might be dead after that, but luckily for him, his team had his back.
Glitter, what do you have for me looking at this?
I mean, that was when we were seeing Team Queso inside of the house, being able to fend off. Who were they up against in there? I didn't even get to see who they were up against, but that was when we were watching at one point, and they threw the grenade through the doorway, and it literally bonked them.
Oh yeah,
they were up against Tempo.
Right,
they were up against Alpha 7. There was at one point they were up against like 3 different teams. So I'm happy to see them still be alive after all that.
Yeah, could have been a very close call indeed. Got to be careful sometimes in some of these buildings. Got to be very, very careful indeed there. So Cloud9 getting themselves the great victory throughout the middle. Let's take a look at the total damage here of the lobby and see how things did shape up. Again, I'm hoping to see a little bit of evenness because we saw so much edge play, and quite even indeed, apart from Cloud9, who's able to rule the roost with Wildcard, and Trem Coretta getting themselves that 2nd and 3rd spots respectfully. Seven, any thoughts?
For me, actually, it's not going to be one of the top teams in regards to damage. It's going to be teams like XQG and Omen. They're just having a bad day. I'm not, especially XQG, after sitting out a couple of days and not being able to play. I know my boy C-Fan, he sent me a message saying, hey, listen, we're going to be using this time off to just kind of go over different strats, go over VODs, see what we did wrong, see where we can improve. And at the moment, from my end, because I expect to see a lot better from them, they're just not showing me that. So I hope coming in here in Sandhawk, which I'm always going to go back to it, they started picking it up after Sandhawk. So hopefully this will be kind of like a turntable there for XQ, because only 216 damage and 0 kills. Just not used to seeing that. And if they go ahead and continue those kind of performances, they're going to be just dropping off very quickly.
Yeah, XQ, got to get the, the wheels heated up again, get back on that track. But for Omen Lee, it was a little unfortunate, Glitter, that they lost people so early, because they actually had one person to watch some of those later circles, but only just one guy. So it's like, what are you supposed to be able to do with that? You're going to end up being the snake in the grass, trying to find yourself some extra little points here and there. So to lose people early has huge knock-on effects into the later stages of the game.
It really does, and that was something that I had talked about yesterday in relation to them as well. It seems like they're really, really struggling, succeeding, getting past, the mid to late game stage so far. They have some pretty decent fights early on. They're able to put out some damage and pull down a few kills, but they just cannot close out the end of those games. And I don't know what that missing factor is, but they need to figure it out soon.
Seven, Ace.
And right here, look at Ace, man. They're not afraid to take any fight. And that push right there by Nunes was so scary. I'm not sure exactly what he was thinking. I was wondering if he was just trying to get into the zone to at least be able to be ready to back up their teammates. But overall, it ended up hurting them because I don't think they were able to go ahead and pick him up in time. So great execution there by Ace in regards to winning that engagement, but overall the push there by Nunes kind of let me down a little bit. Hopefully next time he's able to play it a little bit more passive.
Yeah, that was a bit rough, I suppose. At the same time, Glitter, sometimes there are situations in PUBG Mobile where you're kind of damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, right? Like if they hadn't made that move, I guess they're all trapped in the blue, and then maybe they're getting gatekeeped even harder, and maybe they don't get like one extra placement or something like that, What do you think?
And that's when you have to kind of like take those risks and hope they play out in your favor. And another team that I want to point out actually was Grunto. Now we've been watching them struggle so far throughout the PMPL, but when you were looking at the damage chart, they actually did 607 damage, I think, and if you look at the overall numbers, they out-damaged Kremrael, they out-damaged Coltu. Both teams had 3 kills apiece, and Grunto still did more damage to them, only was able to pull down 1 kill, but they also were able to get themselves a 9th place finish. So they've been struggling at the bottom of our leaderboard. If they can kind of start using whatever they're figuring out today in this game and kind of snowball that a little bit, I'm hoping that they can get those games to be a little bit more successful for them in the future.
I think one thing as well, whilst we take a look at the overall rankings here and see how that does shape up here too, is that the circles have not been favorable for Grunto 7 by any means. I feel like they had good compounds early on, but they weren't really able to, you know, have the circle magnet, as it were. It kind of shifted away from them, keeps shifting away from them. Then they get the west shift, like, please, can anything go our way? So I feel like they've not been super favorable when it comes to the circles. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, they really haven't gotten anything to their advantage. And on top of that, you got to remember, they're also having to deal with the language barrier. Yesterday, Sixless didn't get a chance to play. Today, he is back. So it just comes down to team chemistry. I want to go ahead and see them work more together. I believe back in Erangel of earlier today, I saw Sixless just getting absolutely destroyed by himself against Tribe. Meanwhile, all the other players were just sitting and staying still in a compound. So I want to go ahead and see, hopefully, more teamwork from them in the future. And
unfortunately for them, they're still down 20th place here, but I think we'll see a bit of a pickup down the line here for Grunto once they iron things out. And Shame, not too many moves there as well. Omenly, unfortunately, will move down a little bit whilst Cloud9 jumps up after that fantastic result for them. Their first chicken dinner here of the tournament so far, and 67 kills to the 124 placement points. Closing in on the 200-point mark now are Cloud9. So I think it's easy, Glitter, for some of our mid-pack teams to get kind of lost in the shuffle when we're talking about some of the guys that are up at the very top, the first, seconds, the thirds, the fourths, the fifths. But we're seeing, if you're breaking 200 points after this amount of games, your average is still relatively decent. So it's unfortunate for them that they're kind of overshadowed a little bit.
Yeah, and as we were looking at that, I actually thought it was really surprising to see how many teams hadn't shifted on that second page in the rankings. I'm very happy that Cloud9 finally got that win. I think overall, there's only 2 teams left out of all the 20 that need to get their chicken dinner on the board. So we're really starting to see how these rankings are starting to shake out across all of the teams. And I mean, it's kind of interesting so far.
Yeah, indeed. Let's take a look at the schedule. We've got 3 more games coming at you today, and it is going to be Sandhawk next. We're going to the jungle, and then we'll be going to the Tundra after for Vikendi, and then Erangel to round things out. The final bookend, yes. Okay, so Sandhawk coming up. Let's take a bit of a deeper dive. We have had so many circles over towards Quarry. There's Barn. I hate it. Nobody likes Barn. I'm going to say it every single time. 7. What do you think about all of our Quarry circles and how they've unfolded?
I hate them. I hate them, man. Give me a boot camp finish, please. You know I'm going to be looking. The first thing I'm going to be seeing when the playing path shows up and when people start dropping is who is going to be dropping on Lobster Building, as my boy Kalaris likes to call it. Is it going to go ahead and be Loops and Tribe, as we've seen over again? We also seen teams like Team Queso dropping a little bit towards the west, or actually I should say towards the north of boot camp. So that's going to be a main point for me. Keep in mind, we have had those teams, Loops Esports and Tribe Gaming, fight before there, and it came down to just a 1v1, and Loops was able to take advantage of that. So today, that's the main fight that I'm going to be looking at the start. Is Loops going to be challenged by Tribe? And if they do, who's going to win that engagement? Are they going to commit to it early on? Or is it going to be one of those things where they lose the player and then they say, you know what, this is not worth it, let's just go ahead and back up?
Glitter, who's going to do more damage, Loops or the blue zone?
Loops. Although the amount of people that have been taking damage to the blue today is scarily high, and I think we need to work on that a little bit. The other thing, though, like touching on your point, 7, that we need to take into consideration for both Loops and Tribe is that Loops is warmed up. They had a great day yesterday. They're having an even better day today, and Tribe didn't play it all yesterday, and they're only on, game 3 and trying to shake out the kinks a little bit. So I might be putting my money on Loops for this Sandhawk, so.
And not only that, you got to keep in mind that Loops also finally got the win. So they got that off their shoulders. Now they're more relaxed. Now they're like, hey, listen, we're getting the kills. We can also get the win. Let's go ahead and give these people a show, and let's show them what we're here for. Let's go ahead and make a name to ourselves, not just in America. So let's go ahead and make ourselves a name globally. Because keep in mind, if they make it to Worlds Leagues, they're gonna be going up against insane amount of people that are at insane levels. So I'm pretty sure they're gonna be wanting to make a statement.
Yeah, absolutely. And that boot camp fight, as you're previously mentioning here, could be pivotal. And you know what? I'm going to hijack the show right now. You can vote on Twitter But I don't care who you think's going to win PMPL right now. I want to know who you think's going to win the bootcamp fight. Hashtag team name PMPL. Is it going to be Tribe, if they're going over there, or is it going to be Loops? We'll find out in just a few moments. So tweet at us, tell us who you think's going to be doing that. I've hijacked, it's fine. We'll get back to who's going to win PMPL later, that's okay. And also don't forget that in-game, if you're watching, you can grab yourself some goodies as well. So make sure to tune on in-game, but tune in on Twitch, tune in on YouTube. And I can only assume that Seven by this point has given out something on YouTube.
Yes, we have, and we will give a shout out to you on the next day, so keep in mind that. So yeah, just remind me, next show, I gotta go ahead and shout out the winner, 600 UC, baby.
Okay. I live to throw you under the bus, Seven. That's, that's what
I love it. Hey man, there's a reason why I love working with you. I love
Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Well, we're both short, so yeah, we're very cute. All right, before we get into Sanhok, of course, I'm hoping that we do not see a southeastern circle here, Glitter. Personally, I'm hoping for a northwest circle. I really do enjoy the huge mountain up there, because we've seen in the past, if you gain the mountain control, you gain potentially a chicken dinner and a lot of kills, and it's kind of interesting to see a lot of the teams try and push that team in particular off that mountain. It can be difficult though, right?
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's always that height advantage on a lot of these maps, just period, and in BR period, because it's easier, you've got more vision, it's easier to shoot down than it is to shoot up sometimes, and the information that you can gather when you have the height advantage is key. But I feel like you may have just caster cursed us into another awful end zone.
Oh, yeah, thanks very much. Well, if we end up in Quarry, then we'll sure know about it. I can't believe how many circles we've had down there. The amount of games that I've watched on Sanhok 7, and it's just been down near Quarry, down near Quarry, down near Quarry. What's going on? I can't believe it.
You know what? I'll ask you, who do you think is going to win Sanhok, Kyle?
Who do I think is going to win the Sanhok?
Yep.
Oof. XQ. They're going to step up now.
Oh.
They've had a bad start, so we're back on the ramp up, okay?
I like your choice.
Yeah, all right.
I like it.
I'll see you in a few, because we are going now to the commentators to bring us Sanhok. And I'm a big fan of dropping in Painan myself, because it gives you great opportunities to rotate. How about yourself, Snots? Dave? Snots, where are you going on Sanhok?
Gosh, I'm a bit of a boot camp fan. I like Paradise Resort as well. I like getting, looted up, suited and booted, and then just charging in and getting kills myself. How about you?
Yeah, it's all about Painan for me. I love it. I love the rotations. Dave, I think you might be in my camp. I'm not sure. Well, where are you dropping normally on Sanhok?
Where am I dropping? Well, let's see. I was playing earlier today, and I was dropping inside the cave. So it's all about getting your timing perfect, getting the timing perfect to drop out of the plane. And you gotta aim it. You gotta aim it perfect to land that parachute right on through. There's been multiple times when I would land right on the cusp, the rim up there, and you know what? After that, you just got to jump down, go for a nice swim, steal the aqua rail, and get on out of there. Because by then, someone has already looted up, and they will hear you make that dip into water. But yeah, all about the cave.
You can tell he plays more than me. I'm there for the action.
No, why?
Hey, I'm there for the exploration, all right? I'm trying to explore and discover newfound things over here on the
Yeah, bloody Indiana Dave over here with his hat, just doing cave explorations. That's
True.
an interesting.
Look, Pittsburgh Knights, they're not here today. They drop a Painan. Same with Tempo Storm drop a Painan. They're not here. We might see Ace try and steal that as well. We saw it yesterday on Pachinki as well. But yeah, overall, just really excited to see what happens here in Sanhok, because I'm finally casting again. No longer is it John and Blank who get all the action, and then it's me watching Vikendi. Now me and Dave get Sanhok. I'm excited.
No, definitely. We've just got a few more moments, as I do believe we're getting this game ready to go. We want all of these players to be in the right shape and right mind possible here. Dave, what do you think about our circles so far? I was talking to the analysis guys just before. Of course, we have seen a extreme favor towards that kind of southeast side so far for all of our Sanhok games. I want a bit more variety. What about you?
I mean, it's not about what we want. It's about what's going to happen.
Okay,
and I'm telling you right now, Quarry, once again, I'm sorry to break your hearts out there. We're going Quarry. We're going to end right on Quarry. I guarantee it. I've already seen the circles, all right? That's why we had to remake, because I already spoiled it. I'm like, oh, it's going Quarry. So they were like, oh, Dave ruining it once again. So yeah, we're going to get a remake in here. And like I mentioned, I was playing earlier on today, and I was hey, I'm gonna bring it up again. Vibing. I was vibing. I was on the aqua rails, swimming around, driving around, hopping. What do you call it? It's not like when you hop a wave. What is that called? Just hopping a wave. It's not like
Jumping the shark, Dave.
jumping the shark. Yeah, I was jumping the sharks out there.
You
on the
lost
water.
me. You lost me.
Well, popping a wheelie is like on a motorcycle. So what do you call a wheelie but on a jet ski? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a very confusing time we live in right now. But Kalaris said popping the shark. So, hey, I was popping the sharks out there. And then I went to Camp Charlie. And I was like, man, Camp Charlie is actually pretty decent. It had level 3 vests I was able to pick up, and it had a Car 98, and right next to it was a 4x scope and the suppressor. So I was geared out. I was ready to go.
Lucky day, Dave. It's a
Wait.
lucky day.
Well, you say that, but then I moved out of Camp Charlie and I died. So, I mean, I was geared, but I just couldn't use it. So I think point of the story is we're probably going to see a Southern game once again here on Sandhawk. The Circles, they love it down there. They love it.
Yeah, keep talking, Dave.
Keep going, Dave. Keep going.
So going around earlier on, I was wearing a different striped shirt, and then everyone's like, "Hey, you gotta wear that yellow shirt."
Floral.
I'm like,
It was
the
floral,
yellow
the
shirt
theme today.
Yeah, it's the theme, but the yellow shirt's like Fred Flintstone. But then I thought, oh, you know what? It's XQ Gaming. So I got like the XQ Gaming colors on right now. So hopefully they can send me a jersey. But until I get that jersey, this is me. I'm ready to go. And good thing we're playing Sandhawk because that's one of their best performing maps on all the maps.
Yeah, it's a good point to mention, Dave, obviously, and Kalaris is going to see it as well. XQ, I think it was 15th on the first game and then 16th on Miramar just now. And XQ were doing so well the first few days. What's happened? You mentioned they're watching VOZ during the day off, whereas with Tribe, I think Dave spoke to King A and he said that during the days off they were doing more scrimmaging instead of more of that VOD practice because maybe you can get in your own head. They were playing so well. Maybe they're expecting more teams to copy them and they'll maybe playing, in their own head, as I said, and overthinking and over-rotating today because they're dying so early.
Dave, are you playing the same game we're playing, mate?
PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Great.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you fine and crisp, Dave. What's wrong?
Okay. Oh, no, I'm feeling good. Now, I hate to burst everybody's bubble, though. I hate to burst everyone's bubble. Mm-hmm. We're not going to have a fight at boot camp. If my information is right, if my intel is right, if the words, every morning I go on my balcony and I put...
right now, where is it going?
Where's what going?
The final zone.
I don't know where that's going. I just know we're not going to have a fight in boot camp. Yeah, we're not going to have a fight in boot camp because I send out my carrier pigeons and they have like little letters on their feet and they go out all in the morning and then, I call them back into the cages and, everybody's like, listen, the fight's not happening. The fight's not happening. And I am honestly very happy about that because it's too risky, especially if you're Tribe, especially if you're Loops. You cannot afford at this point in the game to get taken out in 16th position, especially, Kalaris, I know you've been talking about this all day, with the announcement for the World League. The World League, 8 spots, $850,000. Like, who cares about hot dropping at that point? You got to get the points, and hot dropping is not the way to go.
Yeah, and I think at the moment as well, it's top 8 teams averaging about 10 points per game. So a lot of these teams are going to be after that. So, try and get in that top 3, top 4, try and get a few kills before you go out. And for a lot of these teams, you saw it from Loops, you saw it from B4 as well. Just that consistency can get you to World League.
And whilst you're, also watching this, make sure to use the hashtag Storytime with Dave over on Twitter as well. Because, he's a charming individual.
Or just tweet your funny moments inside Camp Alpha or Camp Bravo to him. That works too, I guess.
All that. Come on, Dave. This isn't medieval England. We're not sending messages by a carrier pigeon to other warring factions. Who do you think's leaving boot camp? Come on.
I don't want to spoil it. I mean, we're gonna find out here. I want to keep the hype going.
I think it's Tribe.
Going on.
Based on what we've seen so far, I think.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I think Tribe, because Loops is first and has won out the fights a few times, Snods. So it would make sense in theory.
It would make sense, Kalaris, but obviously the zone did really favor them on a wrangle. I think my money's on Wildcard. They won Sandhawk yesterday. They're one of my favorites for the actual entire whole season of PMPL Americas. So for my money, it's going to be on Wildcard and my underdog. Oh, I mean, I usually go with Ace 1. I like Ace 1 a lot. Yeah, we'll go with Ace. I like the way they play. And actually, especially as Team Solid, and also it's Tempo Storm who dropped towards them at Quarry as well. They're not going to be here today, Clara. So actually, Ace 1 might have an easier start at the center of the circle, if it does favor them, obviously.
That is fair. That is fair. And of course, Dave, QBZs, they're pretty good on this map. They're pretty good on this battleground because they're only on this battleground.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. They're decent.
Okay.
They're decent if you have to pick it up. I mean, I know a lot of people live by it. Personally, I haven't had much success. I stick with the M4. You know, M4 all day. And like Hot Jukes mentioned last week, full gyro. So if someone's behind you, I got a spinning chair. I'm spinning all the way around. I'm spinning. I'm letting it rip.
Could do with the M4 when he's got the 6x scope. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Tribe has so much damage. Is just that M4 on Sam alone does about half of it.
Yeah, he does pretty well with it, and you get practice with it on every other battleground, so it makes sense to kind of stick with it. Thank you very much, gentlemen. A pleasure talking with you for this elongated period of time. Thank you for the hashtag story with Dave, and I'm gone. See you in a few.
Well, Dave, here it is. We've got 3 games today. Sandhawk, Vikendi, and then, of course, Arankle to finish things off. We've hit that quarterstone now where most of the teams have played, well, all the teams have played at least 20 games. Obviously, Group E are sitting out 4 today, but it was the same on day 1. And now it's almost like we get this lap 2 of the PMPL Americas where we start to see which teams are, you know, going further ahead and start to evolve as we enter phase 2 here of the PMPL Americas.
Yeah. I mean, lap 2, shaking it up, Ricky Bobby style out there, because the groups, they kind of got changed just a little bit to even it out for a couple of the other squads. So it will be interesting. Like you said, Group E is going to be sitting out. Our players finally in the playing out, it's getting ready to drop on out of that cargo hold door. I know a lot of people were questioning, will Loops, will Tribes, will they fight at boot camp? I think not. We'll find out right now.
Yeah, we will. As I mentioned as well, there's no Tempo Storm today, so Painan might be empty, although we see that Ace 1 like to drop towards Quarry, and again, it was Team Solid who go towards Cave, who are just south of Quarry. So Ace 1, you can see they're heading that direction currently already, so they're going to be happy with the current lobby itself, with the, as you said, group leaving out 4 today. But so far, things looking fairly normal. Although I mentioned Hatin, we saw that Pittsburgh Knights as well aren't in here today. That's another spot that's left empty, and that's where Alpha 7 are heading to. But oh, Dave, that is a southeastern circle once again.
Hey, we are going south, and you know who's down there? We got Tribe all the way down there in the south. So they did pull off that boot camp drop. It looks like Loops will be the victors of that engagement for the time being. Tribe setting up for this game, setting up for the win here, hopefully to try to shoot up these leaderboards some more. Right to the west of them, B4, one of the heavy hitters in the lobby, so they will need to be careful. It is new terrain. They haven't had much practice down here in the south, so hopefully they went back, they watched the VODs, and they have a general understanding on what teams might be near them all the way down here near Camp Charlie.
Yeah, and you can see how large as well boot camp is. So for Team Queso, they're going to be safe here, just looting up in their 2-2 split. Although Mystic, not in that 2-2 split from Team Queso, he has been caught off guard, it seems, by Cloud9, who are currently guarding this ridge line towards the northern side of the circle. Obviously, Cloud9 is always paradise resort for them, and there's always teams like Kultur and Wildcard Gaming and Trem Karata who drop towards them. But for now, just 2 minutes in, no action really besides some damage here from Mystic, but he has the med kit there and the bandages, so he will be fine for now. And of course, Cloud9 can go back to looting.
Yeah, hopefully Mystic can get on out of there without getting knocked in the process, because game 1, Team Queso, 3rd place, almost to 2nd place, but 3rd place. And then last game, of course, 2nd place. So Team Queso have been just tallying up the kill points, tallying up the placement points here tonight, and we're in the halfway mark. We're in the halfway mark of today, game number 3 of the evening. So hopefully Team Queso fans out there, you know what? They got that cheese. They're heating it up. They got their nachos ready. They're ready to dip that cheese in the nachos and hopefully continue on with that momentum and getting all these points over here on the overall leaderboard.
Loops have made their rotation very early. They're actually leaving boot camp just 2.5 minutes into this game 3. And now they are starting to rotate towards the south. The first team that they're going to encounter if they keep on this march will be Omen Elite, who actually have a few of the players from XQ Gaming directly next to them. One of those players being HZL, one of the best performers for XQ Gaming, along with Zyfan, of course. And we see a lot of teams going for the 2-2 split here. I think because a lot of the teams that aren't playing today kind of position themselves towards Quarry and towards the center of the map. It feels like a lot more teams feel safer to go for these 2-2 splits. I mean, we saw it early on coming from B4, we saw it from Team Queso, we saw it from Loops, and now we're also seeing it from more teams as well.
Yeah, I mean, early game, the 2-2 split is it's safe. It's a safe way to kind of hedge your bets if the circles were to hard shift, which happens a lot here on Sandhawk. It could be circles 3 and 4. Next thing you know, it goes all the way to the east and then all the way to the south. That's just the name of the game. So if you have that 2-2 split going and say one of your duos, they are favored in a compound, you want to quickly react to that. You want to get those other duos that are not in that compound, send it right away, and then listen, there you go. You got 4 in the circle, ready to defend. So that's kind of why we see these 2-2 splits pretty early on here. Now, the counter to that, they need to be careful though. They need to be careful on their rotates. A lot of teams that do the 2-2 splits, they're really good at scouting. They're really good at scouting and making sure when they do that regrouping process, they're not taken out in that time. Because if they are, it's all for nothing, Alex. So it's a very complicated process for sure.
Yeah, and actually we have a few players who are on their lonesome. We saw it from Mystic earlier on Team Queso, and also Mick Zera from B4, who is just above Camp Charlie right now by his lonesome, as the rest of his team are towards the southwestern side of the coastline here on Sandhawk, before eventually the rest of the team do rotate in. Speaking of rotations, we now see Mazexis making their way away from Camp Alpha, coming off of the lone island towards the west as they do come over the bridge. And actually, it was B4 earlier. Yeah, actually, no, they have rotated away. So Ruins is going to be clear for now. So Mazexis are going to be safer in the rotation inside the circle. Only really have to be worried about Grunto Esports.
Yeah. I mean, Ruin's personal opinion, probably one of the best spots to get some loot. Oh, Omen! Omen popping out over here, getting a easy kill underneath their belt.
I just mentioned his name as well. I literally said B4, they've got Mick Zero on his lonesome. He has to rotate to his team, and no, he's rotated into Angry, and he'll be having that kill for free. C9 may have caught wind of Tremcaretta there in that compound towards the east, as they are going to be fleeting away now. Let's take a look at where Cloud9, sorry, take a look at where, yeah, it is actually Cloud9 who are towards Ban, and it's also Tremcaretta who are rotating southward. It seems like these teams are trying to find the best position towards Quarry right now, and it feels like 5 minutes in, it might be a hunt for that central position, as I'm not sure how strong edge guarding and playing towards the edge of the circles would be effective with this kind of circle.
Yeah, especially early game. I mean, one hard shift and that whole strategy goes out the window. So
yeah, it's too risky.
Yeah, it's too risky. It's not risky. It's not worth the risk, that is. Cloud9, though, first place last game, 11 kills. We saw them there just a moment ago. Like you mentioned, I think they're on the hunt. They are on the hunt. They are feeling confident here in their gun skills today, and they want to secure some more points, pretty much. Maybe that chicken dinner was the turning point for the squad. Maybe they felt a lot of pressure beforehand. I know the desk was, mentioning how they haven't been performing like everybody expected them to. Huge chicken dinner, though, for them, and hopefully moving forward, that's exactly what they needed, right? That's exactly what they needed to kind of, kick them in the butt and be like, Cloud9, get your head in the game. We're 20 games in now coming into today. Now's the time. If whatever you're doing before wasn't working, change it up. Change it up right now. Today is the day. And that's what Cloud9 did. That's exactly what they did. Getting that chicken dinner right there, huge for the squad.
And it's true as well for XQ Gaming, is on our screens right now. They had their wake-up call in the first 2 games, going out 15th and then 16th on Miramar before this matchup. But now they're in the center of the circle. We saw it as well. There's a slight small screen there with the center of the circle, and it had actually XQ Gaming, Loops, and Omen Elite inside the center of it towards the western side of Quarry. And actually, if we see an eastern side to the shift of the circle, that half of Quarry is going to be really hard to rotate around, but we'll get back to that. Ace 1, currently having one of the players down. That's Nunes. He shall be revived. Trying to see which team that is who's currently fighting them. I can't see it just for now, as you can see. And Charme, they're off in the distance. And Charme as well, another team that have had that wake-up call with their day off. They've really slipped towards the lower part of the scoreboard when on day 1 and 2 they were performing well.
Yeah, I mean, before we just saw just some pot shots being taken back and forth. It is Circle 1. I doubt a team will get a knock and make that push. It's just too risky. You don't know who is going to have eyes on you. But yeah, a lot of teams looking to make the comeback, And Charme, I believe they're down there at the bottom of the leaderboards, 15th position so far. They actually have one chicken dinner underneath their belt, and they average around 6.5 points per game. And John Allen... Yeah, it's not enough. John Allen made a great point on, I think it was like day 1 here of PMPL. Teams that want to qualify for Worlds, they need to average around 10 points to have that dream. And we see the overall
You said
leaderboard.
that earlier, Dave.
Yeah, hey, okay. Alex said it too. Alex said it. John and Alex.
I'm just pulling your leg. I'm just pulling your leg.
Okay. Hey, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. But yeah, top 8. This is what you said earlier. Top 8 teams, they're averaging around 11. So it's going to be tough for teams like Encharme, who only have 6.5 per game, to breach that gap, you know? So they need to make some moves happen.
Yeah, it's really tough. Really, really tough indeed. And also for Grunto Esports towards the bottom, they now have Sixless in. It felt like having the full lineup with the native speakers to allow for better communication didn't actually work out for them yesterday. And instead now they're opting to have Sixless there to have the extra firepower. And we have the next circle. It seems quite fair though. Still very central towards Quarry. Really good for Encharme. We're speaking about them. Really good as well for Cloud9 if they can get inside one of these compounds towards the, I would say, central northeastern side of this circle. There's a few compounds they can get inside. But for me, you can see, if it does go towards the eastern side even more, trying to rotate across those roads and some of those rotation ways are going to be so difficult if you're, you know, Mezexis, if you're Loops, if you're Alpha 7 as well, because there's almost 5 or 6 teams that are clumped up there just on that 1 or 2 roads.
Yeah, especially if you can't find a vehicle and your only option is a tuk-tuk. That tuk-tuk, it's a nice vehicle to ride and it's pretty stylish, but going up hills, it just stalls on out pretty much. So we're going to be looking around right here. Loops up there on the high ground in the hills with the tree for covers. Mezexis in the Ronnie right now, making some moves, trying to rotate on in and avoid all those fights that are just east of Pioneer. They're going to be leaving Mitz behind, so hopefully Mitz has a vehicle of their own and they could, group on up. But Omen Elite pushing uphill onto Tribe.
Oh, they are indeed in the SAM, of course, with the M4 in hand. This is towards Cave, so a really important part of the map to hold for either of these teams. The SAM got the drop onto Juicy, and now he's trying to finish off the job that he started. Telly as well, going to be catching a few of these bullets from Sam, as King A and Seagut have to try and make the rotation in as fast as possible. As another player as well as Nico going to be down from the HE grenade of Sam, and King A as well finishing off a few more of the players. Juicy's going to be killed. I'm not sure how many players are left now for the side of Omen. They do get some damage back onto Sam, but it's King A now who can try and just finish off the job that Sam started and convert, these knocks into kill points. Team Queso have Mystic being dropped as well, as there's a lot of action starting to arise. 11 minutes inside Sandhawk. But for Tribe, Sam, he can be revived. They've already got 2 kills as well as Omen Elite have to just run away, and Angry going to be leaving Nico for dead.
Yeah, Angry is, zigging and zagging right now. Was actually getting third-partied from up there on the hill from XQ. Just able to get on out of harm's way right there. Tribe, hey, they're by Cave. They're setting up. This is my favorite spot. Hopefully they don't accidentally fall on into that hole, because that can kind of change up the gameplay moving forward. But yeah, Tribe, like you mentioned, 2 kills so far. That was a clean fight, though, Alex. That was a clean fight. I mean, Omen, of course, they pushed uphill, so they were the aggressors in that. I mean, Tribe just had to defend from their high ground, but they recognized that push right away and made sure to put a stop to it.
Yeah, what was interesting for me as well coming into PMPL Americas was seeing the rise of teams like Wildcard Gaming and Tribe, when conversely coming into this, Dave, I was expecting it to all be Omen, Tempo and Cloud9, the normal faces we're used to seeing winning here.
I mean, I can't disagree when you say Tempo, because in the scrims last month, Tempo had about 8 chicken dinners. So definitely a team that I would bet all my UC on moving on into PMPL. I mean, they did pretty decent yesterday. They are sitting out here today. Alpha 7 trying to gatekeep Grunto right now. Grunto just spending too much time on the outskirts of the zone. Now getting pinched by both Alpha 7 and Loops.
Yeah, there's so much free reign towards the northern side of the circle, but it seems like Grunto is scared to try and feel out that process and see and scout out if it is actually free. Alpha 7, those were the kind of teams that we were speaking about having a really rough rotation. They were bound to meet teams in their rotation, and they did, but they have got away fairly scot-free for now, as we have the next zone centered directly on the hilltop of Quarry. Once again, Encharme Gaming, XQ Gaming, Ace One as well have rotated slightly north from their compound that was towards Cave, and now they're really close to Quarry, so they're going to be very happy with their RNG. As Sixless is on his lonesome, you can see there's about, a 50-meter gap or so from him and his teammates. He does like to play this lone wolf scouting style.
Hey, he chilling back there, making sure no one backs down. So maybe laying down some marks. I mean, you say RNG, but at this point, I start to see a pattern here when it comes to Corey and Sandhawk. So it's like, if a team if they're not prepared for the Corey ending at this point in time, it's like, what have they been doing the last week and a half? I mean, Corey has been the name of the game when it comes to Sandhawk, and Rolex, trying to make the pull-up, is going to be tagged and bagged.
Oh, this is easy now for Trem Caretta. These players just rotating into their vehicles, being free kills for them. As one of the players actually was dropped. Going to be Matos here inside the compound, but he should be fine. Swaggin as well is low HP, but I think he should be able just to heal up. Yeah, he's going to be fine for now. So Rolex is going to be in a dire situation. I think Alpha 7 may just have to leave him.
Yeah, I mean, when scouting goes bad, pretty much. I mean, Rolex straight up sending it, hoping and praying that that compound was free and clear. Team Caretta, such a good team at laying low and not making a sound until the squad is inside the building, and then they pop out from all their corners and take them down. Team Caretta, probably one of the best squads in this lobby when it comes to setting traps, setting out the bait, and having that patience to wait it out. We see Team Caretta with a little 2-2 going on right now. We were talking about that earlier on. Team Queso, all up and at them with some nice compounds for themselves. Everybody right now, if you're in the zone, they're just waiting it out. They're just waiting it out and seeing where this next one will go, and hopefully it favors them.
Yeah, I mean, another really good example of Trem Caretta was in the last game we casted yesterday, Dave, when I think it was Pittsburgh Knights and Tempo Storm who were basically in the prime position of the circle, and then as soon as those two went into an engagement, Trem Caretta just surprised Wildcard Gaming, who were trying to third-party those two teams, and it would just work perfectly. It felt like, as you said, they just wait for the perfect moment to strike, and I feel like a lot of teams can take a page out of that book. I feel like Ace 1 are starting to learn more about when and when not to take engagements, and a few more teams starting to wake up to that fact as well. But now we're waiting to see which team makes the first move, as once we do see this next circle come into effect, because there's two halves of this hillside of Quarry, isn't there? There's the eastern side and there's the western side. Right now there's 4 teams towards the eastern side and there's about 5 or 6 teams towards the western side. So it really is going to be important to see, and it is going to happen in a few moments. But towards the south we have Tribe, who are right next to B4, and towards the north it's rather vacant.
Yeah, and you mentioned Quarry. Quarry is something that a lot of teams, they just avoid unless you really have to move on into it. Because Quarry has so many choke points that you can't make it on out unless you go through one of those choke points. We do see a next zone go up. Ooh, XQ going to be right smack in the middle, baby. Look at all those squads to the east, though, Alex. Oh, I feel so bad for him.
Yeah, Criminal Batiste as well. They have to get outside of the compound, and they have to be in the open. But they are getting inside the vehicle. They're trying to go on their vehicle ways and get on the roads, but they're going to be met by Wildcard Gaming. So a lot of these teams might be caught off guard immediately from these rotations. But as you said, XQ Gaming, I mean, you can see as well, Easy is inside this compound, directly inside the center of it. HZL as well, in a really good position. But they are next to Team Queso and Trem Caretta. Yeah, as well, we've got to look at Grunto Esports. They have to get inside all this madness as well.
I mean, XQ with probably the best compound in this circle. The thing is, though, that compound, a lot of teams are going to have their eyes on that. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see at least 1 or 2 teams attempt to crash that, depending on what happens moving forward. Wildcard, though, oh, they're going to be out there. I believe we saw them in the kill feed just a second ago. Wildcard and Cream trying to fight their way on in from the east side. We got Swagwin right now hitting the dirt proning, making sure nobody sees them. Slicky trying to outrun the blue zone. The blue zone inflicts so much damage. I mean, the blue zone MVP, in my opinion, when it comes to Sam.
Yeah, it feels like everyone seems to think that, more so that Phase 5 circle as well. Ooh, let's take a look at this then. It's Uneven and Adder who are at the front line of the action. The 2 players from Cloud9 that you'd want is the heavy fraggers for the North American side. As Njame are waiting inside this compound, inevitably for their death, it seems, as one of their players just dropped off the edge of the cliff. Not sure if he's going to be surviving for much longer. Kultur are going to be our first team out in 16th. As Cloud9 have to try and find these remaining players here from Njame. As you can see on the top left as well, Dave, Beowulf has been killed, and now they're being third-partied by Alpha 7.
Yeah, this is funny because this spot right here is the exact spot where Wildcard won their game yesterday on Sandhawk, I believe, against Tempo. The final zone was right on top here. So Uneven up here in the guard tower, I believe, taking some shots out there onto Alpha 7, trying to get some points underneath their belt. Pyra is going to be bleeding on out right there. Uneven's position is compromised, though. Vest extremely damaged. So the main mission, the main goal right now for uneven, you want to get that squad made up, especially Pyro, because Pyro is a king at out-healing the zones here on Sandhawk.
Now we have Loops versus Grunto here towards the western side of the entrance to the circle. Grunto, seems like they're ready for this. They must have caught scent of Loops coming into their proximity. As you can see, Ace players, Alpha 7 as well, struggling. That's Cloud9 gone. That's Cloud9 out, yes. Pirates hit the deck. Uneven too, so they're going to be out in 15th. And Jar may still have 2 players left, just Dudu and Garcia, but the zone, it's caused Garcia to hit the deck, and it's going to cause Dudu as well. Oh no, he's going to survive for moments.
No.
Oh no. He's going to be third party, isn't he, by Charmaine? So that's another team out. They are going to be out in 14th, I believe. And yeah, this is where the action really starts. It's phase 5. We're 19 minutes in, and look at where these zones are. This is going to be chaos.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Dudu hates the quarry so much, they didn't even want to jump into the quarry for cover. Getting taken out by XQ. XQ, you know, such a good position to overlook quarry right there that we saw him just moments ago. Emraz, though, trying to outlive these grenades that are being bombarded right on their face by Loops.
Mitsa died, so this is a 3 versus however many players are alive for Loops currently, which is 4. So it's a 3 versus 4, make it a 3 versus 2 as Emraz hits the deck, Vega hits the deck, and now the 4th player from Loops has actually joined the fray. So now Dadin has got to this firefight. Darius, the last player here, former Zexis, just waiting in the wing here for his inevitable doom. Although Karowski is being third party by a team from afar. It's Tribe and it's Sam as well. Oh dear, this isn't a team that you want to be fighting this early on. There's still 11 teams left.
Yeah, Darius within the shadows right now, in the grass, just hoping that Loops don't look in their direction. Thankfully for Darius, Loops were receiving shots from another direction. Tribe over here, looks like C-Gut going for that much-needed revive. They might accidentally stumble upon Darius. Oh, this is huge for Darius. Hopefully they can go undetected right now.
Let's see, then that circle as well, really favoring XQ Gaming. A lot of these teams are going to have to get their foot on the pedal here to try and get inside of it. As Tribe, they open themselves up, they get aggressive here. But look at the positioning that Loops have found themselves in. They're using this rock as such an effective advantage, just jumping on top of the rock, only showing your head. They're literally using a pixel angle here. As in the meantime, as Exis are eliminated, now down to 8 teams. But look at them all reviving.
The double revive.
Perfect timing now for Loops. They're going to try and capitalize off of this as they're pushing over the hill. And far away, they're going to be sending Tribe, maybe 6 feet under as Sam, now the last remaining player here for Tribe. Although, can he go for the 1 versus 3, the 1 versus 4? No, it's all frivolous. He's out. And Tribe hit the deck in 8th. Another team as well.
Angry.
Let's see which one. It's Grunto out in 6th or 7th. All this is happening so fast. It's really hard to get the names accurately, but yeah, Omen out as well, so now we're down to 5, and with 13 players alive, a lot of these teams are going to be fairly full. 3 players for most of them, actually 4 right now for XQ Gaming.
Angry from Omen Elite, the solo member for pretty much the entirety of the game, seeing the double revive coming out from Tribe right there, trying to capitalize on that. But here comes the push from Team Queso, trying to clear out the warehouse with XQ. Currently going for revive themselves.
And we thought XQ had the best position, but Team Queso, they want to try and overthrow it. They're coming in for the kills, they're coming in for the knocks and the downs. And now, HZL has it all to do here for his team. Look at this, 2 of his players are down. He has to land the sprays here up close with his 2 players, 1 to his left and 1 to his right. Manages to isolate just 1 of them.
Wow.
But it's not enough. They're going to go out in 4th, and we were favoring them to win with the position that they have, which is now in the hands of Team Queso.
The teamwork right there, the double wraparound from Team Queso.
On the flanks of that.
Mama's pasta right there. Mama's
Very nice to
lasagna
see.
right there. That was delicious to see. Loops, though, you were talking about them earlier. They were using the rocks just uphill to get that high ground advantage. Seems like they found another rock, and they're going to continue moving forward with this strategy here, Alex.
They are indeed. They can
Look
see.
how high they are.
Yeah, I was about to say, with this height advantage, you can look all the way down to Mystic, and they're inside the circle. So eventually, if it isn't favored for Team Queso, they are going to have to come out of this compound inside the waiting arms of Loops. And Ace, they're outside of the circle too. So as this phase 7 circle starts to fade in, that's so much damage. They may even just opt to heal. Yeah, they're going to be going for the heal off. We're about to see, I imagine, Team Queso now up against Loops. And Loops, they're on 3. Queso have 2 players that are currently up right now, but how much longer? Federal knocks down Mystic. Now it's the remaining 2 players that I mentioned. It's Ayala and Marco as Ace 1 going to be eliminated by the blue zone, as we have Loops now versus Team Queso.
Yeah, if I was Mystic, I would have 100% have dropped my first aids for my teammates back there, because now that's 4 first aids just chilling in the open. Look at that, and no first aids. So if it does come down to heal off, I'm not exactly sure what their kit looks like, but Team Queso could have possibly used those 4 first aids to their advantage right there. Misplay, in my opinion, from Mystic, but now it looks like it's a 3v2.
Yeah, really important to mention. The salient point of that is it's a 3 versus 2. Medkits aside, Loop still have the man advantage. With 9 seconds left on the circle, eventually they will force the hand from Marco and Ayala as we count it down now, 2, 1, and now the blue zone has commenced. So, how are they going to opt to do this? They have deployed the smokes. It's going to shroud their rotation inside the circle as they are behind a rock, it seems. Loops, they're waiting, watching towards the right side of the smoke. They're spamming as well, and the bullets are connecting. A few shots now landing onto Marco. Darted as well, getting up close. They can be able to spot out the players now from Team Queso, and there you have it. Loops, they make it look easy. Once again, it's the left, right, good night from Loops, and they make it the chicken dinner.
I really feel like Team Queso could have gotten the chicken right there. You know, great job from Loops, but when we were popping around looking back and forth at the squad mates of Loops, I only noticed 2 first aids amongst all 3 of them. And Team Queso definitely had a lot more first aids than that. And that's why we saw Team Queso, you know, I hate it.
Play more passive, maybe?
Yeah, they should have played more passive. And that's why Loops were playing so aggressive there, because they knew that they couldn't come down to the heal off because they didn't have that kit. So they made their make sure to make that push on the edge and just take them out. But yeah, I mean, great performance for both squads though, honestly.
Yeah, it's true. Claris, would you have healed or would you have pushed for the kills?
Oh, I'm all about the push, mate. All about the push. Loop's getting themselves the 2nd chicken dinner of the day after having none before all of this. Dave, I feel like that warehouse compound down towards the bottom is almost a curse for some of these teams. It's not that great. There's not good windows. There's only the doors to really kind of peek out of. XQ fell to it, and Team Queso fell to it towards the end too.
I mean, that's why you just gotta go for the heal off, all right? You just gotta go for the heal off. The compound, it might not be the best compound to fight from, but it is definitely an easy compound to find a corner and just do this. Just do this all day long and get that chicken. But yeah, you mentioned it, Kalars. 2 chicken dinners now for Loops. They went from getting no chicken dinners to 2. Huge.
Absolutely. V for victory. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. We're going to go over to our analysis, guys, once again for 7 and Glitter to show up here for this game. Loops. Oh, look who's happy. Mr. 7 World. You're all right there. You like him for Loops? You're happy for Loops?
Listen, man, they didn't get the back-to-back, but they already got 2 wins today, all right? I want them to go ahead and maybe get a 3rd win today. I'm gonna be realistic. They can maybe win Erangel. Not Vikendi. I haven't really seen a strong game from them in Vikendi, but it's great to see, man. They're starting to get the wins, as I mentioned. Once you get that first win off your shoulders, you're not as pressured. You're not as tense playing. You're not saying, oh my God, we need to make sure we win this. People are gonna think we're not able to do the rest. Pretty much do what we need to do to get that win at the end. So they're taking that off the shoulders. You're seeing it now. Not back to back, but 2 wins today so far.
Very nicely done. Let's check in with the points coming in here for Loops up towards the top with plenty moolah for this game. We have 31 points coming in for them. Team Queso once again showing up here, Glitter, and for them to be able to push down through XQ, who got themselves a 3rd place, that's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, and they were one of the teams that we didn't get to see play yesterday, so they're having quite the showing coming off of technically being cold compared to Loops, who's just, you know, been dominating the past day and a half already. That push, though, that they made into the warehouse building was so risky, and I thought it was awesome. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, they took out XQ. I thought XQ was going to have it, but then I realized what type of building it was, and then I was not as confident anymore. It's a little unfortunate there. Let's take a look at our 9th through 16th. As we have down here, Grunto got themselves good old 6 points. Not bad for them, pushing themselves off some of those bottom spots. For Cloud9, it's from riches to 0, basically, apart from +1. So they got themselves that 1 placement point there for 15th place. Loops in this game, though, of course, 7, when you look at how their position worked out and in favor for them, they were pushing in from that southwest side, and then against the final teams, having that high ground advantage, using that rock to their advantage as well, really did help them certainly a lot.
Yeah, having that height advantage, especially in Sandhawk, you're not really going to be able to hide anywhere if you're on the bottom because they're going to be able to just pinpoint where you're at and their location to work. They were getting every single angle possible. I know Team Queso was trying to throw smoke grenades. It didn't work out for them. Loops just had everything on lockdown there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the stats for Loops coming in, see how much damage that they were able to put up through the 11 kills that they made happen. And it will be 1,600 damage coming in for them, with being able to pick up, 2 extra little cheeky knocks from some of the other teams coming in. But again, it's the nature of Sandhawk. We see a lot of third parties glitter, and we see a lot of damage from that blue zone, killing some people off there.
It was too much. It was too much this time around. You asked me earlier, who do I think is going to do more damage, Loops or the blue zone? And I picked Loops, and I might have been wrong this time around because we were just watching player after player go down at one point, and I was just like, this can't. No, this can't be real.
Yeah. I suppose with Loops actually winning out the game, we had the good foresight of picking a decent kind of comparison, I suppose, be it the blue zone or Loops. One day we're going to get that blue zone number. One day somebody's going to provide us that, and we'll see for some of these Sandhawk games. That will be fantastic. But beyond all of that, Seven, we had yet another circle down towards this bottom right-hand side of the map, and it really did feel like all the teams were saying, okay, we know exactly where this is going, and they converged quite quickly.
Some teams are just starting to predict it. You even saw it at the start. You had Loops in boot camp, and just to point it out, Mustache Dave's bird carriers were actually right. Tribe decided not to go boot camp. They decided not to go to Lobster Building. Instead, it was Team Queso a little bit towards the north, and but Loops used that to their advantage. They pretty much just looted real quick and then started going south towards Square. So yeah, I don't know if it's starting to become a little bit predictable here, but hopefully maybe tomorrow or the next day that we're on, we'll get some something up north in Sandhawk. That'll be interesting to see.
That's the Mountain Dew game fuel moments for you coming in, and as you mentioned, that's the advantage that you get when you're not rivaled in one of the strongest looting spots in the map. You can just rotate fast, and I think that really did help them a lot, Glitter, when it comes to the later stages in this game. You have the freedom and movement of wherever you want to go, and then from that you can make more rational decisions, I suppose.
You definitely can, and even touching back on what you were saying just for a second there, Seven, Tribe, since they decided to not drop on boot camp, they ended up farther down to Camp Charlie, Bantai area. They ended up running into Omen really early on top of Cave, and they just wiped Omen out. And we've been talking about Omen a little bit too, and how they're really struggling getting past that early game stage, and this was just another example of that. I think it was good for Tribe because I think they were still warming up today, so they got some of the kills that they needed, but for both teams, it definitely probably wasn't what they wanted to happen.
Yeah, we've been talking about Omen, we've been talking about Cave, Dave's been talking about Cave, but thankfully we didn't have to go down there. He's crazy. Dave's, hashtag story time with Dave. That's how that's going to go down. Let's take a look at the damage coming in for the lobby, I do believe, as we have plenty coming in. But again, kind of even. There's a lot of these edge plays. And I had a revelation, Seven, when we were watching this game, even though I should have probably had this revelation about 15 games ago. But it feels like we're going to continue having all of this edge play going on. I was scared for XQ. They were in the middle. But then all of a sudden I'm realizing nobody's moving. Nobody is moving. We're going to have a lot of this edge play for a long time. People being cautious. What do you think?
Yeah, teams are just deciding not to collapse to the middle. And to be fair, though, in Sandhawk with that building is such a trick, right? Because every time we see that building, we're like, oh man, yeah, that building's totally gonna go ahead and help out who's ever there. But then we end up forgetting it's just kind of like a warehouse. It doesn't really have anything working for you. But I would like to see maybe some of the stronger teams starting to collapse into certain buildings, like we have seen, for example, earlier today. Loops taking advantage of the zone, taking advantage of the compound when they fought Trim Caretta in Erangel. They took off that compound, and that ended up getting in the win. So I wouldn't be surprised. It just comes down to the map, and then we'll start seeing maybe some teams collapsing towards the center.
Yeah, for XQ in that warehouse, there was one player slightly disconnected from the fight for quite a while. I guess he was looking towards other teams that were maybe coming in from the southeast, I want to say. And maybe if that had been a different position or a different kind of compound entirely, maybe they could have actually won out that fight against Team Queso. But let's take a look at the highlights coming in from you guys to see what we actually have. I don't know what we have. Somebody knows. Somebody. So let's...
we got you.
Bring it.
It's a surprise.
Oh, there we go.
And it's gonna be the push on on XQG. As soon as Kalari's dreams and everything hopes were just absolutely crushed by Team Queso. Team Queso going in with a beautiful push. Although for XQG, they did have something working for them, which was that big rock, but they didn't end up using it to their advantage. And overall, Team Queso was just too strong, making sure to get different angles on everybody, using the smokes to their advantage. And right here, you're able to see it perfect. And I love that they actually wipe the players right away. And as you can see, the other player just coming in a little bit too late for our liking. I wish he would have gotten there a little bit sooner. Maybe things would have changed.
Yeah, maybe. Come on, my XQ call wasn't that bad. If it had been any other compound, I would have been ultra confident, Glitter, but the warehouse was just a death sentence, it feels like.
No, honestly, once we got to zone 4 and 5 and I saw that XQ was in the center of it the entire time, I was like, he was right. He pulled it out of nowhere and it was right. And then it just shifted straight to Loops' favor. And I was like, oh, that's very unfortunate.
I don't know where the zone came in. Team Queso came in and say, yeet.
How unfortunate for you, James. How unfortunate. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Glitter. Yeah, I appreciate that. Let's take a look at the overall rankings, the numbers on the scores, because we have Loops up towards the top, and they are gaining now a gap. 30 points-ish, or, well, 24 points-ish or so here for Loops up towards the top now with 2 chicken dinners in one day. They have as many placement points as number 2, but everything is in kills here, 7, when it comes to the dividing factor.
131 kills. The team that's trying to catch up to them in regards to kills, Wildcard Gaming, which actually in Sandhawk, we saw them dying a lot to the zone. I don't know exactly what happened there with the rotation. It was surprising to see a team like Wildcard Gaming just get destroyed like that by the zone. So hopefully in the next couple of games, they'll be able to work it out. Another team that's been kind of at the top, but they've been kind of quiet the past 2 days, B4. I want to go ahead and see more out of them. It seems like the flame that was pushing them, the flame that they had inside of them just kind of is fading away a little bit. And I want to go ahead and start talking about them a little bit more. I want them to go ahead and give me stuff to talk about them.
11 through 20th here, and I feel like this this battle between the 11th and 13th spots between Cloud9 nominally and Alpha 7 is going to keep going on. It's going to keep raging here, Glitter. We keep seeing them shifting up and down amongst each other and just trying to jostle for position in that mid pack.
Yeah, and those are like the only big shifts that we're seeing in the overall rankings is that one specific area on this second page is 11th through 13th, which is like, I feel like so many teams could be in that potential position that won't change anytime soon. One thing I do want to point out is like I am rooting very heavily for Ace One, and they're one of the few teams that have yet to get their chicken dinner. They actually had a really good fight with B4 early on in the game that we just watched.
Yeah.
They just couldn't pull it out overall at the end.
I would have never guessed you were rooting for Ace One during the games. All I hear is no, Ace One, no. Wait, they're still alive. Okay, never mind, it's fine. Oh, phew. Oh. we all like a lot of the teams here for sure. So let's take a look at how things shape up for our schedule. We have 2 more games to come. Loops with the double so far here today. Vikendi and then Erangel are coming up here to finish off the day. Let's descend into the tundra. Let's take a look at Erangel. There's Castle. It's scenic. You can go and visit. Maybe there's a museum in there somewhere as well. There's that northern bridge up there. That's very cool. In fact, no, it's the southern bridge. Never mind. There's Cosmodrome. 7, what else do you want to tell me about things?
I got a question for you, Carl.
Sure.
What's the circle gonna be in this upcoming Vikendi? I'm putting you on the spot.
Well, I'm gonna say something stupid just so I can like get out of this conversation. That's what I'm going to say. Trevno, all the way up to the top right, beyond Cosmodrome. What do you think about that, 7?
All right. I like it. I'm looking for a southwest circle. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we'll get it. Who knows? How about you, Glitter?
I'm not going to lie, I don't know why, but today I have a bad feeling.
Oh, no.
Okay, so I had a good feeling going into Sandhawk, and I was like, there's no way that it gets stuck on Quarry again. You heard me after the first zone popped. I was like, no, it's fine. It's gonna pull really far south. It'll go below Quarry. It's fine. It tried, it tried its best, but it did not work. And now, because of that, I feel like we might get stuck with something around Cosmodrome again, and now I'm concerned. I don't want that to happen.
There's like some supervillain in Sanhok Quarry that's got some giant magnet. Like, there's just something down there. I don't know what it is, but they're evil. They are evil. We'll see how things are going to shape up on Vikendi, of course. You guys at home can vote as to who you think is going to be doing well in PMPL with the hashtag, team name, and then PMPL at the end of it. Make sure to keep tweeting us and telling us who you think is going to be doing all right here. In fact, better than all right, winning. That'd be nice. That would be nice. I don't know why I'm calling Trevno. Trevno's insane. Like, there's 1% chance that everything would ever end on Trevno. But I actually like dropping on Trevno sometimes. It's actually an underrated loot spot, in my opinion. Thank you very much, guys. I'm going to bring on our commentators team for the next game, as Vikendi will be on the way. Maybe we won't have any delays this time. That'd be nice. So we're going to bring in Snods and Dave here. Snods, how about yourself? When it comes to Vikendi, where are you dropping, friend?
I like Castle. Yeah. The first time I played Vikendi, I landed there in Castle. It was scenic, it was nice, it was relaxing. Some of the players were trying to cross the river. I was like, not today, mate. I had my first few kills and I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I also like the fact that Castle could split the map in half sometimes if it's a western side circle at the start. So teams rotating from the eastern side have to try and cross my river. So it's kind of like my Rosshok if I'm King 8, if you know what I mean. I'm the king of the river.
I get you. All right, well, I'm disappearing. I'll leave you guys with Vikendi. Enjoy.
Dave, are you like 7? Are you a Dino Park fan?
Volnova. It's a nice town, pretty peaceful, lots of stairs, so I get to
anything like Miami?
Yeah, exactly. Dino Park, it's okay, but the roller coaster, it's always out of order. So maybe if it worked, I would go there a little more often.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've seen as well, Loops today have been playing amazing. Are they going to try and make it 3 in one day? I think the best we saw was B4, who won the 3 Orangles in a row, but we'll be finding out very shortly as we can now start to see we are ready for the game. Dave, take it away with the playing path.
Hey, we are getting into the game. The plane is going to be starting down there in the south, heading up there, finishing right above port. They're kind of making calls on where Circle 1 will go. I'm going to call it right now. Circle 1 is going to have 30% water. Let's see if I'm right. I had to make sure I call it out before it actually happened.
North or south, though? North or south?
I think like around port. I think port. I got a good feeling in port. Okay. So Cloud9, they're going to be dropping out, going over there to the west. XQ heading on over to Winery. Ace will be in Abbey, and it's a pretty decent circle. It's not too troll. I mean, pretty much right smack all that land in play. So everybody should get some decent time to loot on up here in circle number 1, Alex.
Yeah, I think as well, it's weird not seeing Pittsburgh Knights on Vikendi today because Cosmodrome is empty. No one's there right now. We saw it yesterday. What was it? Kultur, I think it was. Yeah, it was Kultur. We saw Pittsburgh Knights. They were fighting out for Cosmodrome when it was a northern side circle. However, this time, as you said, it's more centered towards the southwestern side. Very, very even, though. A lot of the teams aren't actually, well, no teams are going to be towards the eastern side of the map. Actually, that river across, well, Castle, my river, basically has split the map in half.
Let him pass. Let him pass, man. Come on.
Sorry, bro. I just like ganking. It's just, it's in my WoW roots.
So Team Queso, though. Team Queso, a 3rd place and back-to-back 2nd place finishes here today with only 2 more games to go. I gotta say, Team Queso are definitely on that path for that chicken here today. It's only about time. I mean, hey, Loops, they got their first chicken. Are they going to stop getting chickens? No one can stop them.
That first one, isn't it? Just to break the ice. Break that hurdle. And
exactly.
Get through it and try and get as many wins as possible, although they didn't need those wins as they were already number 1, just off the fact they have, 20, 30 kills more than the team below them. So individually, they're playing amazingly, and it seems like their teamwork and communication as well is starting to fall in line with that. Couture on our screens, this time not towards Cosmodrome. Where are they actually? Number 12. They're towards the south. Wow, they're really far down south, exactly where XQ Gaming are. Ooh, I'm not sure if XQ Gaming realized that Couture are already here. Oh no, they've gone for the 180. They spotted out Fran. Goodbye. This is a drive-by. And yes, it is. It's going to be the run over as well, just to rub salt into the wound there of Fran as he's going to go out in such a humiliating way.
You saw Fran too. They didn't see me. And then the U-turn. Fran must have been like, oh no, they saw me. And there's just nothing you could do. I mean, 3 players in a Zima. Fran could have maybe taken some shots over there. But let's see if Cole 2 can get on out of here with no more casualties.
seems unlikely. Luxy going to be coming out of the grass, but straight into his death as he's going to be the second player taken out just 3 minutes into this matchup. 2 players from Kultur already down and out. As that was the action happening towards the south. Towards the north, we have Alpha 7. They're next to what seems to be B4 towards Coal Mine, although B4 are starting to make their rotation inside the center of the circle, or more central, should I say. But towards the center, we have Wildcard Gaming, and Charme, Tremcaretta, Ace 1, Team Queso, and Cloud9 again, far towards the west. They're at Movratra. They're just waiting this one out. They're playing patiently. They're going to wait for their time to rotate. Although, Dave...
like XQ are on the hunt. They're trying to get the squad right now.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to talk about Cloud9, but they're not going to give you the time of day, it seems, as always is just trying to get away in that vehicle towards Kantra, next to Hot Springs. Obviously, there is no one there, so as he does hop out of that speedboat, he will be fine. But yeah, back to the point. A lot of these teams towards the center, but Cloud9, are they going to rotate too late like we see time and time again sometimes?
I mean, when it comes to Vikendi, I think going center early is always the best play, because if there is, for example, a hard shift out there that favors Castle all the way to the east, and if you don't have a vehicle, running in Vikendi is just, it's a task. It's a big time task. I mean, you could auto run and you'll feel like 10 minutes later you're still running and you didn't really cover any ground. Over here, XQ, they 100% see that boat out there, that swimmer from Call2. They're trying to get those final shots. They did not appreciate the drop from Call2 dropping on them early in Winery. They didn't see him. They didn't see him.
No, they're going to let him go scot-free, yeah. And Always is still alive as well towards Kantra. So at least there are still 2 players here from Kultur. Oh, there's a few shots that are coming out right now from Encharme onto Loops, but it's far away. It's far away right now, but it's going to be Loops once again. High angle. We saw it time and time again. They like to get to the high ground. They play towards the mountaintop areas, and they use it to scout out information. And as Glitter always says on the desk as well, you know, shooting down is easier than shooting up. And it's also a lot easier to third-party a team that's running up a hill, Dave.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, running up the hill, you're going to be at the disadvantage because you're doing the double time work. Moving them legs, burning them calories. And meanwhile, the squads uphill are just, popping over like, hey, what's down there? Shooting down there. Easy pickings right there. So Loops, they are going to be setting on up here this game. They, like you mentioned, right smack in the middle of zone number 1. And Charme, not too far. Team Carreta, also pretty close to him. Wildcard, though, in Villa. Pretty much one of my big concerns when it comes to Loops moving forward. I don't think Wildcard, I don't think they're going to push on out of Villa. The thing is, other teams might push into Villa. So hopefully, Wildcard, they've been having a pretty decent day. Hopefully, they can defend their position here this game, because if Villa continues to be favored here, Wildcard, they might not have to move at all this game.
It is true. Right next to Wildcard is obviously Omen Elite. And they themselves have Team Queso to worry about. So already 3 teams in very close distance to each other. It's Mazexis. Guys, I think you're a bit too late to the party this time. They're trying to make their rotation in, and already they're being battered by bullets from Omen Elite. Juicy going to be knocking out Vega. So again, it's such a rough start for Mazexis. Although Omen shooting off of the distance to Mazexis has given away the situation as to where they are. Now, Barker, you can see, priming that grenade, trying to see if they can start an assault here onto this compound and try to claim it for their owners. It's inside the center of the circle, and there aren't too many good compounds here.
Yeah, we see the mollies, we see the smokes, we see the grenades. I believe Team Queso didn't opt to make this push because Axel's still back there looting on up, but we saw them, they're trying to jump around, get some additional information and see exactly where Omen Elite were. Looks like Telly going to be popping out of smoke right there. So yeah, Omen should be very thankful right there that Team Queso didn't decide to get ultra aggressive right there, because Omen, they only got 3 in this general area.
Ooh, Dave, you'll love this. Yuang has now actually made his way onto land from Kultur, which means he should be able just to tie up his shoelaces, dust himself off, and try and run over to his teammate Always towards Hot Springs. Maybe they can try and get something working in their favor. Loops here again. I think they have the best position. They're not inside a compound, but they're inside the exact dead center of the circle. They have the elevated angle, they have the high top, and they have the rocky terrain to use as cover, which is almost unpredictable. Look at the crevices and cracks in the rocks. It's going to be hard to know exactly where the Loops players fall back to sometimes.
Yeah, and honestly, when it comes to Loops, like the desk mentioned, they're starting to get that point gap between first and second. especially with the chicken dinners here today. And I feel like when you start to develop that point gap and you get a little security, and you're in the top 8. Remember, top 8 is the goal here for all these teams in order to go to Worlds. Obviously, you want first place, so you get that $50,000. But
a lot more
I
at
feel
Worlds,
like, there's $850,000 at Worlds, so even bigger. But I feel like when you start to develop those point gaps, for example, in Loops' favor, that's when you start to study the world in general when it comes to PUBG Mobile. You want to start studying Orange Rock. You want to start studying TSM. You want to start studying Football List. Yeah, and trying to see where they like to play so that you can come into the PMPL Americas and maybe, work around that and be like, okay, well, we know Football List like to drop in Downhill Park. Let's avoid Downhill Park because they got to start practicing for the world stage eventually here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see Loops moving forward start to do something along those lines.
Speaking of moving forward, we now have all the teams inside the circle as we're about to enter the second circle. We still have the standoff as well between Omen Elite and Team Queso, but inside the center of the circle, there's no real reason to try and risk it and risk facing a casualty early. Once again as well, standoff is checkmate. It's that point of Vikendi where we call it checkmate, where the teams are happy with their locations. Obviously, I think if you're Gronto, if you're Criminal Batiste, and if you're Alpha 7 towards the northwestern side of Garoka, I think you're going to be quite impatient once this next zone comes. You have to make the rotation very quickly, depending on whether or not it's western or eastern side. But you just have to wait. This is just waiting for this next circle because it can really be up in the air.
Yeah, the waiting game for sure. And just looking at some basic stats, AZ up there at the top when it comes to fragging out on Vikendi. Shifan right underneath them. So they are going to be the kill leaders of Vikendi. And, actually speaking to Shifan, last night, Shifan, the leader for XQ Gaming. XQ Gaming used to be HQA, and that's how they qualified in PMCO to get here. So this has been a team that has been fighting the whole time. They weren't invited. They've been forced to fight for their spot here in the league. And Sheepan said that their main, working point, the main goals right now for the squad, and they're doing a great job, by the way, but the main goals for improvement right now, and I want to get your take on this, is communication and execution. So execution, I assume, means when they make a call, they go right away and there's no hesitation.
Ooh, touched on that point afterwards because, again, Sixless, he's caught in the open. He's miles away from his teammates. I know it might be a few meters, but sometimes meters in PUBG Mobile can be miles, especially when there's so many compounds here where these enemy teams are hiding, shooting at you through windows and whatnot. It's very hard to return fire. And now, star player from Gronto's gone. We've seen it time and time again. Sixless is out. And now it's down to 3 players here from Gronto who are already going to be feeling the pressure here as Alpha 7. They've taken out the star player from Gronto, and now they feel like they can try and supple up what's left of their team. Although Criminal Batiste, they're here for the third party, and Alpha 7, they're not going to get this kill for free.
Yeah, Cream, they see the kill feed popping off. They hear the shots ringing on out, and they are making the push. They're going to start to molly this. They're going to start to throw all their grenades over here as Bucky will be connecting a nice grenade onto Abdul.
2 players taken out by that grenade there. Amazing work from him. And now, Criminal Batiste. They aren't getting ever so closer. There's 3 teams here. But it is a really important part of the map as well we can't mention because it's basically gatekeeping a few more teams as well as getting inside the circle because they're all at the edge of it right now. Alpha 7, Gronto, and Criminal Batiste. These are the 3 teams I said that had to rotate from Garoka. And now they've all met themselves here at their fate. But Criminal Batiste, they might allow to see if Alpha 7 and Gronto kill each other and then try and kill that weakened team afterwards when they're trying to reset themselves. But it's going to be the Micro Uzi up close. 2 players here on the compound right next to Gronto for the side of Alpha 7 as the smokes will fade. I imagine that's where the peaks are going to be coming out from the side of Gronto. And yes, that's where the shots are starting to come. But Nitsu, he wasn't expecting Alpha 7 to be ready for that kind of play. And now again, they'll just wait. It's just a waiting game here.
Lakita's making the push.
OQ's the only one really left here for the side of Team Queso, but it's going to be Criminal Batiste. Look at that. More kills coming in favor of them. They can actually revive his teammate up as well. OQ trying to see if he can help out Bucky here in this situation, but Criminal Batiste, they have Unico, is going to try and hunt for these remaining kills here. Abdul has to try and revive his teammate as well, but Rolex has been revived. He has to heal, so it's that moment's notice before the action continues, and yeah, there you have it. Gronto, they're not able to get out of it. OQ was the last remaining player as Bucky eventually bled out, and that's going to be Gronto out in 16th.
Yeah, Q popping that smoke over there, trying to get onto the snowmobile and just go for placement points. But Cream on the outskirts of this one, trying to make sure to get the thirst, get the confirms on both of these squads. Abdul, Rolex, they need to fight their way on out of this compound. It's a 2v4 right now.
The zone's going to be coming in so soon as well. They have to move almost immediately, and it's a 2 versus 4 here. Kreml Batiste, I think once they realize the numbers advantage, they may just want to apply that pressure even more and just push. We saw it before from teams earlier, especially Queso, doing that left and right flank around teams and catching teams from both sides. So Rolex is going to be hearing the steps in just a few seconds, trying to work out which gun is best for the situation. Up close, going to be opting for the micro Uzi. Good choice. No, Kolaris loves that weapon. Let's see why. Oh, it doesn't actually open up the door. I thought Scandor was going to open the door. Instead, they're going to be hopping the windows and coming up close. But they have to stay together. They have to be able to trade the kills versus Rolex because they can't allow players to go down one by one. But instead, they are going to find the shots that land onto Rolex. He's going to be down, and now it's all down to Abdul. Oh, doesn't even manage to down one of the players there from the side of Kreml Batiste. Alpha 7 are the second team out in 15th.
Yeah, Abdul on the outskirts of the compound right there, making sure that they don't get the wraparound on Rolex, but unfortunate, they all funneled in. Cream all funneled into that one hallway. Rolex was forced to spray them down with the Uzi, was unable to get any knocks, quickly swapping on over to the AKM, also unable to get any knocks, and then at that point, it was pretty much a 4v1 2 times in a row instead of a 4v2. So we'll see. Cream, they now need to make their way on into the new zone. They should have a free and clear path if they don't send it into a more centralized position, because in front of them, Team Queso. But we got interesting fights about to erupt over here. B4 right smack in the middle in the tunnels over here. You kind of split Tribe right across the street. Mezix also. So 4 squads in this general area. This is right smack in the middle of this zone right now, Alex.
Yeah, and you can see what Tribe are doing as well with their vehicles. They're just trying to make it harder to crash that compound, but also have the vehicles at a hidden location so the tires can't be shot, and also in a position as well where they can hop in the vehicles and instantly try and get out of any, well, sour situations if the zone doesn't favor them or a team does try to ruin their day with a compound crash. But for now, the main point to mention is, of course, can Kreml Batiste get inside vehicles, find vehicles and rotate inside the circle? It seems like 2 of the players have got vehicles, so they're going to be fine. XQ Gaming going to be rotating out of Abbey. They were very far towards the south of the circle alongside Ace 1. And here we have it. Ace on our screens, but XQ, they've rotated a very smart pathway down the south side of Abbey towards the eastern side of the circle, just towards south of Tovar. So they're going to be safe here.
Yeah. I mean, Ace, last game, 3rd place. Yesterday, they had 4 4th place finishes. So this team, especially looking back at scrims, they had 80 games, a super consistent team when it comes to getting placement points. The only thing that they need to work on, in my opinion, is to kind of get that gun power to go alongside those placement points to balance them out right there. But Ace 1, they are going to be favored in the next zone. Looks like Team Queso, Cream, Wildcard, they need to reposition just a little bit. And that rotation from XQ that we saw moments ago, oh man, it is paying off. They're right north of Abbey. No one's around them. They have such a nice buffer around them.
Circle's gone towards the south, and you can see so much open plain or snow, should I say. This isn't Sandhawk this time. So much open snow and so much open ground there towards the center of the circle. And XQ Gaming, it seems like they're inside some sort of a compound, although we know what XQ like. They like high grounds. They like playing on rocks and whatever they can find to their advantage to get the elevated angles. And Kreml Batiste, their rotation in is now going through Dino Park, but they may be met by Ace 1 momentarily. But oh, Wildcard, what's happening here? Some of the players from Team K sort of spotted them out in the open trying to go for their rotation, and Wildcard Gaming are outside of the circle. They were just camping inside Villa, and with the circle going towards the southern side of the map, they had to exit Villa, come inside the circle, and now it's Team Queso who are gatekeeping them.
Yeah, we saw Spring with the BM vehicle explosion right there. Team Queso using that TPP, looking for some information. Gonna be popping up Wildcard. All in that one vehicle will be trying to go for the wide rotate, but Ayala on the roof with the M4 will be trying to spray down this Dacia. Looks like Wildcard, they're gonna be going right on over the wall, able to make it into the compound. They're still being shot from Loops.
They closed the door on themselves. Dave, what's going on? What is going on here? Loops again with this elevated angle. They're shooting down into the compound, into the door. It's Federal. Oh my goodness. Wildcard Gaming are thinking, we can't even catch a break here.
The commitment, though, I gotta give it to him. I love the commitment. I mean, sending it. I mean, they had to commit, right? Because they only had one vehicle. There's no time to stop. But remember, Loops have been in this area since circle number 1. Now it's time to see if they can use this mountain to their advantage. Will they be able to capitalize? Will they be able to get the knocks and the thirst to start tallying up some more points here?
This is going to be an exciting circle. It's going to go to the north, south, east, or west. And it's going far east. Oh, B4. They've rolled the dice. Even XQ Gaming are going to be quite happy with this one because they can edge guard the western side of the circle, but towards the northwestern side. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams that have to rotate inside the circle. I mean, in Charme and Wildcard Gaming, that the peripheral edge of the circle, but they still have to get inside a better position because there's a compound towards the north of Tovar, but besides that, it's open fields.
Yeah, and we already see Loops. They're pulling off that mountain. They're going to be making their way on into the zone. Team Queso right behind them. So a lot of teams out there to the west need to make the push. Oh, here's a nice little replay from earlier on with Bucky. Super big grenade onto Abdul right there. Yeah, that a highlightable moment for sure. That was a nice one.
Yeah, it was. Alpha 7 were wiped out, so were Grunto, but a few nice kills did happen. Let's see what's happening right now in the actual action is Loops. There, you mentioned that high position on the rocky terrain was actually outside of the circle, and now their rotation inside the center isn't actually too easy as they expected, although Wildcard Gaming have fleeted away from initially where Loops caught them slacking when they rotated in, with that door being closed on them, which seemed like quite the kerfuffle. But Darden, here behind a vehicle, also has Mufasa as well to work with. I'm not sure what's happened here. Darden is still alive as he's prone behind his vehicle. Mufasa is down, and Trem Kareta have to go and try and revive him, potentially, as Ace now trying to make the rotation inside the circle, just north of Abbey. Kremru, Batiste, they're the ones gate guarding the southern side of it. And they do have action here towards the north, but also towards the western side, as well as XQ Gaming have a very good position to shoot down on Kremru Batiste.
Ooh, we saw Nitsu right there, almost losing their helmet, almost losing their life with that VSS. Grenades are going to be ringing on out. Tribe trying to gatekeep right now. Mezik's going to be popping on into Zimas. The Zimas are on fire. The Zima blows up right now. Oh, no. Oh, they're going to go for another one. Okay. This is Tribe going for the loot right there. Once when the Zima starts to smoke, you have to bail. You have to get on out of there. But here comes Tribe making a push, Alex.
Yeah, onto Team Queso as well. It's Mystic. His teammate Ayala has been dropped, and yeah, down they go. Team Queso out of the action in the position of wealth, and this new zone is in the open. Ace, B4, the only two teams currently inside the center of it, as Wildcard Gaming now have another team to deal with. No longer is it Loops who are the one trying to dish out peril to them. It's Tribe Gaming who need to climb over this rocky terrain and get over the top and try to finish off what Loops started. But Dave, Loops are out.
Loops are out. 2 chicken dinners here today. They just got pinched. The zone did not favor them. Here we go, though. Tribe able to get Alucard up. Sam trying to take some shots onto Slicky. Can they get him?
4 though, Dave. I mean, they can try their best. I mean, we saw some amazing plays from Spring back in the prelims before, but that was months ago. And this is online as well, so almost that LAN experience you have playing on the world stage is taken out of the equation here online. As Sam has been one of the best performers in terms of individual skill, although, as I say, that caster's curse is going to be dropped by King A, of course, going to be reviving him mid-selfie on the Instagram. But Spring, Slicky, they're still alive, and that's what's important here, as teams are starting to drop, and Tribe have to try and stay alive here and rotate themselves inside the circle eventually.
Yeah, they are still alive, but the furthest away from this new zone. So regardless of who makes it on out of this edge alive, they're going to have to fight their way through B4. Seagut with that Bison. Sam revives. Seagut jumping down the rocks. Can they find and connect onto Slicky? There goes the thirst, but Spring in the smokes could play spoiler.
Yeah, it's not looking good here, is it, for Wildcard? Spring trying to go for the heal inside the zone. He's the last remaining player as well for Wild. And he has actually got behind King Ace. This could be quite effective here if he's quick on his toes. And yeah, King Ace going to be dropped. There's 3 players as well here remaining for Tribe, as they have to communicate the fact that there's a player behind them. But inside the zone, he's not. Therefore, he will die to the blue zone. That's another player taken out. Another team, actually, in fact, Wildcard Gaming out in 10th.
Yeah, tough call right there. They just spent too much time on the edge of that previous circle, and Going out to the blue pretty much. B4 though, remember they've been in this position for some time trying to gatekeep it. Cloud9 though, on the push, on the approach, trying to survive right now.
Yeah, they're just on the ropes right now here in the ring, which is between Enshame and Cloud9. That's another player going to be dropped there for Cloud9 as Enshame are going to be eliminated thanks to the third party from XQ Gaming. Oh, Cloud9 are going to be lucky with that one.
They are going to be lucky. They have one up. Sam trying to make their way on into the new zone. Alucard healing on up. And a shot from downtown. Mixzera with the M4 on the side of B4. B4, they are trying to clean up the northern edge right now. Alucard, oh, taken down and out. Hey, how many players has this zone taken out this game? This zone is ruthless.
Yeah, I mean 5 or 6 it seems like at this point as we're down to 4 teams in a matter of
Whoa!
minutes. How are we at 14? What's going on here? This is chaos. Another player dropped. Okay, 11 players, 4 teams. There's 3 alive right now for the side of Ace. There's 4 for Kremrul Batiste. There's 1 left for Couture. Where is he? It's always Dave! Couture still in
alive?
this!
Oh
What?
no, that's crazy.
How are Couture still in this? They lost 2 players at the start and always hopped in that speedboat, gone to the coast towards Hot Springs, and he's got his team some hot placement points.
Hey, everything is looking hot right now. Man, Cream, remember Cream, they were all the way up there to the northwest. They did a wide rotate. Now they're on the east side. They are hoping that this circle would favor them. Cream cannot catch a break. They have been rotating all over this Vikendi map, and these circles definitely not liking them here. Not favoring Cream at all. So let's see if Cream could push on in through Ace right now. Ace, they're going to be setting up. They're going to be setting up right now. Cream popping in their vehicles, looking to make some moves happen. B4, meanwhile, up there in the north, straight chilling, and there's a crate right in front of Maxon.
Ace with a very strong position as Kremrul Batiste. They want that position currently held by Ace1, and they're going to be fighting them for it. Although, exiting their vehicles, they're going to be met with some firepower here from Ace. You mentioned before, we want to see more gun skill from them. Let's see them show off their individual caliber here versus Kremrul Batiste, as it's down to just, what, 1 or 2 players left here. For Cream is coming over the hill. Oh, sorry, coming over the cover. That was a poor decision there from Quimbala. As Capial and also another player as well is going to be surviving here for Ace1. But let's see, can he try and line up these 3 players who are being revived? No, he's going to be leaving it. Instead, Nunes is far away. Maybe Cap can try and get back to his teammates. Has dished out the smoke, trying to run away. Scot-free inside the open terrain right now as the zone and damage claims yet another life here inside the blue zone. Is a Scandor. He has to go for the med kit here, but look how far away he is. 2 of his teammates have just perished, and it seems very likely that it's about to be 3 as Cap, he's waiting for revenge.
7 kills onto Cream. Call to always still over here trying to heal on up behind this rock. There's a boost right near them as well. They are trying to at least get 3rd place right now. 1 member from Cream. Will they be able to heal up out there in the distance? It is coming down to the wire when it comes to his placement points.
Oh, always. I think he's about to die to the zone. You can see him drastically trying to heal up as fast as possible. Ooh, that's a nice shot. So it's going to be Kremrul Batiste who are taken out. And at the same time as well, we saw Couture taken out. But they're out in 3rd. It was actually 4th. But we saw Kremrul Batiste go out in. So from being 16th with 2 players remaining, they managed to come 3rd. That is an amazing feat from Couture. But let's forget about that as it's the past. And right now in the present, it's a 3 versus 2. It's B4 versus Ace. This could be this is going to be the best performance for Ace regardless. But can this be their first chicken dinner? They have to try and isolate these 3 players here from B4 and try and make it equal and get that 2 versus 2 as it seems like all these players are inside the zone.
Yeah. Pedro going to be right smack in the middle, holding it down. Meanwhile, the other 2 members of B4 on the edge in the east, making sure Ace can't get an easy wrapper on here. Ace, they're going to be kind of split up for the time being. We got 4 first aids, a couple boosts. Nunez right now, 3 B2. It's going to be challenging. The blue zone now pushing on in.
Yeah, I may see one of the players here from B4 get more aggressive. Pedro, you can see, is the furthest player forward for B4. It may be to try and scout out information. You know, if he gets knocked behind cover, he's still alive, and at least they know where the players from Ace are in a 2 versus 2. Information is the commodity here when it gets this low, but Cap finds 1, can be traded out, and now it's a 2 versus 1. It's all down to Nunes, as he has got about 80% HP, but no. He is going to be caught in such an awkward position as his teammate is dropped, but the zone is doing so much damage to him. He may just die to the zone here, Dave. He's out in the open. Pedro is going to spot him out, and there you have it. we said before, B4, they had to start waking up, and now they have. They take the chicken dinner with, what, 9 kills, so 29 points for them, and they're going to be fighting for the top spot because Loops had a poor performance.
Yeah. I mean, Loops going out really early that game. B4 definitely lucking out with these zones, but using that luck to rack up some kills and get that chicken dinner. Ace, another second place. Consistency is key at the end of the day for Ace, but Cream, 4th place right there, about 7 kills for the squad. They could not catch a break, and for them to be able to survive as long as they did, I am personally really impressed with the squad's movements.
Yeah, it was amazing. Impressed as well with Ace 1. They got a lot of kills. Even though the zone did favor them, still, they did the best of that luck. And that's all that matters, isn't it, Kalaris?
Yes, it is. As we see the great win coming in from B4 there. Looking at how things played out, there was a few chaotic and haphazard moments towards the end, admittedly, there, Dave. I didn't expect Ace to try and vault the wall as they were going up against Creme Royale Batiste. I didn't expect Creme Royale Batiste to get as aggressive as they were onto Ace's position, but I guess they had very minimal choices on how they were going to play that out.
Yeah, and I do believe Ace kind of folding under the pressure there just a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, I think I saw the kill feed, Ace explosion on an Ace player. So they might have had some team-on-team casualties, which kind of forced them to only have 2 up at the end.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. I'll see you for the last game here on Erangel in a few as we bring on Seven and Glitter to break down what we saw here on Vikendi. And thankfully, a little bit of a spicier circle. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Almost in Castle 7. You almost got your wish, but it was not to be.
You know who thought it was going to be in Castle? Kolto. Kolto was waiting for it. They were just being super patient. It didn't work out their way. And just to mention something in regards to what you said about Ace vaulting that wall, the game actually has 2 buttons. You can set up 2 buttons to either vault and jump, or you can have 1 button that does both. So I'm guessing that player probably had just 1 button that does both, and it was the downfall there for him.
Yep, not the best. Let's take a look at the points coming in here for our winners, B4, who ends up towards the top. We have 29 points coming in for them, and Ace won 19 points on the board. Glitter, you got to be happy with that one.
I'm happy with it, but also they were so close to getting the first place finish that they needed. Honestly, like between the unfortunate vault and, like Dave said, there was a player-on-player grenade for Ace. As soon as they realized they only had 2 players, they had to dip out. If that never happened, I think they could have won that game. They were in a great position the entire time.
Yeah, nade into, I think, vehicle explosion, and obviously that is going to cause a whole lot of wreckage over there. It did take 1 Rail Batiste member with them, but that's going to be that. Cloud9 here get themselves 7 points on the board, and for Loops, it's a unusual outing in last place here for them. So Team Queso, actually 7 in 14th place. We've seen them super consistent throughout the day, but this one was just not theirs.
Yeah, for Team Queso, I think that's the first time we've seen them ever since start heating up to be a little bit inconsistent. And I am starting to see a pattern here with Loops as well. They won the first game. The second game in Myanmar didn't go their way. I think they ended up somewhere in the teens as well. And then coming in Sandhawk, they won again. Now in Vikendi, they end up in 16th place. Does that mean in Erangel, could we see another Loops esports win?
You're hoping for this 3 in a day. You're hoping for this 3 in a day, and I'm not against it. I'm going to be honest. Let's take a look and see how things are shaping up for B4. They got themselves 1,500 points on the board in terms of damage and 9 kills with the 7 knocks. And you know, actually, 7 in another tournament I've been covering recently, I saw a back-to-back-to-back chicken dinner. So it's very doable in this game. It is doable, and if you're someone like Loops, you know, you're going to be a top contender to do it, I suppose.
It's doable, and I've seen other teams do it, especially with Bigatron in Malaysia. I believe they went ahead and just absolutely destroyed everybody.
I remember.
So it's definitely doable. But one thing to go off B4, I mentioned, they have been quite quiet. They're staying at the top, which is good, but they have been falling off from what I've seen them in the past, and it's good for them to go ahead and start getting wins. That way they can stay at the top and challenge for the #1 spot.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments then here from Vikendi. And we started things off with a lot of centering up, and these early fights, Glitter, that I have no clue how actually happened between XQ and Kultu.
No, we were watching that too, and it was within like the first 2 minutes that they were able to take somebody out, and we were just like, how did that happen? And I think he just got caught scouting, and it was just super unfortunate that they saw him and were able to take him out in the process.
Yeah, very, very little loot to their name. We had a few Uzis, Tommy guns in there, everything like that, all iron sights. So it was very quick after the start of the game here. Creme Royale Batiste even start things off with a few kills here and there as well. So for their campaign throughout this game 7 to get all the way towards the closing moments of this, it's been a pretty decent game for them.
Yeah, and Creme Royale Batiste actually played that super well because at first it was Alpha 7 that was fighting Grunto, and then Krelm noticed that and they took advantage of it. They came and just started third-partying everybody. I think I saw one of the players from Creme Royale Batiste also jump on top of the building just to get a little bit of a higher advantage and try to be able to call out stuff to his other teammates. So overall, great play by them, especially in that engagement. And right there, look at that. Oh man, that's just so heartbreaking to see that vault. It has happened to me before when I played the game, and every single time it makes me question myself. Do I want to go ahead and switch the setting that allows me to have 2 buttons, one to vault and one to jump? But habits, just habits. I can't do it.
Yeah, sometimes in those kind of pressure moments when, say, you're in like a compound, for example, and you vault out of a window and there's just a guy right there, you're like, oh, please. It can be a little bit annoying sometimes, but that's how it's going to go down. That is PUBG Mobile. Let's take a look at the total damage here through our teams for Vikendi, and we'll see how things shape up against one another. Oh, geez, even more even. Actually, I think the most even, maybe, Glitter, when we look at this. So, again, a lot of third-partying, a lot of edge play, some of those middle parts of the circle after maybe circle 3 or 4, they're not as enticing for some of these teams.
No, and one thing that I do want to point out is that Njame actually had a really good game that I don't think I initially noticed, but they put out a decent amount of damage and pulled down 7 kills, which is definitely something they needed today.
Yeah, they're one of the quieter teams on the scoreboards, but they're able to bump it out here on Vikendi. And I suppose there is a potential room 7 for some of the teams towards the lower side if they kind of would like to maybe focus on one of these battlegrounds and try and kind of make that their specialty. You could effectively try and do that on like a Vikendi, for example, or a Sandhawk, and maybe find some of your points up there to consolidate your losses elsewhere.
Yeah, and we've seen teams do that already. We've seen teams do that with B4 in Erangel. Seeing them get a win here on Vikendi is actually pretty cool. It just shows variety from them. It shows that they're just not only going to go ahead and win in Erangel. Another team that we kind of seen do the same thing with multiple wins in just one map was Miramar. Also Alpha 7 getting a couple wins there. And ever since then, they've been kind of quiet too. So it would be surprising to see which teams start to, in a way, kind of master a certain map and become just the kings of that map.
Yeah, I was hoping A7 will be there. Alpha 7 will be there at the beginning of Miramar with those 2 wins. However, it's not to be. Maybe we'll see it in the future. So what else do we have? Well, let's take a look at the analyst highlights from 7 as well as Glitter. I'm not sure, again, what they have for me, but we'll find out in a few. There were a few fights that we probably want to talk about. I can only imagine that maybe we're looking towards the end of the things. And yes, it will be the crash. Who's got this for me?
Yep, and this crash right here, Creme Royale Batiste just going for it, but little did they know Ace was just set up for them, and they played that actually wonderful. Ace did. Now, the thing is, the downfall, and I hope that we can see it right here, is going to be that vault. The reason why he ended up vaulting was because he got caught off guard. He noticed the other player was on the other side of the wall. He wanted to go ahead and just jump up and get some shots on him, but he didn't realize how close he was to that wall, and that was the downfall right there. And overall, I think if maybe that player wouldn't have died from Ace, it would have been a huge advantage for them to at least end up with 3 players, because they would have been able to cover different angles. And I know they didn't have the smokes that they would like, just pretty much the smokes that they would like, but maybe having that extra player with a different angle would have been able to go ahead and hold up B4. But overall, B4 was just set. There was no losing there for B4.
Let's take a look at the overall ranking then and see if B4's been able to shake things up towards the top against Loops. Will they have caught up here? And it is going to be relatively close-ish. Loops is still going to be all the way up towards the top, and they are now 1 point off wildcard, our B4. So evening things up, and our first team to get 4 chicken dinners, Glitter, on the board.
That's actually incredibly impressive. They also managed to do a good job upping their kill points, being one of the only other team that's broken past like that 110 mark, so they're doing well on that point. But another team that I want to point out is actually Tribe. They managed to boost themselves up in the rankings, and I feel like they've been doing a really, really good job just dishing out general damage today. They've been pretty aggressive, and they're actually the only team, because you guys were talking about, you know, repeat wins. They're the only team so far in the PMPL with back-to-back wins and a 3-game win in last week.
Yeah, they were doing very well for themselves. One thing that does stand out for me on Vikendi for them, Seven, is that we saw glimmers of their past win on Vikendi. They're very keen about taking the top of those mountain edges and playing from there. So a few extra kills, points from there, even though the circle didn't quite favor it, you can see their game plan in motion from Vikendi to Vikendi.
Yeah, Tribe was definitely trying to just get high ground in case they ended up going and maybe getting blessed with that zone. That would have been perfect. Another team that we actually saw kind of like starting to prepare for that high ground and hoping that the circle would come their way was Loops. I think that's why Loops ended up being just in such a low spot for Vikendi, was because they were hoping that the circle was going to come their way. They had the high ground set as well. They were shooting at people, but at the end, it would have. I think that might have been the biggest hardship that we would have seen in Vikendi.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think so. Let's take a look at the schedule as well. We have one more game left to go. It's the last bookend. It's going to be Erangel. And so far, what we have seen from Erangel today was an extremely difficult circle for a lot of teams to play, Glitter. When you've got a circle that is kind of 50% on the mainland, 50% towards military base, it's like that you've got to wrestle with some tough decisions. Where on earth do you even go? Because then when the next shift comes, you could be scarpered.
Absolutely, and the last place you want to be caught out is stuck without a boat, swimming across the water, trying to get yourself into the zone. That couldn't be any less ideal. So going into this, honestly, I'm kind of hoping it shifts somewhere up north. Maybe we can go up to like Yasnaya or something like that, and they can just hang out up there and have as much space as they need.
I like Yasnaya a lot, but I want an urban ending there. You know, that would be nice. I loved our Impala ending on Miramar. The urban endings, they are very, very entertaining. And the Yasnaya one, a lot of teams can fit in there. I've seen 13, 14 teams fitting in there quite happily. And just, you know, getting down to the last zones, you know, a lot of people are still there. Well, thank you very much, guys. I'll get you at the end of the broadcast to wrap things up, as for now we're going to head on to Erangel and bring in Snods and Dave back to get things going. Snods, oh well,
hello,
you know,
mate.
Actually I can just disappear. You guys can take the game. It's already ready.
Oh, ready already? Wow, leaving so much responsibility in our hands. Thank you very much, Kalaris. We'll see you shortly after this game. But Dave, it's the final game of Day 6, and we've seen some strange circles, we've seen some strange upsets, obviously we've seen some amazing plays as well. But final game of the day, we know you love your predictions. I'm going with wildcard. They seem to always be mine. I love Ace One and wildcard. It's their play style that really shines for me. But again, Dave, I always like to hear your prediction. What have you got?
Team Queso. Team
Really?
Queso, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
listen, they got 2 second places. They got 3rd place. I mean, they've been popping off here today. So I think they should end the day with that nice, steamy, moist chicken dinner here. And this is the game to do it.
Okay, well, you know how to serve up some chicken, it seems. And so do Loops, because earlier today, well, they won on Erangel and they won as well on Sandhawk. So for Loops, this is going to be maybe the second chicken dinner they can try and claim today on Erangel, as we have a very even playing path. This is probably the best for all the teams in the Central.
Yeah, this is, you know, starting all the way out there at the north over Severny. That's exactly where Wildcard like to drop. And it's going to be going all the way south, finishing right on over to Military Base. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if Loops get this chicken dinner either. It's kind of a toss-up for me. I feel like Loops, they just might get the chicken so that they can end the day with 3 chicken dinners to join the 3 chicken dinner club. They heard it was a good club to be in. Wildcard, B4, XQ are currently in that club. And, hey, it's Sunday night, so it's like, hey, they got to go to the 3 chicken dinner club and, you know, pop off here tonight. So, Loops, that is, Loops, they need one more. They need one more if the balancer is going to allow them in. So I think that's what
Virtually party, you mean, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Virtually.
Of course. Virtual. But there's still a balancer, though. You still got to, you know, enter the 3 chicken dinner club password. So they don't know the password yet.
Hey, listen, I've seen a lot of PUBG mobile players dance on stage, and they've got some good 1-2 step. But speaking of 1-2 steps, there's going to be a lot of steps required for Loops, required for C9, Omen, Team Queso, obviously towards Primorsk because they're hot drop, and then Kultura as well, who are North Georgia Pool. Oh dear, that's quite a long stretch to try and cross. I mean, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams that have to try and get across the western side in towards the eastern side. You've got Ace right now towards the center of Pachinki, as we saw earlier today as one of the first game on Orankle. It was the exact same situation where Tempo Storm are out, and now we see Ace 1 claim that position towards Pachinki, and now they can gate guard all of these teams. Gate guard all of these teams that are coming from the western side. But we have C9 and we have Omen Elite, but there's 2 players from C9, make it 4 players from C9, and there's only Nico here from Omen.
Yeah, Nico currently on the balcony prone with that DP, ready to unload that 7.62. Here comes the action, Uneven making the push with that pump.
Yeah, jumping around the corners, trying to see if his teammate can trade the kill, but the door's been open. The DP20 is out, and so is Nico as well. That's easy work there for Beowulf, as they do claim themselves the first kill early on, although it seems like it doesn't matter too much, as Kultur showed us in that last game, coming in third. And now for C9, they can start to make their rotation towards the eastern half of the map, as we have Mazexis on our screens and Alpha 7.
Yeah, they're going to be looting here in Yasnaya. I believe Kalaris was saying how he wants 14 teams to go to Yasnaya here. So this might be the game. If we get a hard shift up there to the north, who knows? Maybe those dreams will become reality. We see B4 going to their tried and true Novo drop spot, and hopefully they can find a boat and make their way on into the circle, or at least a more centralized position. I'm surprised though this game. I guess it's because of the plane not really favoring Milta, but Omen Elite, they like to go Milta power every single time, and I'm surprised they didn't just, you know, drop straight down, grab a vehicle and head in that direction, especially with circle number 1 being where it is. Instead, they opted to loot Gatka, where the Knights usually like to loot, but the Knights aren't in tonight's map.
That's a really good point to mention. Omen Elite, they usually go, as you said, Milto, exactly where the circle's gone, but instead they've gone towards Gatka. Whoa, how's Beowulf been knocked over there?
Might have jumped out too soon.
Yeah, he'll be fine. I'm sure. It wasn't dead, obviously, for Cloud9, but they've got a long way to rotate from South Georgia Pool. And obviously, as they rotate in, there's a bunch of teams towards Pachinki and Potato Farm as well. You know, I spoke about Ace 1 moments ago. XQ Gaming, we have to mention as well, who are currently towards the Potato Hill, a really important part of the map right now, considering where the circle is, because they can gatekeep the whole eastern side alongside of Ace 1 using Potato Hill. And I think you're mentioning something about XQ Gaming, but we're cut off by some action when we were on Vikendi. What was it?
Yeah, pretty much speaking with Shifan, and Shifan told me that they're trying to work on communicating and executing their rotations instead of second guessing them. So pretty much the main goal right now, according to Shifan, are those 2 things, and a little secret to let everybody in on to why they're performing so well is Shifan said the moment the squad stopped paying attention to the leaderboards is the day that the team just started performing better. I guess always looking at the leaderboards, like that pressure was getting to them. So instead of, like, they don't even pay attention to the leaderboards. They just come in every single game, they play their game, and whatever happens pretty much.
But what it means is you get 100% focus on the game itself that is present right now. You're not thinking about, oh, you know, we're 8th on the leaderboard, we need to get high up into the top 3 so we can be safe going into the latter weeks of the season, or they're not worried about the fact that they've just been killed by Loops, who are number 1 on the leaderboard. Instead, they're just focused on themselves, and ironically, focusing on themselves has put themselves in a very good position, as XQ are 4th right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out, and it makes sense, just like you said. Instead of coming into, for example, like this game, they're not like, oh, we only need 8 points to finish off in 3rd place. They don't even know how many points they need or don't need. They're just coming to the games, and they're focusing on each game one by one. And I mean, 3 chicken dinners so far, about 94 kills. They're in 4th place, so it's working. It is working, and it's working well.
No, a lot of these teams aren't going to be playing towards the edge of the circle. Hopefully we can see the minimap shortly on your screens as well, but a major cluster of teams towards Prison, towards Farm right now in the center of the circle, where we don't see any of those teams before. You know, Ace, XQ Gaming, I said they could edge guard towards the western side of the circle, but instead, no, they've opted to go inside the center.
Hey, Edge, my middle name right here. So Call2 all the way up there. Mustache Edge Dave right there. So Call2, they are going to be pulling out on from Zarky. They're going to go prior to that stall bird. But over here, Emraz trying to take some shots on the loops in that vehicle.
Yeah, but loops seem okay for now. Emraz just trying his hardest to control that gyro spray. And they have given away their position as well. But they are in the center of the circle. You can see they are towards prison right now. And Loops, they're going to get inside this compound here as well. So Mazexis are out in the open, and Loops are inside the compound. Ooh, I mean, it's a toss-up as to who has the advantage.
I would say Mezix. You know, Mezix, they have some nice sight lines of that compound, and they don't really need to push on into Loops. Just the fact that they know Loops is there is really good because they can kind of dictate, say for example, a squad is pushing on in, they can shoot at them to make sure that squad knows, okay, it's dangerous uphill, this compound might be free. So they can kind of funnel in the enemies going right between both of them, and they can kind of get that cover fire going.
And then obviously the team walks into Loops, who are in that compound that you mentioned.
Yeah. Surprise.
Yeah,
How's
exactly. Exactly. It's all about those surprises, as Trem Coretta know about playing that slow and silent game sometimes. So, looking at the map right now, a lot of the teams from that eastern side who are at the hard eastern part towards Georgia Pool, Cloud9, obviously Team Queso as well, who are stuck towards the Gatka area, and Kultura as well, who have rotated away from North Georgia Pool. They're now getting in towards the northern side of Yasnaya, so they're going to be fine and dandy. The only team that's going to be near them is Wildcard Gaming. But for Cloud9 and for Team Queso, they have a long way to go. They're inside deep in this deep, blue zone itself, and they're rotating past two players of Team Queso. So for Cloud9, it could get hairy, but Harry is their middle name.
Harry's
yours at least.
Hey, we're learning everybody's middle name this game, just in case no one knew. So Cloud9, Harry, they're gonna be moving on in through the blue zone. Looks like they might send it just north of Pochinki. And remember, Omen Elite, they're in that general area as well, kind of playing outside of their normal elements. So we might see those two teams clash here very soon. Here's a nice view of the mini-map. This is beautiful.
Yeah, we're about to see where the next zone is going to go as well. And this is what's mentioned before about Cloud9. Thankfully, Team Queso have decided to rotate north side of Ruins, and Cloud9 are going to the southern side. But we do see this new circle coming in, centering towards the northeastern side of Farm, directly on top of Trem Coretta, XQ Gaming. Tribe are going to be quite happy with their position as well, because they're in vehicles. They can rotate now towards the 3 roads that group up there. There's going to be a compound there that they can use. Watch teams. Oh, I mean, it's going to be hard for Kultura and Wildcard as well, because there's Alpha 7, there's Ace, there's Loops who are guarding almost this top part towards Mansion.
Yeah, the north is going to be a hotbed for action for sure, just because the fact, like you mentioned, there's a bunch of teams all the way up there. Not only that, Team Queso are also making their push on into the north, so that could throw some spice on into the mix right now. But yeah, B4 on that east side of the bridge looking really good. We got Grunto right near them, and then Omen Elite pulling up on the coast as well. So right now, a lot of teams just waiting, really, to see where circle number 3 sends them, what type of surprise it might spill onto the players here for the party at the end of the night. A lot of teams, though, centering up. The thing is, XQ already in farm. This is their land. They know this land like the back of their hand. So XQ, they might, be setting up for some nice kills. Some nice kills this game.
Yeah, as well, if the circle continues to become more centered towards farm and shelter and whatnot, it's actually going to be a lot of open ground as well for these teams, so there should be a hotbed for action. Angry on our screens right now. Remember, his teammate Nika was killed early on as he's trying to rotate away, but there's so much open ground he has to try and get behind, as he is going to use the edge of this hill as cover and barely survive on, 10 HP. But look at this. Beowulf and co, they realize how low Angry is. They're going to be trying their hardest to get that kill, the conversion onto Angry, get a few more points for Cloud9, because in terms of the leaderboards and versus the other American teams as well, they need those points.
Yeah, and I'm still surprised that Omen Elite and Cloud9 are still fighting it out pretty much. I mean, Nico getting taken down really early on to the hands of Cloud9 through a Thompson from Beowulf, if I'm not mistaken. But I think this is kind of because Omen, they're used to rotating on in from the east. They're used to sending it from the east, going a little to the west. When it comes to this game, it's opposite. It's completely opposite. So hopefully they are aware of the terrain and the differences on the west side compared to the east side here. And looks like they're going to be sending it on just a little closer to Grunto.
Yeah, I never actually thought about that, Dave. You know, if you do switch up your spots depending on the plane path, obviously your rotations are completely different if you're used to dropping on one half of the map, because now it's like you're going across the map backwards. So terrain, compounds look very different. Different compounds are going to be effective when you're rotating from different halves of the map as well in terms of sight lines and certain windows and whatnot. So really good point to bring up as Alpha 7 and Team Queso, still, they're trying to get into good positions. It feels like these guys have been rotating for years.
I mean, Team Queso, honestly, like you said, they've been rotating. The thing is, they all have vehicles, but the gas situation, you have to assume they've been in the vehicles for a good amount of time now. How's the gas looking like? Hopefully, they looted some gas so that they can continue on with these rotates because, I mean, it costs gas. You know, you can't just drive a vehicle for free here. So we'll see how that one ends up playing a factor as they finally made it on into the circle. Let's see where this next one will pop. Okay. Ooh, Team Queso. Ooh, that's huge for them. That's great.
Oh, Omen Elite must be kicking themselves right now. Look where it is, Dave.
Yeah, Omen Elite, a little frustrated. Wow. I mean, B4 going to be moving on into Milta, and hopefully Omen Elite, they're not caught off guard by Grunto. Grunto right near them. I mean, they're on top of each other, and C9 hot on the trail.
Yeah, there's 3 teams, Omen, Grunto, C9, who are rotating in now from the western side, and XQ Gaming, they're going to be holding on to it. As inside the center of the circle, it's all open terrain. You can see the fields there of Milta will be our final resting place today for these teams once we get to that final circle. But Spring has a spring in his step as he gets a nice shot there onto Quinabala. He's going to be downed right now, but not killed as of yet. But Ace, yeah, they may go back for him or not. How far away are they? It seems like they're going to be leaving him. I'm not sure.
Hey, another one bites the dust. Especially, we still have 16 teams alive. We've only actually lost 2 players this whole time. 13 minutes almost on into this game. Okay, we're losing a couple more now, but still 16 teams alive in this small area. And there's also maybe 5% of this next circle is going to be water, so that's even less land to be had.
Yeah, Cloud9 and Kreml Batiste actually opting to wait outside the circle for now and play towards the edge as they don't want to be a part of this action that's going on right now between these teams. As B4 start a third party. This one, Vega's going to be headshot from one of the players from B4 as XQ Gaming have AZ here on his own. So Emraz in this close proximity 1 versus 1. It's an AKM here for AZ. Not sure the weaponry in the hand of the player here from Emraz. Of Mazexis, but he jumps down directly into the hands of AZ. He's going to be saying, thank you very much for that kill point. I'll be having that. And that's going to be helping my team stay in 4th. He goes for the reload, but now Mazexis have to try and trade this kill, or they're going to be scared about more players from XQ Gaming being here. And obviously, Dave, XQ is a scary team.
Yeah, very scary team. And honestly, I don't know if that push was appropriate from Mezix because they didn't need to push by themselves. They most likely knew there was a solo player on over here. The other 3 squad mates of Mezexis, they were just chilling in the comp and they're like, listen, we're not going to move a muscle. AZ getting an easy wipe right there caught me off guard as well. Here comes Angry though. Oh, this could be the double.
Oh, let's find out then. Zyfan onto about 10% health. Doesn't have time to go for the bandage or the first aid kit for now, but he will be trying his hardest to get it, but no. Angry, one more shot there from the Uzi. He's going to do it as 2 of his teammates have fallen, so at least he's going to get some points here for his team as now it's only 3 players remaining. For the side of XQ Gaming, HZL has been knocked earlier on as well, so they're going to have to try and revive him. But thankfully now it seems like the players from XQ Gaming have gathered together inside the center of Milta.
Yeah, we got about 4 different teams in Milta. Will the next circle. Okay, so it's going to be sending it a little further east. We got the Milta Farms, the Milta Fields. Team Queso already set up right now in some nice buildings just south of this. Ace right smack in the middle. Oh, Lumber Mill, Loops. They're going to be in those trees out there looking to connect. Tribe, Wildcard, Trem Coretta, all on top of each other to the north.
Yeah, Loops again. I mean, at what point do you say this isn't all luck? Because how many of these circles on Orangle have really been favoring them? Their positioning and their foresight has been exceptional. Kultur losing players, or players being knocked early. Tribe, Kultur, they feel the pain. Actually, Seeker from Tribe is going to be killed, but Sam managed to get one back. This is just the kill feed. Obviously, we're not sure about the action and how it's unfolding. This is just what we're being told as Mazexis make their ascent up the hill. But Team Queso, they have eyes on it.
Very dangerous call right there. They're trying to get to the Harry Potter Team Queso and Cloud9 going to be looking down there. Oh, Mazexis, the first team taken down and out of the final game of the evening. The kill feed is going to be popping on off right now as all these teams that were currently in Milta need to make their push on out right now.
Yeah, I've got a feeling now we've seen one team go, there's going to be a lot more that start falling, and maybe it's going to be Wildcard or Tribe who's going to take this fight in their favor. As I'm trying to work out how many players are alive here. It's 2 right now for Wildcard, but Spring has been revived, but he needs to heal himself up here, so a few more seconds before he can be of any use for Wildcard. The grenades, ooh, not quite deep enough there, as King Ace caught by the flank there from Azor. So, Sam, maybe the only player here left up for Tribe. Yes, he is. He's trying to go for the revive, can't quite manage it. Now he's the one low HP, and those grenades find their target. It's Tribe out in 15th.
Yeah, that one's tough. Oh, we got Alpha 7 making the push on the B4.
Here, Dave. I'm going to have to hold you here, Dave. There's more action as it's B4 up against Alpha 7. Alpha 7 are the ones coming in for the assault onto the compound. Look at them here crashing down onto B4. They're finding kills with these grenades. Look at them just pop-shotting them through the little gaps of the building, and it's working out for them. But B4 now retaliating here with their weaponry, with their Kalashnikovs, and with their AKMs. It's doing so much damage here to the players from Alpha 7. 2 already dropped as Lukatas shall be revived. Now it's a 2 versus, well, I'm not sure actually how many are alive for the side of B4, but it's probably going to be a lot. There's 3 for B4, so a 3 versus 2 here in this compound. No, Abdul, more grenades going through to the top floor here of this building. Maxon and Co, they realize this though, so they're starting to spread out. So they don't all take damage from the grenades. Mike Zera sees exactly where Lukatas is, does about 20 points of damage there with that grenade. Although, not quite the kill as of yet. And for B4, at what point do they get out of the compound here and start hunting Abdul and Lukatas, as Abdul was taken down to low HP from that grenade, but obviously can heal himself up, thankfully.
Ooh. That's the thing, they can't come out of the compound because then Ace are going to third party that one. So they need to take this fight. They need to wipe out Alpha 7. Mick going to be popping back on into cover. Not feeling too confident in this grenade off right now as they are forced to heal on up. Luquitas, once again, healing as well. The 2v3 with the third party from both Call2 and Ace just to north of this.
Yeah, but for Ace, I mean, look at them. They don't have to move. I mean, maybe they will. We're about to find out the next circle in a few seconds. But for now, this action here between these 2 squads is most important. Pedro tried to come out of the compound and chuck that grenade towards the left side, but Abdul's still camping here inside the garage as the zone is on top of all of them. This is even more important now for these 2 teams to win.
Yeah, honestly, with this next zone favoring them, they don't need to be so aggressive here. I know Pedro definitely wants to connect these grenades, but maybe save the utility. Save the utility because we got a lot of teams in the West that are going to be pushing across this same exact area as Team Queso. We see on the minimap doing the exact same thing. We got Team Queso, we got Grunto, we got XQ, we got Omen. All these squads are going to push right on over them.
Yeah, and for B4 though, do you take the risk and try and take out Alpha 7 now so you can claim this compound area as your own, because otherwise you're always going to be feeling a little bit paranoid. Grunto get up close as well. We've got Enshame who are rotating past, but Team Queso now, look at them. They're setting up shop here next to these 2 and 3 squads. So now it's all about the waiting game. Which team's going to make the first move in rotating out of these fields of Milta, getting inside the circle, because there isn't really any cover for these teams to use and utilize besides these buildings here, which are on the other side of the road. Remember, this is the bottom eastern side of the circle. There's still the whole northern side, which is completely open.
Yeah, in the north, we saw just moments ago, was occupied by Loops, was occupied by Cream. Some pretty good teams up there trying to make sure nobody grabs a foothold of the pie themselves. Here comes a crash, though, onto Cloud9.
Whoa, Cloud9 looking like they can fight it back, though. Trem Carreta going to go out in 14th. Wow, I mean, just as quickly as they landed, they exited. And that's a really poor performance there from Trem Carreta. That's really hard for them as well. It's the final game of the day because they were 8th or 9th. So mentally, if they drop below that point after this game, it's going to be quite concerning for them tomorrow. But either way, the action here between Alpha 7 and Pedro has started to unfold a little bit more than when we last left it. A few grenades gone back and forth. But again, it seems that these teams are starting to run out of medkits here.
Yeah, B4 might be getting a little antsy because Alpha 7 are currently in the first floor, and we saw when we were checking out the insides, that's the garage. B4, they have about 3 vehicles in there that they're attempting to safeguard that they might be able to use in their pocket as one of their plays to maybe, you know, build their own cover moving forward. Looks like Pedro's got the 4 times on the DP. This is what I like to call the peanut butter and jelly, baby, because this thing is a laser. Pedro is going to be spotting out Ace up there and Loop, so that information is key moving forward.
And in the meantime, Omen, Wildcard, Grunto all going to be taken out while there's still 10 teams remaining. As we have C9 here on our screens, obviously Beowulf was killed earlier on, as it's down to just 3 fraggers here from Cloud9 with their in-game leader now dead, but he can still call shots from the grave.
This is a big flank.
Oh, that is a big flank, but actually Corral going to be falling back from it. The grenades just trying to supple up the players from Cloud9 and make them a little bit weaker here. So those shots from the AKs and M4s can finish off the job. And the next circle, finally some favorism for Kultur, as they are directly inside the center of it. And all these teams going to try and get inside are going to be locked horns in firefights with the other squads. As Cloud9, I mean, they're so far away from this circle. As soon as the blue zone starts to constrict the map, they're going to be forced out into the open. But as are Loops, as are Ace, as are XQ Gaming, where moments ago, they were the ones favoring the zone.
Only 2 up right now for Cloud9. They had their opportunity. Loops, they're all grouped up as 4 at one point. One clutch grenade could have been a squad wipe. And Loops, they found out the hard way how it feels to be squad wiped by 1 grenade before. So they need to make sure to stay separated. Cloud9 now making the push right on N2XQ out there in the distance.
Oh, wow. Nice shot coming out there from the few of the players from Cloud9. Actually, no, it's Ace who have gone for the third party. They're going to be eliminating XQ Gaming out
Look at
in
this.
10th. Oh,
what's going on?
Crazy. Now, look at these teams trying to fight for these compounds. This is blasphemy here from these teams. Kultur at the top half of one compound. You've got Creme Rupetis at the top half of another one. As it's
here comes Cloud9
crashing in. And Cloud9 are joining the fray as well. Oh my goodness, it's 5 squads in 2 compounds. Which team's going to be coming out on top as Creme Rupetis is going to be wiped out by Loops. And now it's down to Kultur and Team Queso as Marco going to be healed up here by his teammate Ayala. And I imagine once he is healed up, he's going to be the port of call here to have 4 players to go up against Kultur, who are above them, just what, 10 or 15 steps away.
No kills on Kultu. We saw Kultu trying to toss out some grenades on that other building across the grass right there, not able to connect. Loops were successful in wiping out that team, now looking to make the push. We got Ace right behind him, trying to third party as well. Cloud9 losing 1 member in the process over here. Kultu on the second story, trying to survive with Team Queso on the first story.
I mean, for Loops, they're in the circle. They have the compound all to themselves. Remember, Team Queso still have to fight out Kultur for their half of the map. And then for C9, they're stuck in the open. And for Ace, they're just at the edge of the circle. So in a few seconds, when the next one comes, they're going to be forced out of their position as well. So for a lot of these teams, they are struggling. Alpha 7 is still in this one.
They're in it. They're in it. They're looking at this on the outskirts, and they're just laughing.
It's one player, yeah.
They don't want to get involved. They're just trying to go for those placement points. 4 up right now for Team Queso. 4 kills. 8 kills on to Cloud9. Cloud9 needs to make sure not to expose themselves to Ace that are right above them up the hill. If Ace attempt to make that push, I'm sure Loops will definitely take some shots. Loops gifted a crate as if they needed a crate here this game. Oh my goodness here, Alex.
Yeah, and also gifted that kill onto Alpha 7, so that's going to be Alpha 7 taken out in 7th. C9 are barely still in this game, and right behind them is Ace 1-2, so as soon as they start to third party the action, they're going to be taken out. That's Cloud9 I'm talking about, that I would imagine. B4 though, B4 have been very quiet in the backlines. They're going to be reviving up their teammates. They have med kits as well, so they can try go for the heal if they wanted to, because they are outside of this new zone, which is favoring.
Grenade.
Oh, that grenade uneven. Ooh, he's on uneven ground, so maybe the grenade would trickle down and save him, but no. It's actually going to go up against him and send him to his fate as we're down to Pyra for Cloud9. It's quite a deja vu moment.
Yeah. Pyra in a dead tree right there, using it as cover. Loops now making the push, Alex, on the Team Queso and Kultu.
Yeah, they're going to be crashing onto 2 teams here. They've got Team Queso to deal with first, and it's Kultur. As before the action happens, B4 were taken out, so even more is on the line here for these squads inside this compound. It's going to be a bloodbath between all of these teams, because Kultur may want to join the action here and try and third party, but Loops are losing players instantly. Look at the health here for Dardan, as 2 of the players are already killed. Karolski is the only player here for Loops that has something
The wraparound
with this. He's close around the window, but again, Team Queso, they're ready for it. The smokes are so effective in their favor. Up close to the window, Karolski, he's going for the spray with the AKM. He can't quite connect the shots. The red dot, though, is going to be connecting. But from behind, there's more happening. Look at this. Yeah, that's it. It's
Culture just tossing grenades.
Yeah, as I said, Loops are out now. So now we're down to 14. C9 is still in this one fighting. Cultura are going to be here to finish off the job that Loops tried to start. Team Queso are trying to survive for as long as possible. Marco trying to do it for his team. But no, Cultura, they wipe him out. And now Queso go out in 4th. That was just crazy.
Oh my goodness. Call 2 on the 2nd floor of this red building. The victors able to survive all that mayhem. Oh, can they get the win here? 2 teams remaining. Can they heal up in time? Ace over here on the outskirts with these burning UASs making the push now. They don't want Cold 2. They don't want Cold 2 to push on out of there without being tagged and bagged with that one-tap dirt nap. Here comes the smokes right now. Nunez ready, lock and loaded, ready to get the dub here.
The zone favors Cultura though, Dave. And for Ace1, they've came second before. It was earlier today. They really want that win. And they are so close to it, but in uneven numbers. Obviously, Cultura have the man advantage, they have the circle advantage, they have the compound advantage, they have everything in their advantage, besides the fact that Ace know where Cultura are, and Cultura don't know where Ace are, I imagine, although with the size of the circle, it is fairly obvious. But Ace have opted to go for the 1-1 split here, allowing Nunez to get close and have Zero apply covering fire onto those windows.
Let us know in the chat. Ace, will Ace get the final chicken dinner? Or will Call2 get the final chicken dinner? Spam it right now. Let us know. Call2 going for that snaking strategy. They have a little bit of a deflate to work with. They have the high ground. Are they going to spot out Zero out there in the distance? Zero might have been spotted here, Alex.
Fran's been taken down. Ace, they're making this work. Fran's going to be killed as well in a few seconds as he's down to low HP, but no, look at that. Yang, he gets the trade frag back onto Zero, and now it's down to Nunez. He's going to be dicing down those painkillers, but I'm not sure for how much longer because they know exactly where he is. Yang is up close, he's low HP, so maybe there's a chance, but always the one who's going for it. The spray is good, but not quite good enough. It's the trade frag from his teammate. There you have it. There you have it. It was Yang that got that final kill. Ace1 denied the chicken dinner again. And for Cultura, it's what? 4, 2, 6, 8 kills for them. 20 points for the chicken dinner as well. So 28 points. They're going to be very happy with that performance. Ace as well, though, Dave.
That was actually crazy. Remember, there's a 3 chicken dinner party after this virtually. Call2, they had 2 chicken dinners. So I might have been wrong when it comes to loops, but we definitely had a new 3 chicken dinner member or team join the party here tonight on this Sunday. Call2, 3 chickens.
Kalaris, do you think Cultura were going to win that fight between 4 squads?
I'll tell you something, Snots. I'm forever going to remember this game as the culling. That was insane. Call2 compound for life. That was one of the most ridiculous fights I have ever seen. I say fights, like episodes.
It was a battle.
It really was nuts. It was insane. Dave, that was just, I don't even know what to make of that.
Hey, Call2, I mean, on the second story, not pushing out until they needed to, not trying to get involved with that first story conflict that was happening right there. And we saw them. They were just underhanding grenades that whole time, inflicting a lot of damage. And hey, they played that one really well.
I mean, they're going to be very happy that they took this second story of that building, that's for sure. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. We are going to get back the analysis 7 and Glitter to talk about this game. Guys, what do you think? The culling, this game, Call2 getting the win in that compound? That is Call2 compound from now on for me, 7. That was insane. What was that?
Absolute mayhem. And then on top of that, you have Loops just pushing to them, trying to go ahead and clear that compound. I don't think Loops had any idea how many teams were inside that compound right there, because they got caught by surprise. They had, I believe it was Team Queso at one point shooting at them. On top of that, they have Call2 at the top. It was insane. And on top of that, on the other compound, you had Alpha also fighting with, I believe it was B4. So overall, compound fights galore in this match.
Definitely. Have you ever seen anything like that, Glitter? That was just manic.
No, but that was kind of what I wanted to happen. It didn't need to be an urban ending, but that was exactly as hectic of an ending that you really could have asked for, especially where it ended up. I tried to send it a little bit farther north, but I mean, that's close.
You tried. It was impressive, to say the least here. I not only was I impressed by Kultu, I was impressed, whilst we take a look at the numbers coming in here from the teams from that game, I was impressed for a Team Queso staying alive for as long as they did in the lower half of that building, because there were so many people putting pressure on towards the end, that I was impressed that they managed to stay alive for as long as they did, get themselves the 9 kills as well, and take the 4th place here, 7. What else do you make of it?
Yeah, and one of the other teams that actually surprised me that they were able to get the kills, and on top of that, a little bit of good placing, was Cloud9. Pyra from Cloud9. He noticed that he was in trouble once Kultu started shooting at them, and he decided to just play the patient game, the waiting game, and he ended up clutching 3rd place there for Cloud9. So not bad at all, and that's what we're currently seeing here. 20 points for Cloud9. That is not bad. It seems like they're finally waking up, and it's something I love to see, because going back to, I believe, at the start of the day, they were averaging 2.65 kills per game. So I can't wait to go back and do my math and figure out how many kills they're averaging now after such a strong day today.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a bump up. And Glitter, your boys, Ace, they've almost had it a few times today.
I know, it's always like so close but no cigar at this point. Like they had a bunch of opportunities. They were able to take out Mazexa super early on. They started off pretty strong, and they did that alongside C9 and Team Queso. But once they realized the mayhem that was going down in that compound, because initially before Loops or anybody else even pushed, Cloud9 had tried to get into that building and realized there were already 2 squads in there, and they were like, nope. And they just got right out of there. Ace saw all of it going down from the trees and just hid in that tree line to let everybody else kind of pick each other off, and then tried to see if they could clean it up in the end. It didn't quite work out in their favor, but still ended up with a respectable score.
I'd have said, screw it. I'd have just joined. I'd have just been like, let's send straight to the compound. You know, whatever. This is already manic. Let's just get in there. Let's check in with the numbers coming in from Kultu to get themselves the victory here throughout all of this. And again, I have to reiterate, having the 2nd story in that building was super important when in the middle of all of those team fights. 1,200 damage coming in and 1,000 healing throughout that 7. So it was a war.
Listen, I'm not surprised to see the amount of healing they had to do with just everybody gunning for them. And nonetheless, even though they had the 2nd story, they weren't able to take advantage of it by at least picking up 3 third-party kills. So that is great to see. Kultu just taking advantage of a lot of situations, and as you guys mentioned here, now being able to go ahead and have 2 wins. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, definitely. And it's been a while since we actually saw that first Kultu win, of course, on the very first day of the tournament. So nice to see them have the step up that does actually go on from here. I feel like they benefited from the war that ensued throughout that little area. Glitter, of course, if they hadn't been in the 2nd story, and maybe they'd been in the 1st story and all of that had come on, it could have been a completely different story. But having the high ground can be very, very important.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we saw happen to Team Queso. They were the team that was stuck on the 1st floor, and that wasn't the last fight at the end was not the only time they fought. Queso and Kultu tried. There were like waves of aggression in that building where they tried to fight each other. Then Cloud9 came in and they all tried to fight again, and then they all went off and they healed, and then Loops pushed in and they tried to fight again. Like there was no end in sight for that team, which is probably why Kultu had so much healing, but like there was just no stopping it.
Maybe. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here from this game. And in general, kind of towards this east circle, we saw quite a bit of fighting up in the mountains over towards shelter here, 7, to then eventually have to push on down. And with a lot of teams in the west and then some rotating heavy through the east as well, all the way, the big wraparound. I think Queso came out really on top when it comes to the rotations. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think Queso's rotation to at least be able to get into the compound was huge. And then some of the other fights that you were able to see right there from C9 that we're going to be breaking down in a little bit, they were able to go ahead and hold off a team from just rushing straight at them, pick up some kills, and on top of that, start rotating towards what was going to be the final fight with Kultu. But overall, right here, look at this fight between Team Queso. Clearing that 1st floor, and then whatever they decided to do, they were like, you know what, we can't go to that 2nd floor. And guess what, Kultu took advantage of that. They came back down, they knew they were hurting, and they made sure they cleared that building.
Yeah, definitely so. And unfortunately for Ace there towards the end, once you're only one man and you're kind of crouching about and doing what you can, Two Snakes is probably going to win out that situation because of the crossfire spots that we do find ourselves in. So unfortunate for Ace there towards the end, but they've had I've got to admit, Glitter, and I didn't think I'd be saying this for Ace, but from the first couple of days that we've seen them, they've gone from strength to strength to strength, and they've had an extremely consistent day here.
Yeah, they've really improved from the first week into going into this one. And I don't know, I feel like they're finally kind of starting to find their footing a little bit. They're figuring out what's working well for them. And even though they haven't pulled down that chicken dinner yet, they've been so consistent that it's really reflecting in their scores.
Yeah, I think we'll see them bump up. Let's take a look at the overalls and see how things do actually shape up. We have... I'm not actually sure where we're even going. We'll figure out in a second. What we total damage? There we go. You know. So let's see their total overall damage here coming in from Ace 1, as well as some of the other teams coming up here, and quite a bit, very efficient damage compared to the kills coming in. But damn, Queso, whoosh, that's a lot.
No surprise there from Queso. 2,335 damage, man. And it was a lot of work for them. Another team that did a lot of work was Loops, almost 2,000 damage, having to clear squads left and right on certain scenarios too. I believe they ended up beating Creme Real Betis, which was really good to see. And another team with a lot of damage but not enough kills, XQG, being able to get almost 1,400 damage, only 3 kills though. You hate to see that. You kind of usually hope for them to be able to just finish some of those knocks or finish some of those people that they see.
Thanks, Loops, for reminding me how old I am. 1988 damage. Damn it. That's I appreciate that very much. Let's take a look at the analysis highlights here from this. I can only imagine it's the chaos. Surely you've just found me the chaos once again.
We've got a few moments of chaos for you. We thought you'd like it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Well, take it away.
Now, one of the first things we actually wanted to show you was the fight that happened a little bit earlier on between B4 and A7 in this compound. And the reason we wanted to kind of highlight it a little bit is because they just would not stop throwing nades. And this was super early on. You can see it's still only zone 4. Like, they wasted so much utility that once the game ended up getting later, they didn't have those resources at their disposal, and it kind of played a role in their downfall in the end.
Well, actually, yeah, that's a decent compound, to be perfectly honest, for those later circles. So it's a little bit unfortunate for them. Wah! What on earth? Okay, 7, what else?
And right there, as I was telling you, Trem Coretta, Foracao, they didn't even realize that Cloud9 was somewhere there, and 2 players crashed, and then the 3rd player was just like, you know what, all my teammates are down. Let me just go full send, and that boy tried it, and boy, did it backfire.
That was,
you're gonna see him just get in that buggy and just say, you know what, I'm going for it. Look at him right here. Oh man, I think he was trying to run over Adder, and Adder just placed himself right behind the car. He said, yeah, bring it on. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, this isn't Destruction Derby. I don't know what on earth that was. That's an old PS1 game. Nobody knows these. I told you I'm old, all right? Like, anyway, let's take a look at the overall standings coming in terms of the points that have been tallied up throughout the day, as well as the days that have occurred so far. Loops is still sat at the top with the 2 chicken dinners that they've been able to accrue throughout the day, and they have made quite the gap up towards the top here, 7. So it's kind of a long time coming that Loops has been able to seize this #1 spot, don't you think?
Yeah, they have. I mean, pretty much what we've been saying this whole tournament so far, ever since we saw Loops dominating in regards to kills. They need to go ahead and start getting some chicken dinners. If they're able to do that, they're going to be just flying to the top, and they're doing just that. B4, though, to be fair with them getting that win was huge because they were just in a little bit of a slump. Even though they were able to maintain to be in the top 3, they were getting on a slump. And something I do want to go ahead and point out here from the overall rankings is 2 teams that didn't get a chance to play today. They are still staying in the top 10, and that is going to go ahead and be Tempo Storm and Pittsburgh Knights. That is great for them to see. It goes to show their performances. It speaks volumes from them. And one last thing, Kyle, I actually did the math real quick here for Cloud9. So at the beginning of the day, they started off with a 2.65 kills per game, and today they're gonna end it up at a 3.2. So a great jump and something I love to see from Cloud9. Finally waking up, baby.
Definitely so. And taking a look at that 11th through 20th, just a few shifts here and there for Cool2 moving up to 15th. Glitter, it's a great end to the day for them to push up with that chicken dinner.
Yeah, no, I think it was just nice to see them bring it again. I think we were kind of getting tunnel vision, like you said earlier, on a few teams that just really, really stood out today. And for them, that was a really good way to end the day.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, well, and that is going to be the way to end this day here for day number 6 of all the gameplay. It's been a great day, actually. Very varied, very exciting. Thank you very much, Seven. Thank you very much, Glitter. Thank you very much to everybody else tuning in around the world today. I think that's it for now. And when we are back tomorrow, we are going to have even more games coming at you. So make sure to come back, same time, same place, for all of the action.